going on? How you guys doing today? Salute to you all. Positivity is definitely coming you guys' way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Who's in the building for today, by the way? Who's in the building? Let me see who's in the building for today. I want to give a big shout out. To it's a lot of chat. Wow. Thank you guys. Got a great show for today. Juneteenth celebration shooting in Illinois, an hour outside of Chicago. We'll just call it Chicago. I know a lot of people are gonna get upset with me. They're gonna get mad at me. They're gonna DM me, Chicago Gorilla. They're gonna say, you need to check in before you talk about Chicago. You gotta ask our permission to say anything about Chicago. Stop it. Juneteenth is supposed to be a holiday to honor the last African-American slaves that were not emancipated but freed, which was a year or two after the Emancipation Proclamation. You would think with slavery happening the way that a lot of Black Americans believe it happened, you would think that Negroes from coast to coast would honor and cherish this day that is supposed to honor and cherish their ancestors who supposedly were beat, tortured, raped, worked for free. You would think that Negroes would come together in harmony. No, they don't. Negroes have a problem in America, particularly those of slave descent. I get called a coon. I get called an Uncle Tom. But what I can tell you guys is this. I'm the chaotic truth, and I'm also the Negro whisperer, and I'm not going to lie to you. I'm like the whistleblower when it comes to debauchery. And the fact of the matter is that this shooting is not a one-off. This shooting is not a rarity. This shooting or types of shootings happen on a daily basis. But you would think that, hey guys, let's have a moratorium on foolishness for the Juneteenth weekend. You would think that Negroes would just say, hey man, let's just have a weekend of solidarity. We don't all generally get along with each other. We don't genuinely, we may not like each other. We may be coming from different sets, which is, sets, S-E-T-S, community, Negroes are still tribal based. But you would think that the Negroes would come together in harmony. They would eat their hot dogs, cornbread. What else do Negroes eat? Fried chicken, Kool-Aid, greens, mac and cheese. I'm not gonna lie to you. Black people make some great mac and cheese. So I ain't gonna lie about that. I'm not gonna lie. You would think that the Negroes would just at least pretend to like each other, and they don't. I'm gonna get into that, but I'm gonna send out positivity to you all. Salute to you all once again. I hope all is well with you and yours, guys. And the poll question for today is: Did white supremacy? What's the poll question? Yeah. Was white supremacy to blame for 20 Black people shot at the Juneteenth celebration in Chicago. Because, you know, a lot of people are going to start blaming the white man for it. They're going to start blaming Whitey for it. They're going to blame racism, white supremacy for what happened. And I don't agree with it. But anyway, guys, let me send out the link because we're gonna have fun today. It's nice, it's beautiful, it's warm. I'm definitely going to go for not a midnight jog, but a late jog, an evening jog. Had a great jog yesterday, so salute to you all. I'm so glad that you guys are in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I'm going to get into the story in a minute, but first I want to send out a shout out to Black Pill. Thank you so much, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Black Pill. I hope all is well with you and yours. Who else do we have in the building? We have give me 1 second. We have JT. Hold on for 1 second. I got to make a text real quick. Let me see, who else do we have in the building? We have oh, here we go. We got JT in the building. Salute to you, JT. Positivity is definitely coming your way, JT. I hope all is well with you and yours. I feel a blackout coming. It's coming. Valerie is in the building. Salute to you, Valerie. Positivity is definitely coming your way. We got Falling Sunlight in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Falling Sunlight. We got Tatum in the building. Salute to you, Tatum. I hope all is well with you and yours, Tatum. Positivity is definitely coming your way. We got D Mitch in the building saying nothing with niggas around. That is absolutely funny. And I'm gonna get into that as well. I'm gonna get into that, and I'm gonna talk about that as well. And I'm gonna hurt some people's feelings, especially some old people. You know, older blacks pretend that there's no problems in the black Communitah, and they pretend that the white boogeyman is setting up all of these events in the community, when in fact it's just some dumb little niglets tearing up and acting like fools and animals. Let's be honest. I'm going to get into that as well. Who else do we have in the building? It's a lot of chat going on today, man. So I don't know if I can read a lot of the chat. You got a super chat for me to read it. Let me see. We got Cliff in the building. Salute to you, Cliff. Positivity is coming your way, man. I hope all is well with you and yours. We got Roller Skater Texas Girl in the building. Salute to you, Roller Skater Texas Girl. I'm so glad that you are always supporting the channel, and positivity is coming your way. We got Damn the Luck, we got Seven Still, we got Don Philly, we got Alexis in the building. Salute to you, Alexis. Salute to you guys. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Who else do we have in the building, guys? Let me see. I gotta do one thing real quick. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me get up out of here real quick. I'm doing two different things on the back. Okay, my apologies, guys. We got Kale's in the building. Salute to you. No, this happened yesterday. This event happened yesterday. Let me see who's in the building. We got Christopher in the building. We got Outcast in the building. We got Abdul Hamdulillah in the building. Salute to you, man. Says last time blacks were together was during slavery. They need that brought back. Come on, man. What are you talking about? Let me see, man. Who else do we have in the building? We got, I already said John. We got Roger in the building. P. Rothstein with the $20 super chat says, "Happy Father's Day to me. Must be the money." Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line, it was strange. Most things change for the better and the worse. So I called my mama and she said, "Baby, must be the money." Yeah, that's Deion Sanders. Must be the money for all the people who don't know that. Let me see who else is in the building. We got EAE in the building. Salute to you, EAE. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Food Stamp Hustler says Willowbrook is 30 minutes outside of Chicago. It is a white, nice suburb. Oh my God. 5% black. Who else do we have in the building? We got Falling Sunlight in the building. It says good morning, CT in the chat. Who else do we have in the building? We got Black Rooted 96. Salute to you, man. It says fufu and rice bread. I haven't had any fufu in a long time or a goosey soup. Yeah. Let me see who else. We got Angel in the back as well. He's also He said happy Father's Day and happy Sunday. Yeah, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there as well. Let me see. Hold on for 1 second. I wanna keep on reading some super chats real quick and then we get into the story. Let me see. Crown Reese says peace to you, CT. Hope all is well. What's up, Lawrence? Salute to you, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Let me read this story first, and then I'm gonna black out. Or I'm gonna try to black out. Or attempt to black out. So the story is, let's see. Let me read this. Illinois shooting, 1 killed, 20 shot at Juneteenth celebration in Willowbrook. Some 20 people were shot and 1 was killed in an overnight shooting at a Juneteenth celebration in Chicago, or in a Chicago suburb. Is this DuPage County, or DuPage County Police said Sunday, marking the 6th mass shooting in Illinois this month in the 310th nationwide this year. DuPage County Deputy Sheriff Eric Swanson told reporters Sunday that some of the 20 injured people, the people who were shot, were transported to hospitals by ambulance and others walked in. The patients' wounds range from graze wounds to serious gunshot wounds, and 2 patients are in critical condition. The shooting took place around 12:30 a.m. in the parking lot of a strip mall in Willowbrook, Illinois, a suburban town with about 9,000 residents, where people were gathered for a Juneteenth celebration. Police have not released information about the suspects or motive. Wonder why they haven't, because it doesn't fit the liberal media's narrative, but we all know that they were. Yeah, let's be honest, they were niggas. This is the 6th mass shooting defined by the Gun Violence Archive as 4 or more injuries or deaths. In Illinois so far this month. Another of these or those mass shootings also took place early Sunday morning. 1 person was killed and 3 others were wounded after a dispute in a Chicago parking garage. A shooting on Saturday left 5 people injured outside the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago. Who is shooting outside of a zoo? Early this month, 7 people were wounded and 1 person was killed during a gathering to mourn a victim of a car. Wow. So the Negroes got the shooting, and I'm assuming that these are Negroes, but these could be whites, got the shooting at a funeral for someone who got into a car accident. Just showed you how ignorant these people are. One day after the shooting, 4 people were injured in Champaign, Illinois, after shots were fired during an impromptu gathering. 310. I'm sorry, that's how many mass shootings defined as 4 or more injuries or deaths have happened in the U.S. so far. This, according to the Gun Violence Archive. Late Saturday night, 2 people were killed and 3 people were injured after a mass shooting at the Beyond Wonderland Electronic Musical Festival in Washington. The shooting took place on campgrounds adjacent to the festival stage, and organizers of the music festival have canceled Sunday's events. Now, guys, wait a minute, we got another super chat. Give me 1 second. P. Rothstein once again. Must be the money. Well, all right. Thank you so much, P. Rothstein, for the. Ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line, it was strange. Most things changed for the better and the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby, must be the money. Yeah. Thank you so much, P. Rothstein 216, man. I really appreciate that, man. I appreciate all the support that you give to the channel, bro. Now, guys, hold on for 1 second. I don't want to miss anybody's super chats again. I'm just making sure. Chicago Rilla says, niggas in U of I, Champaign, Urbana now. You got to call in, Chicago Rilla. I'm going in on Chicago today, man. I don't care how mad you or Amber, all of you Chicago Knights get. Talking about I got to check in when I come into Illinois. Please. Now, here we go. The liberal white media won't talk about this it at the same scale that they talk about when a white boy does something, generally a one-off. I see you in the back, 777. Give me a second, man. But I'm going to tell you, as the Negro whisperer, the truth teller of Negroes, the whistleblower of sorts, I did a story about Takeoff. The unfortunate, is it Takeoff or one of the Migos? I don't really listen to rap, but one of the Migos. Wasn't a Juneteenth event, but he unfortunately died in a shooting over a dice game. He was not a participant. I think this was Takeoff, right? Who died? Yeah, Takeoff. Now, he was not a participant of the game. He was just a bystander. Chaotic, why are you bringing this up? Well, I'm bringing it up for one reason and one reason alone. I've said it years ago. I've said it yesterday. I'm saying it today, and I'll say it tomorrow. The last place you want to be is around a whole bunch of blacks who are smoking weed, barbecuing, talking about absolutely nothing, late at night, drinking. No, absolutely not. The people that are celebrating Juneteenth, you may have, and I've been to many of black events in the hoods. You may get about, if it's 100 people there, you may get about 10 people who really are into the event. They really care about the Communitah. They care about the theme of the event. But those other 90 Negroes there, male or female, child or old, they're there for foolishness, to be completely honest with you. But nobody will admit that. I see you in the back, guys. Give me a second. Nobody will keep it real on that. Black people who are educated will pretend that they don't know what happened. Dumb black people will blame it on the white man. And even though the white man even though that there were probably no white people at the event other than the cops coming to do cleanup work, because that's who generally has to help the Negro out when he's done committing stupid acts of violence. But generally 90% of the people at a lot of these events, they're there for free food. They're there to smoke weed and mingle. They're not there for the event. And that's the honest to God's truth. Just like with this event here, Juneteenth. You're supposed to be paying homage to your ancestors that unfortunately were supposedly slaves under chattel slavery, under a chattel institution. You would think that, hey man, we're going to go to this event. We're going to honor our ancestors, man, by being upright and being peaceful. But no, you get this almost every time you have large gatherings of Negroes. And yes, it's the truth, man. It's the honest to God's truth. The last place you want to be is at one of these events. You go into an event, and particularly it's in the hood, but this sounded like this was in the suburb. You see weed, you see alcohol, you see cars that look beat up. You see Negroes that are not dressed with the, if they don't have a blazer on, at least you need to haul ass out of there. And I'm being serious. I'm being dead serious. Let me see real quick. America First Rifleman says, I live in the state of Oregon, one of the white states. Low population, safer here, but blacks kill each other disproportionately in Portland. That is true. I saw a video just the other day, and this video is definitely about to go viral. Guys, it's a lot of talk in the chat, by the way. I got it. You got to hit the, I would love to read everybody's comments, but you got to hit the super chat real quick. You got to hit the super chat for me to read the comments. To answer your comment first, America First Rifleman, here you go. You got Colorado. The only Negroes there are Deion Sanders. And who's the guy that played for the Steelers? He went to Colorado there. And, you know, I was going to make a joke about Rafe Carruth, but I'm not going to do that. I saw a video, and this video might go viral. 14-year-old black kid, him and his homeboys robbed a damn store. Police chasing him. He pulls out a gun. The police shot him. That's going to go viral. What are you doing as a black person in this state, in that city? I think it was in some sort of city that's a couple of miles away from Denver. I don't know. What are you doing? You think that you're not going to be, you don't think that you stand out in a crowd, you dummy? But that's going to go viral eventually. But back to this Juneteenth story. Negroes will destroy everywhere they go. Everywhere. It's entitlement. It's ignorance. It's this, and we, you know, sound like a broken record. It's this notion that whatever you do, black man or black female, you can always give an excuse. It could be white supremacy. It could be slavery. You could blame it on Jim Crow. They even have Negroes now believing in epigenetics. I hear dumb Negroes talking about, man, it's epigenetics. Like, nigga, you don't even know what epigenetics are. This shooting that happened on Juneteenth. I'm sorry, this Juneteenth celebration shooting is one of many Juneteenth disasters across the nation. It's one of many disasters that constantly plague the black community. It is. Hold on for 1 second. P. Rothstein with the $5 super chat says, if there's not a multiracial event, I'm not going to an all-black event. I'm not a fool, nor do I have any body armor. Cordell Stewart, that's who it was. Yes, Cordell Stewart. Yes. Those are the only blacks in Colorado. D. Mitch says, niggas would shoot up Jesus if he stepped on their shoes. My God in heaven. It's the truth, man. It's the truth. It's the truth. I'm going to bring everybody up in a minute. Give me 1 second. This Juneteenth event. 20 people shot. CNN isn't covering it. NBC, you don't hear athletes talking about it. You don't hear actors talking about it. This tragedy, because there is an expectation in this country that Negroes can harm other Negroes, and it's perfectly fine. Nobody cares. But see, not me. I'm going to blow the whistle every single time because that's my duty. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm the Negro Whisperer. That's why I am the whistleblower of sorts. Chaotic, what is the problem in the black community? Well, the problem is weed smoking, littering, speeding. Those are the big problems in the black community. You solve those problems, you solve a lot of problems in the Negro community. Well, what about police brutality? Well, follow the damn law. Follow the law. That's how you solve police brutality in the Negro community. Follow the law. Well, what about being pulled over while black? Well, okay, to answer that question, stop going into suburban areas, blasting your music, smoking weed, and breaking every traffic law known to man. That you think the police are just pulling you over because you're black? Stop it. That ain't never stop it. What's up, man?
How you doing, Chaotic?
I'm awesome, man. Hey, man, it's a beautiful day coming up on Sunday. What's up, man?
No, it's just really good weekend. I had a good time. First weekend I've had off in a long time, so I got to hang out with some friends, go out to eat, just do regular, normal American stuff, and just checking your stream out, seeing you bringing people together, and we
Go
want to
ahead.
solve a problem. And that's it. And the thing about it is, like, last thing I'll say is, look, I fill my algorithm with stuff that adds value to my life. Whether it's patriot content, Pan-African content, business oriented content, financial oriented content, whatever, I'm on here, somebody's teaching me something or informing me about something. Other than that, all this, watching Whack Ass 100 and Clubhouse Negroes arguing, which I'm a black, okay, and I'm not above seeing each other argue for entertainment value. I'm not against that, but I'm not filling my whole life with that. So yeah. I just say that, like, so that's why I just, like, you add value to my life, and you are making people, not just black people, you're making other people aware about what's going on. So salute.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Let me read this real quick. P. Rothstein with the $10 super chat says, at this point in our history in this country, we should not be surprised. When will it stop? Probably never. We just don't get it, and it's a damn shame. What say you to this comment, America First Rifleman? Go ahead, sir.
At this point in our history, we'll never be surprised when it'll stop. Probably. When he says what'll stop, like, what do you mean?
When will the ignorance stop? Here goes June. Well, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
People might get mad at me for saying this, but in certain instances, might means right. If you have the will and you have a leadership class or an elite class that don't adhere to buffoonery or don't expect that from the people that they're governing or they're in charge of, then it's not going to go down. That's it. So once the elites are invested in anti-buffoonery is going to happen, or else you're going to have to get up out of there. And that's it. It's that simple.
Why is it almost impossible for Negroes to be at a large gathering and something not happen? Like, why is that almost an impossibility? You get about 20 Negroes, something's gonna happen. What is with the American black? Go ahead, sir.
It's simply our value system. That's it. Like, what do we value? For one, we don't value each other. Two, we don't value a safe environment, because if we did, we would make sure, like, at least in I can't say, I'm not gonna, because I'm anti-cleanup man, I'm not gonna force any black man or family that are trying to clean up their community, because we know what the outcome of that. But your own individual acre or your house, you start there. And once you start there, and other people, if you can get people to coalesce around that, then it'll change. But like I said, it's our value system is topsy-turvy, and that's it.
Somebody in the chat mentioned that Willowbrook, which is the city or suburb where the shooting happened, is about 30 minutes outside of Chicago. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, other races, 2.7% of the population. Hispanics make up 7.9% of the population. Asians make up 14.63% of Willowbrook. White people make up 71%. Blacks make up 4% of that population in Willowbrook. What do you have to say about those statistics, or that racial makeup? Like, why did whoever these Negroes are, why did they come to? Obviously, this is some nice suburb, and it's not just necessarily nice because it's white. Well, to a degree, it is. But you come to this suburb and you bring this debauchery. What say you about that, sir? Go ahead.
Well, it's really just a change of scenery. Like, you got to remember, people that aren't used to traveling outside of where they live, because I think maybe it's changed a little bit, but when I was growing up, most black people lived and died within 20 miles of where they were born and raised. They didn't go everywhere and look what, so they'll say, hey, it's summertime, so let's go over to that place we heard about. Let's go chill over there. Or a place we all gather every once in a while to have a
Yeah.
little fun and cut loose, change of scenery. So that's all that is, because they know they can go to these places, wreak havoc, and no consequences, because they already
Mm.
know where they live sucks. They don't want to chill there. They already destroyed the place, so they're going to go somewhere else.
777, what say you about this shooting, sir? 20 people shot. One of these 20 are dead. Why isn't there? Why haven't we heard from LeBron James, Al
Well,
Sharpton? Go ahead.
I'd like to publicly say Happy Father's Day to everyone that is a father, even if. Now I know this is a Juneteenth show, and it's going to get a little rude probably, but a lot of people say Black fathers leave, and that's just not true. And if your dad did leave, then Happy Father's Day to him, because he's had an amazing life without your black ass. Respectfully. I'd like to say there's a couple things that I'm appalled by. One, why are we shocked that a whole bunch of blacks get together and shots go off? Because, like you said, CT, you're absolutely right. They get to smoking weed, they start drinking. I don't know about you, CT. Well, I do, because you drank and smoke. So when
No,
we,
I don't smoke, sir.
you used
I
to,
don't smoke.
allegedly, you used
No,
to, you
I've
used
never
to,
been a smoker.
you used to drink,
777, just get to
you
the
used to
point.
drink,
Just
you used
get
to
to the
drink.
point. Get to the point.
What I'm saying is
I
this:
drink
you
now.
know how,
Go
you
ahead.
know how, sir, you know how us blacks get when we start drinking.
You're not
Immediately,
black.
I said us blacks. So you know how us blacks get when we start drinking. We start fighting. We start getting violent. The animal comes out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
respectfully, the gorilla comes out, and just straight up, that's what happens. And then you put a gun in a gorilla's hand. What do you think is going to happen? That gorilla is going to go wild, start shooting randomly. That's why 20 got shot and one got killed. He only meant to kill the one, but 20 other people were just in the way, because that Hennessy gets you a little blurry. You don't know how to act. I remember my days of drinking Hennessy. I didn't know what was going on. No clue. I still don't know what I did.
Go ahead, sir.
And I love it. And they say, respectfully, they say money is the root of all evil. I think blacks are the root of all evil. There's a lot of evils. Just hang on, though. I don't mean completely. There's a lot of stuff that blacks do that destroys the community as a whole. They get the drinking, shooting, the drugs. Think about what drugs do. It's not Harry and the Hendersons over here selling drugs in the community. It's the blacks. The blacks are killing the community. We need to look at that and just say, hey, listen, if we're over here killing each other, if we're over here killing each other, why are we killing each other? Why? What is the reason why, right? Now, whoever did the shooting, I'll tell you the reason.
Why?
Because when you get the Henny in your system, ain't no telling will you diss them. That's what I be saying. I'm a pimp by blood, not relation. You rechase them, I replace them. That was Jay-Z. Jay-Z don't care what the blacks are doing. He don't care what they're doing in Chicago. You know why? Because he got out of there. He went to California.
Yeah.
He's not in New York. He's probably got somewhere in New York, but he don't live there. He lives in California. Yeah. Now here's another young man from Chicago that's going to die there. Blacks Who Defy. He'll get pulled out of his car, pistol whipped, robbed.
Hold on for a second, 777.
He's going to get killed there.
777. Okay, that's your first warning, 777. I told you, 777. That's your first warning. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, 777.
And before he comes in here with this holier than thou stuff, and you guys don't know about Chicago, there's a lot of good in Chicago. I've been there. Chicago is they call it Chirac for a reason. Listen, I was accidentally I took the wrong turn down either a south side or I can't remember, because I'll never go there again. I took the wrong turn. Ask blacks if I'm lying. The side streets are so small you can only get one car down there. If these animals block your car, that's right. I'm gonna run you over, because there's no backing in.
You're a little bit off topic here. We're just specifically talking about the.
They're dangerous. Yeah, they're dangerous.
We're talking about the Juneteenth. Okay, so
it makes sense. Yeah, there should have been more dead. I can't believe you only killed one.
You're not a black guy, but Wouldn't you
I'm
think
from
on
the
June?
community, sir. I'm from the
Wouldn't you
community.
think? Wouldn't you think on Juneteenth the blacks would go to an event like this and they would honor their ancestors who supposedly went through all of these atrocities? Wouldn't you think that they would just have that in the back of their mind? Go ahead.
Okay, so again, it's Happy Father's Day to Blacks Who Defy and anyone else in the chat that's a father. And Happy Father's Day to you, CT, because your dad did a good job raising you. God bless him. Here we go. Now, I think when you get together, if there's more than 5 or 10 blacks, there's going to be a fight, there's going to be a shooting, someone's going to get robbed or stabbed. And I don't care where it's
Mm,
at. I don't care if it's at the Howard University graduation party after event. It just doesn't matter. When you get the Hennessy in you, ain't no telling, will I shoot him, will I stab him? That's it. It's when you
mm,
get the Henny in you and you start smoking, it's over for you. I don't care if you're a graduate, you're a Sigma, whatever bullshit you want to call it.
Can I interject a little bit, 777? Like I
Absolutely.
get what
Sorry
you're
to
I get
interrupt you. Go ahead.
but I just have to, because what you're saying, I understand what you're trying to get at, but just the rhetoric you're kind of employing right now, it seems like you have either a bone to pick or you really just dislike black people for
I
whatever
don't dislike
reason.
black people, sir.
Uh,
I don't
well,
dislike. My best
well,
friend is black, sir.
hold on. One thing I'll tell you is there's
Yeah,
plenty of people, whether they be black or white, that can smoke and drink and they don't go out and act like buffoons. Like
not
people
true.
can.
Not true.
Yes, that actually is very true. It's just if you have a certain upbringing and a certain demeanor and temperament,
Uh-huh.
you are more prone to act out and act like a buffoon when you are under the influence. So there's millions of
mm.
people that get drunk every night at home, or they go to the bar and get an Uber home and nothing happens. So I just want to let you know there are people that it is possible, but obviously I know you're generalizing, so I'll leave
Triple
Well,
that there.
seven,
yeah. So
triple
you
seven.
guys
You
don't
didn't
want
really
to. You don't want to face.
777. Quick. First of all, stop cutting me off. You didn't really answer my question, 777. It's about the ancestors.
Sure.
Why?
Well, okay.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. You would, in my opinion, right? I
Because
would think
you
that
guys are up here lying to the people. But go ahead.
I would think that Black Americans would go to these events, particularly Juneteenth events,
Mhm.
and they would go there and say, you know what? I'm going to go here today and I'm going to honor Harriet Tubman. I'm going to honor Frederick Douglass. I'm going to honor Nat Turner. I'm not going to come to this event and act a fool. I'm not going to disgrace my ancestors. Why didn't that happen yesterday at this event?
I'm about to light the show up because you guys are going to be up here lying, and I'm here to bring the truth, the real chaotic truth. Here we go. All those people you just mentioned did absolutely nothing, and not one black person in here, in the chat, or in life, okay, besides YouTube, ever think about those people. Not one day out of their life. Can you name those people again? Chaotic. Name those people again.
Harriet Tubman,
Yep.
Frederick Douglass,
Yeah.
Nat Turner,
Yep.
Sojourner Truth.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So if they had a Sojourner Truth party, how many blacks do you think will go to that party for a celebration?
In my opinion,
Zero.
if no, give me a second. If you
Maybe
were to have,
Rosgirl will
if
go.
you mean in the chat, I have no idea. But if you were
Yeah.
to legitimately have a party like that in a black community, you would get about 50 people if
About
it's a
50.
community, about 50, and typically it'd be the Afrocentric type blacks.
Okay,
But
now wait,
what
let me.
happened is,
Okay,
go
that's
ahead.
fine. That's fine. You know what? I told you I'm going to light the show up because you
Go
guys are going to be up here lying and making me fall asleep, and I'm going to log off. So here we go. You guys talked about Rosa Parks.
You know what's so funny when somebody threatens to leave and like nobody really wants them there? Like that's the funny part about 777. But go ahead, 777.
Damn, that was messed up.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So real quick, and then I'll shut up because blacks who defy has been waiting.
Oh my God! Now that is funny. D Mitch says niggas will travel back in time and shoot themselves. Wait. That's not the one. Hold on for a second. That's not the one I read. Wait a minute. No, that's not the one. It said niggas will go back in time and shoot up their own parents' wedding. Wow. They're ignorant, man. I'm telling you, they are just that ignorant. And I believe it. I really believe it. Go ahead, 777.
Okay, absolutely, I agree, 100%.
Go ahead,
But
man.
we talked about Rosa Parks, and you don't see me over here talking about how all the amazing things that Italians have done. We don't
Yeah, you don't talk
celebrate.
about you don't talk about Michelangelo. Yes.
Exactly. We don't talk about all the amazing things that Italians have done. But
And nobody,
here's what I'm.
I would think you were crazy if you did that at work. I'm like, what the hell is he
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
people would go crazy. They'd want to
Yeah.
hang me. So here we go. So Rosa Parks didn't get up because she was fat, she was lazy, and didn't want to get up. That's pretty much it. She was
Come on.
tired, and I get it. But that's all she did. That doesn't mean we need to have a revolution in the name of Rosa Parks. There's a fat white woman that doesn't want to get up from the back of the bus too. Who cares? What's the problem with? Why do we got to celebrate? Why am I celebrating Juneteenth? What have you blacks done for me lately? How about
Well,
that?
to be honest with you, nobody asked you in Juneteenth's event.
But
Nobody asked
what are we
you to celebrate
celebrating?
it.
No,
But
CT. What?
nobody asked you to celebrate it. That's the
Why
whole
are
thing.
they there? Why are they there celebrating for what? It's just a regular day. But Juneteenth, what are we celebrating? What? Now,
Hold on. 777, hold on for a second. You're talking too much. Hold on for 1 second. I want to point out that D. Mitch also says the niggas would rob Martin Luther King Jr. if they could. D. Mitch also says the niggas would rob Rosa Parks for her seat on the bus. It's funny because, not funny, but there was a guy, I don't know if you know this, First Rifleman, broke into Rosa Parks' home and robbed and beat her. Did you hear about that? The year before, years before she died. And, of course, the neighborhood found out who it was, and they did, they pieced him up. But niggas, I'm telling you, they don't care, man. So to a degree, D. Mitch is right about that. Mike from Boston says, did Harriet Tubman really cross state lines with an Elmer Fudd musket? You've been patiently waiting, Angel. What say you about these 20 individuals that were shot at this Juneteenth event?
So before I get to what I have to say, 777, you are like too impatient as opposed to how patient I am. I saw your private chat and you want to come up just to not be patient enough to wait your turn. You obviously will cut.
get him out of here. Get him out of here, CT. Get him out of here.
Obviously, you will cut in line, buzz first, and to get your Happy Meal at McDonald's there. But besides that, I as you said, waited long enough. So my take is this: right now, from
How
what
much to get him out of here, CT? How much?
it's way too early to say who it was, if it was a black man or a white man. But obviously, the media will jump to conclusions and say it was a white man, and it's white supremacy. They'll jump in their hissy fit, their race mode that they always do, like they did in 2021 with the truck driver that drove through the parade. And the media, especially the liberal media, said it was a white man and couldn't find out it was a black man that drove through the parades. And he's serving time as of right now, from what I last heard of when he got his sentence. Now, what does that tell you? We still live in a world where people jump to conclusions instead of waiting for what comes out and the facts. And the whole white supremacy thing, it's getting old, just like the word racist is getting old. Both things are getting just as old as each other there. In fact, I was called and said I have a white supremacy ideology by one of your people, V-Dub Boogie, just so recently. All because I had said that he's a black communist socialist and that he's
Why are you letting this go on?
and that is black supremacy is showing. And it was all from a comment I left in another stream where I said there are plenty of black people who would spend their reparations money on drugs and other stuff instead of investing in it. Of course, he took what I said out of context, and I don't believe I have any type of WS ideology as he wants to proclaim. But come on, we need to stop running to conclusions until the facts come out. We need to stop taking things far too out of context if you don't don't understand what a person means and understand where they're coming from, because this is where arguments start to entail and like create there, if you guys know where I'm coming from. And this is where the whole arguments of race comes about there, and it'll always be a problem unless if the black people that think like B-Dub Boogie does starts with this race baiting and race hustling nonsense.
Thank you so much, Angel. I want to point something out real quick before Black Certified gets in. Excuse me. 1 dead, 1 injured in park shooting during Juneteenth celebration. Now, this is in San Diego. 1 person dead and another is injured after a shooting broke out at a San Diego park during Juneteenth celebration early Saturday morning. This happened at the NTC Park in Liberty Station area. Police said the shooting was reported around 6:45 p.m. and stemmed from a dispute between 2 people. Black Certified, you are from Chicago. I'm pretty sure you've frequented Willowbrook. 71% white, 14% Asian. I don't know what kind of Asians these people are, but typically Asians are very
usually Korean.
Oh, these are Koreans. Okay, so these are kind of good Asians. This shooting, which I'm pretty sure a lot of you didn't hear about because the media doesn't
I had no idea
or market anything dealing with blacks on blacks at a full scale. But 20 people shot, 2 people are in serious condition, 1 person is dead. Forget the fact that this is not national news, but what say you, sir? What happened at this Juneteenth event?
I'd like to point something out.
Go ahead.
There's a day called St. Patty's Day.
Mr. S, get on camera, bro.
And on that day, that is the single most, I think that day has the single most drunk Irish white people in the nation.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Correct. You know, I've been to many St. Patty's Day events.
How many St. Patty's Day massacres have you heard of?
Not one.
Mass shootings?
Not one.
That's a good point.
Okay. This is par for the course, especially in Chicago. You know, I don't care who's from Chicago here. You know this to be true, especially if you've lived anywhere near Tarrytown, Chatham, Avalon Park, Inglewood,
the Wild Hunt,
Roseland, Homewood, Calumet City, Dalton, Woodlawn, my God, Jeffrey Manor, any of the places that we all frequented if we grew up there. It always happens, whether it is Juneteenth now, which is fairly new, 4th of July, the Chicago the Taste of Chicago, affectionately called the Taste. They even move the dates because it used to fall. The ending of the Taste of Chicago used to fall on the 4th of July, and hello, and it always ended in a massacre. They always shot. It was always black people. My point.
Can you guys
is
hear
that
me or no? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you just fine.
Yeah, we can hear you, 777. But Blacks is talking. Go ahead, Black.
My point
fault.
is that this is what happens when black people who have no
what Blacks. Black Rick, now where are you at, Black Rick?
Juneteenth, man. I hope I don't get shot up.
Now, Black Rick,
I bet you
play the music though because we might get.
I bet you he's in Washington Park.
He's in Park. Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Juneteenth.
Are you at Washington Park?
Look.
Are you at Washington Park?
I came out here for the people. I came out here so you people could know the truth. Hey, listen, I wouldn't be out here if there wasn't so many white people out here. Let me tell you something. I avoid all black festivals like the plague, nigga. Sir, that's not your concern. Just know that I'm about to leave, sir.
He's in Hyde Park.
Hey, Black Rick, Black Rick, I gotta put you in the back because that music is copyright.
Yeah, it's
copyright,
copywritten, man.
That's a jam though. That's a classic. That's
Yeah,
a
that is a
until you get
classic.
to like a better, until you get to a more quiet environment, I'll bring you back up, Black Rick.
Hey, listen, the point of everything I just said, CT, is
yeah,
this is par for the course for Black
go
people.
ahead.
They don't have any home training in these events. And listen, I don't care how altruistic you are in creating an event like this. Someone said, what if there was a Sojourner Truth event? Niggas would show up and niggas would show out. They would destroy the place. It would. I'm listen, man. Of course, there are exceptions to the rule. Okay,
That's
but
true.
right now,
I said that. That's true.
but right now we're talking about the rule, and the rule right now is every time there is an amalgamation or a group of young Blacks that come together, it always ends in turmoil. There was here. I live in Frisco, Texas. I live in Frisco, Texas now, and every year they've had a Frisco fair, okay, where they bring the carnival rides and everything. The past 2 years, since there's been an influx of people moving here because it's cheaper than living in the cesspools like Chicago, New York, New Jersey, etc. It has been increasingly more violent. And this last time, wouldn't you know it, little black nigglets with dreadlocks and tight choker chains start shooting up the place.
Sorry, DMT.
And now they have summarily, the mayor of Frisco has summarily ended this sensational run of a carnival for the masses who pay taxes here.
Can I add something real quick, CT and Blacks?
Before you do, 777, last year, police arrest teenage suspect in mass shooting at Juneteenth festival. A teenage suspect was arrested in Washington, D.C. on Thursday in connection with a mass shooting that killed one person and wounded 3 others. Now, this was last year, and I could bring up a host of other shootings that have occurred at Juneteenth events and other Black events. But I'd love to ask you a question as a scholar, Blacks, not 777.
Oh, okay. Thank you, CT.
Silly.
Wouldn't you think, sir, that, I would assume it in Willowbrook, right? Where it's mostly white. You would think that the Blacks would go there and say, you know what? I'm going to honor the spirit of Harriet Tubman. I'm going to honor the spirit of Kunta Kinte.
I've never witnessed that, sir.
Really?
In Oak Park, I was born in Oak Park. That's where I was born. Okay. And Oak Park is a suburb that's adjacent to Chicago. As a matter of fact, my goodness, the famous architect, Frank Lloyd Wright.
Goodbye, Angel. Thank God.
Lived there and has many houses that he designed and built there. In fact, one of them grew up in a Frank Lloyd Wright house.
I have a couple here.
Every time, man. My brother was one of them. One of those nigglets, a vice lord out there running amok. And this was the late 80s, early 90s. And now here we are in the 2020s. And it is, if not the same, but worse. It's going to happen. It's always happened, especially when you get a large group of unruly young Black people.
Let me add something. CT, let me add something.
It's not really the old or the...
Yeah, there we go. That's what
It's not really the old or the middle-aged doing this. It's these young people who have no direction and decide that they want either their, we live in the digital age. They want their 15 seconds of TikTok fame, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to get it. And not only that, they want to impress people. It's insanity, man. But
is Angel frozen right now?
It truly is, and it truly is exclusively a Black thing. A lot of the time, you'll have people who from different sectors of life who may engage in this. But whenever we hear about mass shootings on this scale, and that has nothing to do with a Columbine or a school, it's usually Black people.
Will some Negroes blame white supremacy on this?
Of course, it's always going to be freaking a white person's problem. Always. It's never that we do. This wouldn't have happened had we had resources. We didn't give us enough resources. It wouldn't have happened had you not, I don't know, locked up so many of our young men, and now they come back and they don't have any direction, and they fall back or prey to their previous lives. Blah blah this and blah blah that. Hey, he should have had a daddy, and that's the white man's fault because his daddy couldn't find any work, so he turned to a life of crime, etc. I've heard them all, man. We've heard them all. When is it going to be your fault? When is it going to be you? When are you going to decide, hey, man, I don't got no money. I better join this United States Army that's offering me free tuition, offering me to see the world, offering me pay, a steady wage, offering me. Listen, in every group,
don't say that.
The United States military has been the singular device that has bridged the gap between poor and middle class. Yeah. And
I have to agree.
And beyond that, and I'll say this last thing. Before all of this, when immigration was big, and I'm talking about late 1800s to the early 20th century, you had the Ulster Scots, which are affectionately called Scotch Irish. They're Scottish from the lowlands. They were notorious for getting into fights, murders, things like that. But what changed their trajectory was political power. They decided to rally even those who weren't Ulster Scots, but were Welsh and Ulster Scots who moved from Indiana to North Carolina, to Georgia, to Chicago, all those places. They came together, banded, and then they used their political power to get themselves 2 presidents, to get themselves several governors, to get themselves captains of industry, and that's what changed their stars. Okay? People, right. That's all, man. Decision making. Decide what you want to be.
Noted. Angel,
Mitch says niggas will travel back in time and shoot themselves over a pair of tennis shoes.
D. Mitch is absolutely right.
Hold on for a second. DMT, what's up, man? You live in Chicago, sir. How far are you from Willowbrook?
Well, I'm in Houston now, but I grew up about 30 minutes away from Willowbrook. I lived in Kankakee. I lived on the south side of Gresham for a little minute. Lived off 43rd in Princeton. So I know all the blacks is talking about. And CT, I think we should do, on a week, you should do a show, maybe just one day, where we evaluate the psyche of the Chicago young gang member. There's a lot of videos out there you can analyze them, telling stories and giving, history of things that have happened to them. And we really need to analyze these people. I grew up with them, so I know. I used to be a young niglet, as y'all described, with dreads, with the choke chain.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I came up with like that. But I know this shooting was a black person, even though it didn't come out yet. I just know it. Because I understand that the psyche of the young, especially the Chicago gang member, we've made it famous. There's a huge disregard for life. And you get this disregard for life very young, like 12, 13.
Yes, sir.
Very, very young. And it became prominent because, when Chief Keef became popular, there was a saying out there, everybody said, I'm smoking Tuka, right? And I moved around the states. I lived in Tennessee, Georgia. I went around, lived all these places. And I'm hearing people I come across say, yeah, they call it's a form of weed to them. But they say, yeah, I'm smoking Tuka. And I'd be like, bruh, do you know what that means? They'd be like, I know, but I hear Chief Keef say it all the time. I'm like, that is a 15-year-old boy who was murdered.
At a bus stop.
They use it to mock his name. Like, I'm like, you know that, right? They're like, no, I didn't know. I'm like, well, yeah, you out here saying it, and
they don't care, DMT. I mean, they don't care though,
right? That's what I'm saying. There's a huge disregard for life, and there's even sayings like "spot 'em, got 'em," shoot up the crowd. Like, what I think happened was at this Juneteenth, maybe somebody's son, maybe their mama or their auntie organized it, and their nephew or son was supposed to be attending this event. he could be involved in some street beef. You know, he may be 16, 17 years old. And his ops got word that he was going to be there. They made that call, and they said, hey, shorty them over here. Hey, shorty them over here right now.
100%.
That's how they going to say it. Shorty them right. I got shorty them right here right now. Y'all get out here.
You can tell DMs.
They going to pull up. They going to shoot up that crowd, and they don't care who's around because all that matters is my op is here, and I have an opportunity to take his life. So it don't matter who I'm going to shoot in the process, who get hit, if it's kids, his grandma, I don't care. He's there. I got to get him. This is my opportunity. So that's what they think. That's what they do. So this doesn't surprise me. When I hear they always talk about white mass shooters, and I'm thinking like, bro, I know personally multiple young black men who have shot up crowds of people. Now, they don't get classified as a mass shooter because I think you got to be, 3 or more have to be hit, or it doesn't get publicized because it's not a white person doing it. But I'm telling you, it's just like it's an omen. It's a known thing that you shoot up the crowd. Like if you see 2 or more of your ops in the crowd, whether they was some girls, their mama, their cousin. Now that used to be a code back in the day. Somebody with their daughter, their son, you don't touch them. Somebody with their mama, you don't touch them. With their grandma, you don't touch them. That is gone. These young kids do not care. They want a name. They want to be able to shoot you, go on Twitter, mock you, go on Instagram Live, laugh, roll up some weed, say I'm smoking you, and that's it. That's all they care about. So we really need to evaluate the psyche of the young gang member today because it's something that needs to really be studied because I don't think people understand. Their mind is gone. Like they don't care about life. They don't care about living. It's a living day-to-day situation. They're not looking like, man, in 4 or 5 years, I want to be this. So I might go to the army next year so I can set up my family up and do this. No, it's how it makes money today. They wake up in the morning, dang, how many ops can I get today? I wonder where the ops gonna be at so I can spank that butt. Spank that butt. That's the saying now. They say call it spank that butt. It really just means shoot you. But that's the psyche of the young gang member. So I think that needs to be evaluated. I think we really got to put it in perspective and understand this is what happens. Because it's Mexican gangs, it's Asian gangs all over Chicago. Like Chicago is gangless. It's gangs all over the place. But I think the young black gang member is different. I think our regard for life is just much more disrespectful. I think you won't catch Mexican gang members doing stuff like that or Asian gang members. I think they won't give them a pass if they say they out.
But what you're saying is like they won't. Obviously, those 20 people there weren't in gangs. More than likely, those are civilians. So you're saying a Mexican wouldn't? He would just direct it at his own op, but he won't.
Yeah, more times than not, they not.
Yeah, make sure that he's not aimed at civilians.
Right. It's like our young teenagers. They don't care if civilians are there. Like it's like they get tunnel vision. All they see is they op standing right there. They don't care that his mama, his sister, and his grandma is right behind him. Like, no, he's right there. I got him.
And why is that?
You said why is what, Mr. S?
Why is that the case?
Well, it's years of conditioning, man. It's hatred. It's a mixture of hatred. It's a mixture of social media. It's a mixture of wanting to be famous, like fame. Because what the Chicago drill culture did is it gave fame to degenerates. Like people. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all an example. King Von, right? I don't know if y'all have heard of Chicago rapper King Von. He's dead.
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the genocide man.
I knew about King Von before he ever released a song.
Okay.
He was known as somebody in the streets who will clap you. Like he beat murder
Like
charges.
Serial murderer. Yes.
Yeah. So, but the culture made him famous, right? The culture made it to where people respected him and loved him because he was a shooter. He killed people for his block, right? So when he beat the murder charge, it made him infamous. So when he dropped his first song with Lil Durk endorsement, he dropped his first song. He's already getting 1 million views because everybody already knows him from the streets. He's street famous. He's not really a rapper. He's a shooter turned rapper. He did the rap to make money. So he was already famous because of what he had did in the streets. So now when you give a guy like this a song, and now you putting his lyrics that are disrespectful, he's literally telling you what he's done in the lyrics. You know, most rappers these days they're fake. It's made up. The what people were so fascinated with Von was they knew everything he's saying was true. It wasn't made up. He didn't make none of this stuff up. This is actual real history. So people became fascinated with that. So now you got all these shooters turned rappers that young people are just fascinated with, and you're making them famous. So now the younger kids growing up, 12, 13, 14, like, I want to be like Vaughn. I want to be a grave digger out here in the streets, and then I go on the track and rap about it, and I'm going to get thousands of views, millions of views.
DMT, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question, sir. Don't you think, now, and I'm being serious, I'm not trolling or joking around. Don't you think the people that King Von killed, and be serious, don't you think that he probably saved other black children's lives by killing them? Because the people that he probably killed were probably going to kill 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe, 10 plus other blacks until they got allegedly until they got arrested. No, that's 100%.
We don't. 777. Hold on for a second. Blacks. Bob says blacks destroy everything.
Gang members kill people.
777. Hold on for a second. So let me get this straight real quick.
He did the world a favor.
Let me get this straight. Hey, 777. I swear to God, I'm gonna kick you out of here if you cut me off again. DMT. Even with these little, your theory is sound. It's very sound. Where is the backlash from the overall black community? Where are the black Chicago's aldermen, not councilmen, right? Where are the aldermen? Where are the local politicians, the local members that say, listen, this is a black event. We are honoring our ancestors. We are honoring Benjamin Banneker. We are honoring Madam C.J. Walker. Take that stuff somewhere else. Where are these blacks at in Chicago?
They can't control their kids, man. Like this, it really comes down to, like, we got to be honest with ourselves. A lot of these people, a lot of these children doing these shootings, these are nephews, these are little cousins, these are brothers, of people that know these kids. They know these teenagers doing this stuff. They know who's in the streets doing this stuff. They know. The problem is they can't control their own family. They can't control their own children. Like, they know, like, Chicago it's prominent gang culture. Like, people don't understand. Even the parents gang bang. The parents grew up in the 90s gang banging. So now their kid is gang banging. They know what they used to do back in the day. So the son, they know their son is even wilder than they were. But how you gonna tell your son what he should be doing when you was doing the same thing as a kid? Like, I think that's the problem in Chicago. It's very embedded gang culture. Even the aldermen may have been gang members back in the day.
That's a fact.
That's fact. They've been gang members back. They probably do business with gang members. They probably.
And you asked what the aldermen and older women were doing. They're too busy increasing their own stipends from the state. They used to get $1 million stipend every year. It's probably more now, and they're increasing their coffers as well by doing backroom business deals with corporations. But that's coming to an end because all the corporations are leaving. But that's exactly what's happening, man. Especially on the South Side.
I noticed in Chicago. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I noticed in Chicago when I was growing up that a lot of the street cats, the hustlers and the gang members, they would transition when they get to a certain age. They would try to transition into politics or into the church. It was either one or the other if to try to get out of their current situations that they was in. So they was just taking their attitude that they had in the streets and transitioning over into politics.
Niggas was the last supper.
Black Rick,
can I ask you guys from Chicago? Can I ask you guys from Chicago a question, particularly because is it my thinking? Is there a large segment of black people who really don't care about black culture? Could that also be it as well? Because I don't hear about it. Okay, so Italian Americans, right? They have parades. I never really heard about like affiliates or associates of the mafia having open shootouts at like Italian American parades. It could have happened. I don't know. And like what you said, blacks.
That's because they're civilized human beings.
Hold on for a second, Black Rick. And like what you said, Blacks with the Fire. You don't hear about mass shootings during
St. Patty's Day.
St. Patty's Day. Could it be like these people have an inherent just love for their race, whereas blacks just don't? Because I couldn't fathom doing that, like shooting up a whole bunch of people with the risk of, first of all, I would never shoot up anybody, but with the risk of shooting civilian blacks.
Well, we all know things like the mafia existed.
Yeah,
we know all those things existed. You know, gang culture, carte blanche. They were a part of it. You know, what was it, a family thing or whatever you call the mafia? And they just had mutual respect and would not allow it, and would not avail themselves of it in front of family. They just would not do it. They would not bring it to where their families dwelled. Bud Billiken Parade. All of us who are in Chicago, I swear, if you said you didn't go to the Bud Billiken Parade ever in your life, you lying. We've all been to the damn Bud Billiken Parade. Okay. How many times and how many areas? Because the Bud Billiken started on 35th and King Drive and went all the way up to Washington Park at that big old field house is where it stopped. You had the South Shore drill team, etc. And the party was right there. That's where everybody met up. That's where all the barbecue grills were. That's where everything was. And how many times did it descend into hell after the parade? After everything went down? How many times, or during the parade? After the cameras were gone, you know, WGN News got done and their affiliates were done interviewing people, and all of the well-to-do, high-pollutant politicians and activists like Jesse Jackson and the rest were done being on their floats, being aggrandized as kings and queens. All the rest of us who were peons or plebeians left to, you know, enjoy ourselves. So we thought it always descended into hell.
Blacks, the way I describe that, man, you know how it is where you guys, all of us have been to possibly like a 4th of July event where the fireworks and all that is. You know, we once you got used to it, we knew, just like at the 4th of July, when the fireworks, when it's starting to end, the fireworks are going crazy. We looking at it, but we walking away like, y'all, this because now when Jesse Jackson them all leaving, hey, we gonna walk away while looking, because as soon as they leave, it's like clockwork.
July 4th, the worst day in Chicago. That's GD Day.
It's time to catch that L. Got to catch that L before
the GDs is out.
Stuff get out of hand.
I'll never forget 7/4/14, July 4th. It was literally 7/4/14.
Yep.
July 4th, 2014. I'm downtown. They was out everywhere. I think like 50 people got shot that day.
They need to bring the National Guard in to Chicago.
I think at this point, and I have to agree with 777.
Well, you'll get all the Chicago rappers telling you that it's wrong. Remember when they tried that? Common, Twister, all the rest of them said that was unnecessary.
Well, I mean, listen, Chicago's the worst place in the United States. It is. Besides Indiana, I've been to Indiana. That's a dump. But Chicago's a real dump. Seriously.
Listen. I'm not a proponent.
No, really, Chicago's a dump, Blacks.
But I'm just telling you.
Chicago is a dump.
Again, I don't disagree.
If you live in Chicago and you stay, that's why everybody that lives in Chicago leaves. Everybody that lives there or were born there leaves because it's a dump.
That's a fact. But again, it isn't the only place, sir, at all.
It's one of the biggest dumps in the United States,
and definitely far from the worst.
It's up there. It's top 3 in the United States.
It's debatable.
You couldn't pay me to move. You couldn't pay me to move to Chicago, sir.
You know what?
You couldn't pay me.
I'm a modern Renaissance man. I don't know if he's still there, but
black, white, Chinese. You couldn't pay me to live in Chicago, not just because of the shootings.
Is that some of the smartest people in the world, when it comes to having these kind of discussions, turn off their.
Someone's talking, Angel. Shut your mouth, please.
They turn off their intellect and
I'm
they
sorry. I
choose
didn't
to
even mean that.
use their emotions, right?
Push 7,
So,
let's keep the respect
like
level
when we
on the
talk
chat.
about
We are all adults.
when we talk about Chicago, right? So I believe it was the 2022 statistics for Chicago. Just we talking about black people, right? So this is the Badge Black People Party. Let me join in.
Who's talking?
520 black people were killed in 2022 in Chicago. Let's just suppose that each one of those black persons was killed by a black person. We know that's not true, but let's just go with it, right?
Of course it's true,
And then, oh, God, I hate you. And then let's just suppose that each one of those people were killed by a separate individual. Also, not possible, but let's just go with that. So that would be 520 black people black persons who committed a murder in Chicago in 2022. How many black people are there in Chicago?
So there's 2.6 million blacks. 2.6 million people in Chicago. It says that blacks make up 30% of the population. So what's that?
It's close to 800,000.
Yeah, but that's not. So black men make up probably 250,000, 300,000 in Chicago. Probably.
And black men aren't the only ones who commit murders. So that's why I'm not making it gender.
Well, you specifically said Chicago, so I just want to point that out.
I know. I'm just saying black people. Period. So if 520 black people committed murders, and it's almost 800,000,
you sound ridiculous, sir.
What percentage of black people are committing murders in Chicago?
What is that? I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how.
So is the problem then? So
tied to the
Bean, stop being disrespectful.
Hold on, Black. Let them finish real quick.
Damn.
Go ahead, little podcast.
So if the percentage of black people that are committing murders is less than 1%, you can actually apply that same statistic to the other crime stats. You're going to get around the same thing. It's not that many. It's not a high percentage of black people in Chicago who are committing these offenses. Therefore, the problem isn't black people.
Yeah, okay.
The problem is probably Chicago.
All right, little podcast. I got a little pushback because I agree with you for most part.
I think I had enough.
Let Mr. S go real quick. Hold on for a second.
He's delusional. He's delusional.
Go ahead, Mr. S.
I think I had enough from you guys.
Well, go ahead, A-Rab. Talk, A-Rab.
The blacks blaming. Are you black?
Mr. S, please just ignore 777.
Go ahead, Akbar. Talk.
Damn, dude. Why the insults?
Just ignore him.
That's what he does, man. That's what he does.
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, he's got Saddam Hussein as an avatar, B Magic. So mind your business. Go ahead. Saddam killed a lot of innocent people.
Like
all right?
I said earlier on.
Yeah, hurry up.
Somehow that
right. So this child on my left here deserves his Pampers and his.
Go ahead, Prophet Muhammad. Come on.
Yeah. Anyhow, what I said was earlier on was that I had enough of the blacks blaming each other for the demise of your own cultures. You have to understand. The first thing you guys need to stop. You guys need to stop.
Bad audio. Go ahead and drop out and come back, man. You got bad audio. Drop out and come back.
1, 2, testing. Chaotic. Can you hear me?
Tell him to drop out and come back, man.
Chaotic. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, bro.
Testing. 1, 2. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Radio. Okay. So, like I said before, you guys need to stop blaming each other for the demise of your own communities. You know, it's not your fault. Like, it's not your fault, but that don't give you the excuse to blame your fellow black man for what's happening, about you and about him as well, or her.
Mr. S, at
the end of the day, the conditions that you guys.
Mr. S, Mr. S, your mic is choppy. Come back in and come back out, okay, bro?
But can I say something right quick, please?
Go ahead, Angel. Yeah, go ahead. Are you
I'm
from
going to
Chicago
actually
too,
help
Angel?
out to make enough room for anyone else that want to come on because I have to
No,
get going.
Andrew,
here.
you're on camera. Andrew, you're on camera, so you're fine. But you're fine. Go ahead, Andrew. You're good. Go ahead.
I would just want to say that I'm going to hop out here to make room for everyone else that want to come on. I have to get going to work here soon anyway. So I hope you all have a great day, and I love your channel, Modern Renaissance Man.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Andrew.
Y'all have a great day. Bye.
You too, Angel.
Hey, can I go back to little podcasts?
Hold on, let me hear from Male Monkey real quick. Male Monkey, what's up?
All right, let's talk real numbers of Chicago, okay?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I mean, I was just about to do it, but you go ahead.
Chicago is 43.8% white, 25% African American, and 24% Hispanic. Hispanic murder victims in Chicago, 81.
That's not true.
No, let him finish. Let him finish.
Dude,
go ahead, Mel. Just finish, please.
This is from the Sun-Times website. I will throw you the
Mel. Just finish.
Okay.
What you're gonna say. Go ahead,
White victims in Chicago, 47.
Here we go.
Black homicide victims in Chicago, 496.
Damn.
Asian, 3%. Asian 3, Middle Eastern 1, American Indian 0.
Wow.
19 unknown.
Sad.
That's just shootings in Chicago. Now, you want to do stabbings?
Yeah, Beans.
Go ahead.
18 black stabbing victims.
Hold on.
1 Hispanic stabbing victims. 0 Asian. 5 white. 0 Middle Eastern. 0 American Indians.
So they ain't stabbing, is what you're saying.
So for Mayo Monkey, wait, for Mayo, hold on, Beans. So for Mayo
Guys,
Monkey,
we gotta let people finish, man. Mayo, were you done?
Yes, sir. I'll put the links to where I'm getting my numbers in the side chat. You're more than welcome to look them over.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to say, Mayo, before people start cutting each other off? Go ahead, sir.
So, the sad part is we cannot solve a problem unless we can tell the truth. And this is the truth. The shooting and murder problem in the United States is a majority African American.
There you go.
Keep it real, man.
That's a fact.
Just go ahead.
I don't like that fact, but it is a fact.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Beans.
Now, little podcast. It sounded like you wanted to interject. What's up? What did you want to say to Male Monkey?
That his point is mute. When I literally just acknowledged that there was 520 murders of black people in Chicago. So who gives a fuck because he said it was 400?
Sir, $25. You're out of here. Goodbye.
The swear jar fee for today is just $10.
Must be the morning.
Hey, I gotta get out of here too. I got something to do, but I just wanted to say that it's fascinating that his entire premise was supposed on people being in their feelings, and we turned off our intellects.
Happy Father's Day, Blacks.
Okay, that's all I want to say. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers here. Thank you for having me, and thank you for listening.
Yeah, hey, Blacks, I just want to say this. I didn't know you grew up. You said you grew up in Oak Park? No,
I was born there. I grew up in Roseland and in Chatham, specifically 76 off of Cottage Grove and 63rd place off of Normal in Inglewood and 110th and Normal in Roseland.
Yeah, so I grew up in Austin, and the Austin community is next to Oak Park.
Oh yeah. I lived there from birth till 9 years old, off of Austin and Harrison.
Okay, yeah. All
right now.
Abdul with the $2 super chat says. Abdul with the $2 super chat says 777 is an Italian reject and only gets listened here. Guys, if you want to bring back little podcasts, it's $10. Chicago Rilla, what's up, man? You've been patiently waiting. Go ahead, bro. Chicago Rilla, you're on mute, bro.
My bad. I didn't mean to step on any toes. That was me trying to interject.
with Brother Mayo. So you quoted the Chicago Sun-Times, and we're saying that's a credible source because it's a newspaper. Is that
Here he goes? Look at him.
Who is this? Who is this?
Man, they got their
Okay, so this dude,
numbers
so
from the
for the
Cook
Mayo
County.
dude, so for the Mayo
No,
dude,
no,
you're
no.
basically, I'm asking
Let me
you,
answer
you
the
pull
fucking
these,
question.
is that Mayo? That's not the Mayo dude, then I don't know who's talking.
Mayo. It's a $10 swear jar fee, just like with Little Podcast, bro. And I'm surprised, Mayo, because you don't normally act like that. But I gotta honor the swear jar fee, bro. Go ahead.
Wait, that was the Mayo dude, cousin?
That was Mayo, yeah, and yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
10 to bring back Mayo, 10 to bring back Little Podcast. I gotta. YouTube is on my ass, man. So go ahead.
I literally was just asking because all it shows is, we got this from law enforcement agencies and Cook County Medical Exam. So that's a direct source, Cook County Medical Examiners. Then it's law enforcement agents. It doesn't give a breakdown of who by race or ethnicity. It doesn't give none of that. So I was just asking a clarifying question, but it's all good.
No, here goes Mayo. He's back. He paid his $20 fee. Go ahead, man.
No, sir.
Wait, hold on, brother.
Yes, it does, sir.
No,
Wait,
sir. Let Mayo speak. Let Mayo speak.
Listen, I respect Chaotic Platform. I don't be over here doing the trolling and the goofy talk that a lot of people come over here and do. So I'm asking a legitimate question, brother. So if I don't understand or I'm missing it, just direct me where it is, and I'll look for myself.
Okay, you're missing it.
Okay, help me out.
If you open up,
let him answer. Really, go ahead, Mayo.
If you open up that Chicago Sun-Times, it tells you where they get their information from, right? And if you go down, it says by year, by month, cause, all shooting or stabbing, and then by ethnicity, sir.
He probably can't read.
Breaks it all down.
He probably can't read, Mayo.
It'll even break it down to age
let me do
range.
this, Chaotic, because I got you, bro. I'll look for myself. Let me do this because I really was only coming up here for a good time, not a long time. I'm going to get outside and offline and enjoy this day today because it's some beautiful weather out there.
Good, get out of here, though.
Let me say this, man. I keep saying this, and it seems like nobody's paying attention. You guys have been talking about everything that's going on in Chicago. I'm launching a campaign tomorrow. I hope you guys support it. There's 5 efforts, interrupters of violence and intervention programs that I'm trying to raise funds for. So I hope y'all support it when I launch that, right? But here's the other thing that nobody's asking themselves. If Chicago is in such a state of emergency, and y'all been saying this since Trump is in office, they need to send a National Guard in. Why is this stuff happening? If it's happening at the scale that y'all say it's happening at, why is it happening? Why are they continuing to let it go on like that? Or is it, hold on, let me finish. Is it that it's happening in small pockets, designated, targeted pockets of the city, and people are okay with that? Whoever was talking about Chicago as a dump, you are out your rabbit. I was just on the lakefront yesterday. Do you know how they tore the entire projects down along the lakefront to make room for high-rise condominiums so people can have easy access to get on Lakeshore Drive
that was
and go
me,
downtown
sir.
and work?
That was me.
Right?
So
they gave them they're literally redoing the bike paths on the lakefront and the running paths on the lakefront. What are you talking about? Chicago is a dump and they couldn't pay you to move here. You couldn't afford to live in Chicago.
Mayo, let Mayo respond real quick. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm great for all these violence interrupter programs and all this shit, but guess what? Around the country, they have proven not to work. Donald Trump offered to send in federal police to help Chicago. The Chicago mayor turned it down.
It wasn't just the police either. He was going. He even suggested the National Guard.
Yeah.
And they turned it down and fought against. My point is, what do y'all think that's going to do? Wait. So if that's your solution to send in the National Guard, what do you think? Listen, bro, the problems that y'all are glancing and glossing over with these shorties. And again, to me, I move through the city how I feel like it. The brother that was just up here saying he grew up in Roseland and Gresham and I think he said Inglewood and all that. Like, I move through the city how I feel like, bro.
Yeah, okay.
My heart don't pump no Kool-Aid.
Yeah, okay, sir.
So I'm all over the city. I don't see what y'all say y'all hear about in the news.
Are you on the south
Pride
side?
comes before the fall. Chicago Rilla.
You know what? Chicago. Let me
listen.
Oh my God! Hold on for a second, guys. It's too many people talking. Hold on for a second. Passion with the $5 super chat says, "Let's hike these likes up as we arrive to this live, guys. Make the thumbs reach new heights, like you're trying to hit your ride." I like that. And give me a second. I got another super chat real quick. And Power of Banana with the $5 super chat says, "Much love from the Power of Banana." Okay.
Pause.
And the Wealthy Broke Man says, "Can we remove 777 for the day he's hurting the show?" Yes, it's $100 removal.
Yes, 100. Let me address Chicago. He addressed me earlier, real quick. I'll be quick. So Chicago, you said they knocked down some buildings or whatever, and then they said, people can't afford to move to Chicago. Sir, they knocked those buildings down because people like you destroyed them, and they knocked the buildings down and rebuilt them so people like me can move in. They want your body out of there, sir. You are the reason why Chicago is trash. And I don't believe you can move around how you feel like it either, sir. That's why you're inside. Thank you. Goodbye.
That's a bold
Wait, hold
statement.
on. Hold on.
You say you move around.
Let me just, brother. Listen, I know you. Listen, I know you want. I know this is your excitement.
Here you go. Yeah, go ahead.
I know.
Go ahead.
You sound sweet, you don't know me when you say like people
scared.
like me. Yeah, I'm a neutron. I'm a L7. I'm a beta sim host stud. I'm a square. I'm scared for my life. When you say people like me, you don't know me to know who I am and how I move in my city. So for clarity, I grew up in Roseland.
It's
I
not
traveled
your city.
throughout
They
this
would run
city
you
as
out
a
of there,
neutron.
sir. They
I
ran
traveled
you out
through
that
Ida B.
city.
Wells. My people's originally from the Taylor.
I think it's very
Cabrini Green.
disrespectful.
So whenever you get through bumping your gums, fam, have at it. Have fun. You know what I'm saying? I hope you keep
very
this up
disrespectful.
so you can get Chaotic that 100 ball. I want to see Chaotic get that 100 ball.
Well, why don't you send it, sir?
Why
You
would I
don't have
send-
no money.
Hold
That's
on.
why.
You're right.
You can't afford to kick
My
me off.
EBT benefit
Chicago.
didn't load up yet. But
Slide your EBT card.
Chaotic. Hey, bro, you know I love what you do.
Slide your
This
EBT
one,
card then.
you call for candy.
You don't got 100. Talking about donate.
So I appreciate you. Keep cooking, bro. Keep cooking. We're gonna get it together by hook or
you
crook
got going
someday,
on,
bro.
Chicago, because you're a scam artist, Chicago.
Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. DMT. Go
Well,
ahead,
Chicago Rilla is one of the
Listen,
most influential men in the management community alongside
I want to have this conversation in good faith. And I
can say that again. I'm sorry, DMT. I do apologize. DMT, if I could kindly remind 777.
You got bad audio. You're in Iraq, sir. You're in Iraq. You got bad audio.
Let me say it because I don't want to before this gets said.
And Chaotic Truth are one of the most influential members in the manosphere in the black male media community.
He's swallowing your meat right now, Chicago. This is disgusting. Influential in the manosphere, sir? You sound like a female.
Absolutely.
Dude, can we have
Arabian queen? You sound like an Arabian queen.
Can we talk about the subject?
Can we get back on point?
Hold on.
Chaotic and Gorilla are influential members in the black male media.
Go blow him.
Dude,
okay, 777. That's it, man.
Yeah,
that's it.
I do apologize.
He's done.
Real quick, I just had to quickly remind him of who he was talking to. Sometimes you need to show some sort of inkling of respect. Please, guys, go ahead.
Agree. Really, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening, bro. I'm ready.
I wanted to have
go to BFT. I'm finna hit Stony Island in a second. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, yeah, because listen, I want to have this conversation in good faith. And I always appreciate hearing from people that are actually from the area that's been on these blocks that we're talking about, right? Because I know we get talking about Chicago, a lot of people that ain't never stepped foot in Chicago get it coming up here giving opinions. They don't know what they're talking about. So what I was talking about earlier, I don't know if you got a chance to hear what I was saying. I was talking about we need to study the psyche of the young gang member in Chicago to understand why these things are happening, right? And really, when you say you can move how you want in Chicago, I believe you. Because I know there are plenty of older guys that, you know, if you built your reputation a certain way, you know these shorties from these blocks, you good in certain neighborhoods. You good when you can walk around. But we also know that there are those who are not good when they walk around these neighborhoods. We know, you know, if you in a certain car, you look a certain way, they own that car. Like we ain't never seen this car over here. What you doing? They might flip it over. You might get it flipped, you know? So I'm saying let's have a conversation in good faith. I think we need to talk about more preventative strategies. And really, I do want to get with you to talk about what you're going to be doing as far as, violence prevention, intervention, stuff like that. I think it does help, but I think the methods that people have been going about it for years are kind of outdated. I think we need some new way of going about it. I think a lot of times, I think the guys that's stepping in, trying to get in between these beefs, being OGs that's been in the streets, is more harm than good sometimes. Because it's a lot of guys in Chicago. We were just talking, me and Black were talking about, they're aldermen now, they pastors, they're reformed gang members, right? So they think because they was an ex-gang member that they understand these young brothers better than somebody who wasn't from that life do.
Right.
What they don't understand is at the same time, that young brother is going to be more fascinated with your ex lifestyle than he is with your current lifestyle. Because to him, your current lifestyle, you are lame.
I'll be back here.
He more fascinated with the old war stories he heard from when he was back on 62nd and Eberhard. He want to hear about when you was on 79th in Avondale. You know what I'm saying? He want to hear about those stories when you was a shorty. As he listened to your war stories, that's what he's more fascinated about. So it's a little bit of respect that's sometimes lost there. Now that's not all the time. I know there's a lot of dudes in the hood. I actually follow a guy, Big Les. I don't know if you know what it is, brother. He actually from 46th and Woodlawn. He from 46. He got a channel called Big Les. I don't know if you know FBG Duck. He they cousin.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he kind of talk about him being from 46. His son was a gamer. His son was really active out here, right? And he kind of does stuff to try to prevent the gangs. But you can see when he talks, as much as he wants them to help, you can tell that that's still in him. That gang stuff still in him. Like if he get upset enough, he'll revert back to those old ways that he used to, and saying, "Man, you ain't doing nothing. My son used to do this and this to y'all." You know what I'm saying? And we like, "Whoa! I thought you were OG trying to prevent violence, but when you get mad, you revert right back to them old gang ways, right?" So I think sometimes it's more harm than good having a lot of these ex-gang members turn preachers and motivational speakers and aldermen trying to talk to these kids. I think we got to go another way. I think the shorties really need to see guys that came up out of these neighborhoods, never had to engage in the gang violence, and actually made some out of themselves. I think those kind of people being involved are much more effective.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Bob, it's not a super chat, says, Rilla, because you feel comfortable walking around in a minefield doesn't mean that a minefield is something we should want people to feel okay walking around. Rilla, you still there? You want to address this?
Yeah, if that's what you get from the messaging, I'm not encouraging people to walk around minefields. DMT was hitting on it earlier. It's all about how you carry yourself. It don't matter if I'm in Atlanta. It don't matter if I'm in Detroit. The earth is my turf, right? And you carry yourself accordingly. You handle your business. Stay focused on what you're supposed to be doing. And also what DMT was saying, a lot of times we come at these shorties and you speaking to them, you know what I'm saying? You're doing more talking than listening, right? And so I make it a point to listen to the shorties more than I talk. But specifically to what Bob is saying, I'm not encouraging people necessarily to walk into minefields, but chaotic, that's also the mindset that we have with, how you talk about you used to yoke them shorties up when they got out of pocket in school. You can't even get grown adult men to talk to these shorties because they more scared of the shorties than anything else. Whereas they out of pocket with you, you're gonna yoke them up.
CT, let me interject real quick.
No, 777, you've been talking for all day, man. Hold on for a second. Let's get my take.
You're very immature.
Mr. S, hold on, Mr. S, hold on for a second. Let's get a take. My take on. Go ahead, sir. My take on the world. Go ahead. You're on mute. My take on the world. You're on mute. All right. I don't know what's going on with it. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, man. What say you about these 20 people that were shot at this Juneteenth event? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, Chicago is I know, like, being on the south side, like, for the most part, it's not really good. It's like really bad, and it's part of it. It is the black community. People could just like rise up and stop doing these shootings, and yeah. But let's not act like there's not like whites doing the same thing when it comes to mass shootings, because they're saying this is the same thing. Like, even though I don't know why you shaking your head, it's the same thing. America.
My take on the road it's up. Go ahead, man. You got the floor, bro. Go ahead. Rock it out.
Oh yeah, but like I'm saying, like yeah, like the black community needs to work together. They need to come together and solve a problem on these shootings. Like they shouldn't be doing this, especially on an event. You don't see people doing this on the 4th of July. You don't see people doing this on the St. Patrick's Day. But when it comes to any black event, that's when that happens.
You guys have to excuse me for saying this.
Go ahead.
I'm not in the black community, but it's from my opinion is from the outside looking in. My words may be loaded, but coming from a good place, from good intentions. What I see is that cancer cells cannot blame other cancer cells for being cancer cells. What do I mean by that?
Go ahead. I know what you mean.
It may sound complex. Is that young
Prophet
Muhammad
was a pedophile. Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile.
Dude, seriously?
Respect.
Seriously.
We are talking about
you gotta
the
attack
of the
people
young
like that?
black man.
It's the truth.
There is a majority of those who are muted and who do not come on panels. They are young black men that are
your God worship children.
And are at 777. If I could please speak to the fellow black man, the fellow oppressed man.
You're up here trolling.
I ain't oppressed.
Who you calling oppressed?
Your family is known for doing the oppressing. 777.
I ain't oppressed.
Your lineage has done more oppressing than the black man on the panel.
You bow down on a dusty rug, sir. You bow down on a dusty rug and worship a God that is a pedo.
I will answer your question if you answer mine.
You're not even around blacks. You don't live around blacks. You never even spoke to black
Italian,
sir.
How are you
talking about how blacks act when you've never even been around a black man?
Can we get back on point, please? Can we get back on topic?
Yes,
who
I want to get back
you,
on
man?
point.
Who are you talking about? Get on point, get on topic. Mind your business. Mind your business when people are up here talking. We don't know you.
Hold on. I'm spending my time here to support Chaotic. And he has a topic. Respect the man's topic. He has a platform. Can we do that?
Sir, you're not donating. No, I don't know you.
No, I 777. Don't do that. B Magic has definitely been around. He's definitely
who's got 90.
He's definitely contributed to the channel 777. So be quiet. Go ahead, Mr. S. You got the floor, man. Go ahead.
So going back to what I was saying before.
Why does Mr. S?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. S. Go ahead, sir.
Right. So, like I said before, I'd like to speak to the fellow black man, the fellow oppressed man, and I'll say it again: the fellow oppressed man. The black man is the most oppressed individual. When he's had come from a single parent household, he's a survivor. I'll say it again: you are a survivor.
You think we're the
you
think we're oppressed in
you survived the communism of your mother.
Let him finish. Let him finish, guys.
You survived.
Go ahead, Mr. S. Go ahead, man.
Why are you letting this retard go off?
We survived the communism.
He's letting an Italian speak, so he's not letting an Arab masculine man speak. Did you hear that, 777? You haven't answered my question as well, so I have another angle of attack. But since there are more black than the Italian, I would like to speak to the majority. So, the majority, hence the black man here, I want to tell you guys something. You guys cannot blame your black man that's on your left shoulder and on your right shoulder for the problems you have experienced. You have to understand that the reason why other communities are more stable, structured, and have a culture is because around the dinner table, the infant, the toddler, the adolescent, adult, and even the elderly's opinions, they are exchanged, they are debated, and everyone is left with food for thought. Excuse the pun. Why is there a deficiency or deficiencies in men localizing, locating, and treating the root cause of their problems?
Mr. S, Mr. S, Mayo Monkey has just kicked you out of here. Mayo, why did you kick Mr. S off the panel?
Because he wasn't saying nothing.
Yeah, he
Mr.
really.
Hold on. Let Mel answer. This was his super
Yeah,
chat.
'cause
Mel,
he's
why
not
did you do
black.
that? Mel, you there? All right, can't hear him. What's up?
You there?
Dumb. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mel. What'd you say?
Oh, he's trying to recruit for his mom, telling people they're oppressed. And
What do you
come
mean,
join us,
sir?
and you can be strong. Get the hell out of here.
Is that what you got from him, that he was trying to recruit?
That's my guess.
Okay.
The fellow oppressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing you hear from them hippies in the colleges.
Okay.
Now let's get back to the conversation.
Well, start it off, man. Go ahead.
I mean, the one thing people have to stop doing, because
yeah,
the gentleman that's not here,
go ahead.
He automatically questions the data. Why are you questioning the data? Do you think somebody's lying? Do you think the city of Chicago is lying, saying there's more murders there to attract business and people? Give me a break. And yes, of course, this is happening in a few neighborhoods. A majority of it is happening in a few neighborhoods. But if you can't police those neighborhoods, guess what? It's going to keep happening.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and jump in here. Been listening for quite a while right now. I'm going to just tell y'all this. Growing up there was absolutely crazy. If you can just imagine some of the horror stories y'all heard, I lived it and went through it. Got family members up there that's not ashamed, and they know that I go around and I speak about the things that my family has done and what we were a part of. Whoever was talking about getting to the psyche is absolutely 100% right. And I can tell you this, and it's not to go religious on anybody in here. One thing I did notice is that in the Bible, when Jesus was very impactful, I noticed that he was impactful when he got with people on an individual basis. So what helped me out and a whole lot of other ones like myself is when somebody got down with us on a personal level. When you talk to a group of us and you're trying to spit game to us and give us knowledge and all that, us that's young, we were feeding off each other's energy. So we were sometimes, look at them shoes this nigga got on, man. Look at this. So we fed off each other's energy. We really weren't trying to receive what he was saying because we were so happy that, in other words, we couldn't articulate it, but we was happy to be around other young guys like us around us. And it was time to have fun because we really didn't have fun. You know what I'm saying? So whenever they brought us to these certain clubs and all this, if you get about 20, 30 of us together, we clowned, although those men were up there trying to really give us some, give us game. We clowned because we were so happy to be around each other, all that, right? But when one man took me off to the side and sat down and talked with me, all of a sudden he had my full undivided attention. He was a young man. Look, I noticed that in the crowd while listening that you was the only one. You seemed like you was getting frustrated because all the clown that was going on. He pulled me off to the side. And when they pulled you off to the side, all of a sudden you were a different person behind closed doors. So one thing I took from that is that in the current work that I do right now is exactly that. I can talk to a room full of kids, but I even let them know then. I know that half of y'all are not listening to anything that I'm saying right now, but the ones that do want to change their life and do something better, here's my card right here. Y'all hit me up. I'm not about to waste no time trying to tell y'all anything else about my story and nothing like that because I've done it before and seen how that didn't work. Leave. Next thing you know, you get a phone call, or even before you leave the place. Hey, Ty, this one guy want to talk to you. That right there ends up getting you some sort of like mentorship where these kids that actually really do want to change, they're going to want to approach you. The kids that actually want to hear a little bit more about your story and what you went through and seeing how they can get out of it, they will approach you. But thinking that we're going to be able to change what's going on in Chicago this is my opinion, with this organization formed something to stop the violence. We got Ceasefire. We got Black Karen. I was a part of Ceasefire, part of Karen Black Man, part of Rainbow Coalition at one time and all that. And once I seen that a lot of stuff behind it wasn't really about helping the young people or helping the Black community, it's mainly about politics and how to get more dollars coming to those organizations. That's why I left it alone and started doing things exactly on my own, using my own resources. And then when I did that, a lot of people that seen what you were doing behind closed doors, they began to donate to that and see that I'm doing nothing more than using that to help these young individuals get out of predicament at the end. That's only if they want to get out of it and if they want to get out of it. So, and to make this easy, if you're trying to figure out why we don't have these certain programs in Chicago to where they can come in there and stop it, is because the politicians don't want to stop. It's a huge money thing. You know, the one they just voted in now, they don't want the violence and stuff like that to stop in Chicago. It brings money. And then on top of that, because I know for a fact some of the stuff that my family, them who they were in cahoots with, some of these politicians, they can't do that because then they actually know that they taking bribes, money here and there, the police and all. So it's not going to stop. You're never going to stop that, just like you're not going to stop guns in Chicago. You're not going to stop drugs in Chicago at all. It's never going to happen. So that's why, if knowing this, the best thing to do is help the ones that you know you can help on an individual basis and help them get out. Otherwise, that's it.
Can I answer this, MRM? Because you hit exactly on what I was talking about.
Hold on, DMT, wait a minute. Hold on for 1 second.
All right, go ahead.
Dumb Grammy boy. I wanted to ask you, sir, what were your thoughts on the shooting, sir? Go ahead.
They shot 20 people on Juneteenth in Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many died?
1. And it's 2 in critical condition right now.
Bad.
Okay. Now go ahead. Go ahead.
That's the problem. That's not that bad. That's the problem.
Well, you got to understand though, Monkey Mayo. I get what your passion gonna be on there, but you got to understand, like, honestly, some of us that live there, you know, we saw this all the time. Like when Columbine happened, we were all like, "Dang, why they get why they get all the attention?" Because we saw it all the time. So I get it.
Dumb Grammy boy. We spoke about this before, man. No smoking drugs on live streams. I just saw you smoke some dope. I know I'm not tripping.
Vapor. It's cigarette.
Oh, that's a vape. I could have sworn you had a blunt, but okay, all right. Oh, okay.
I just hopped on because I seen everybody was saying something about like, oh, the kids is so violent because they don't got no daddy, or what was the other thing they said? Because the role models is like ex-felons and stuff like that. And that's true. That's what Charles White was saying. He said when he was young, and I feel the same way. You didn't see shit, but niggas go to prison.
I don't get it, man. I've asked you guys to not curse. Dumb Grammy boy, I rock with you, man. Your first appearance was legendary, but it's $10 for the swear jar fee. Somebody can pay it for you. I'm sorry, man. Let me read the super chat real quick. Give me a second here. Give me a second. It's just $10, Dumb Grammy boy, to get back on, man. Fathers in the home would be 100 times more impactful than a business card. Modern Renaissance man, that's to you.
Oh, so well, duh. That's ooh. I guess he got me with that one. I mean, that's any given. we know this already. But the whole point is that my father wasn't in my life, and it wasn't for that person that came and sat and talked with me and all that, I wouldn't be where I am right now. I wouldn't have gotten network with a whole lot of other black men that would be able to push me on, just like I'm doing a lot of young folks right now. But the point of having a business card is that it has something on there called your email. It has your phone number. It has all the different tags that the person can find you at. Because what happens is this: a lot of those young people that sit in there and they listen to you, they don't want to be put on the spot because they don't want to seem like they're needing your help in front of their boys. But when they get behind closed doors, they go home and get on their phone, they have a way of reaching me and getting in contact with me. So, and here's the thing, I'll say this: when we started doing this, we had 50 kids that we started off with, right? And I say this all the time: 45 of them went off to college into a degree that's going to actually be a job, not no crazy fine arts or anything like that. The other 5, they went off into like being like apprentices, like being welders and plumbers, etc. So, and to this day, some of them are like in there. They're like a lot of them are my son's ages. They became, owners of businesses. One of them, that the ones that they built our deck on one of our houses for free because they got their own business. So yeah, I understand fathers need to be in the home, and that's why I did what I did, because I lacked that and I know what the need was.
Hafez, you are Iranian. You don't live in America, and I'm pretty sure you don't have a clear understanding of what Juneteenth is. I know that you're definitely well read, but to actually be in the States is much different, obviously. From what you've been hearing and what you understand about Juneteenth, there was a shooting at a Juneteenth event in Chicago a few days ago. 20 people were shot. 1 person was killed. 2 are in critical condition. Why do you think that these events happen so much in the Black community from the perspective of a foreigner who doesn't even live in America?
This is interesting because although Juneteenth is a fairly new concept or new thing that's been added for the Black community, like Kwanzaa and previously I guess it was Black History Month. I don't understand why Black History Month isn't enough. They have to have Kwanzaa and then Juneteenth. I'm not sure. I don't know what the dynamics of that is. What I can tell you, and this is like you said, you're the African American whisperer, and you say
Negro
it like
whisperer.
this.
Yep.
A lot of people don't seem to want to talk about the 1350 concept. I think you know what 1350 is. I'm presuming, and in Britain, I'll tell you this: in Britain, okay, we have an event called the Notting Hill Carnival, the Caribbean Festival, the Caribbean Carnival, which happens at the end of actually in a month or two. We have an event called St. George's Day, which is an English, Catholic sort of based day, just like St. Patrick's Day, which is again for the Irish. This is for the English St. George's.
Yeah.
No deaths, no stabbings, nothing happened in St. George's Day this year.
What's the name of it again?
St. George's Day. St. George is a saint, the patron saint of the English.
Okay.
And St. Patrick is the patron saint of the Irish, and everybody gets drunk and everybody celebrates. And as far as I know, there's been no stabbings at those events.
Yes.
But guess what? At the Caribbean Carnival, the Notting Hill Carnival last year, I think it was one person killed, another person was stabbed, and 4 people have been arrested. This was last year's one. Almost every year at the Notting Hill Carnival, there is a stabbing or a killing of some sort. The police presence of those events is greater than any of the other events I mentioned. St. George's Day, St. Patrick's Day, the Chinese New Year. The Chinese New Year, we have a Chinatown in Soho in London. Celebrated massively. All the Chinese are out. Everybody from the diaspora, anyone who wants to celebrate goes down there. Fireworks. Nobody's ever stabbed.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not noticing something. Maybe there's one thing I will tell you this before I make this into an African American thing. Although this is it seems to be a people of the African continent thing. My friend who's Iraqi, who says at a wedding in Iraq, if no one is shot, that's not a good wedding. So it's not exclusive to the Africans, but it does happen predominantly in African events in Britain. And it seems to be in the United States, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the unifying factor is here. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. Of course, I'm being facetious here, but yeah, you guys discuss.
Can I? Yeah. I'll add a caveat on to Hafiz. And this is me growing up in I was born in New Jersey, but I spent a lot of time in New York City and all that stuff culturally. And there was a controversy a few years ago about there were like leaked emails or communications between police officers.
My audio is working. Your audio is working, but hold on for a second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And so there was communications that were intercepted between police officers commenting on how they felt about the Caribbean Day Parade, Puerto Rican Day Parade, all of these Caribbean festivals, and they didn't have nice things to say. They literally said people were acting like wild animals, not being respectful, no public, no law and order, none of that, nothing. You know what I'm saying? And people, of course, were outraged, like, oh my God, they hate us because we Black. And it's just like, no, it's because literally police officers, like anybody else, especially if they're government workers, okay, they want to do the work, but they want to do the least amount of work for the most pay, like everybody else. So they don't feel like working extra hard anywhere else. They want to go and just have every event kind of be the same. But they know every time the Puerto Rican Day Parade comes around, the blacks and the Ricos be going ham. And it's always been that way. So it's just crazy to me when we have these gatherings and then when non-Black people say their honest opinion about the event, they don't even have to say we like or dislike the people. They just have to talk about the event and they'll always be painted as a racist. So my main thing is today in 2023, if you are a Black or white person afraid to say the truth about the majority of Black people gathering together, you're a coward. You're a coward. I understand people get canceled. I understand people lose their livelihood. I've been fired from like 4 or 5 jobs in the last few years because of my beliefs. Okay. So I understand. But at the end of the day, we are not going to put a dent in this problem unless we keep talking about it. Now, like literally, and shout out to Modern Renaissance Man. When that dude went viral and said, I am not an oppressed black man. Ain't no white person oppressing me. That man hit millions and gajillions of views just for saying a simple fact, and he's hated for it. We need to keep this going. I understand the other side gets outraged. Let them keep getting outraged, and at the same time, we're going to have to sacrifice something. If we really care about these outcomes, we're going to have to sacrifice something and keep speaking out. That's why I like what you're doing, Chaotic, and I'm going to actually start speaking about these issues as well, these provocative issues, because before I was like, you know, maybe we shouldn't speak out, or maybe we need social scientists to do something or whatever. But no, it's like we have to take the initiative and push it. And if some of us get ground down for the truth to be exposed, or for that torch of truth to be passed on to the younger generation, which is what we should be doing, it's worth it. So I'm just going to tell everybody, make a 5-minute video, a 20-minute video, and speak out. That's it. And that's how we get this traction. So I know it's a little bit of a rant, but this stuff is like, Hafiz, just like he doesn't know Black Americans that well, because like you say, he's well read, but it's still enough to where it's affecting him as well. You know what I'm saying? So he has to say something.
No, it's not directly affecting me, but it is palpably noticeable by everyone around the world. This is not.
Well, where do you? Okay, Hafiz, where do you live? Hafiz, where
I
do
live
you
in
live?
London. I live in London, United
It
Kingdom.
affects you, sir. It affects you.
Well, yeah, as I said,
Hafiz,
I'm
how
not
do you
saying.
feel about going to the carnival?
Sorry.
You said the Caribbean Festival. How do
Yeah.
you feel if you was to go there?
Yeah. I mean that.
Would
That
you feel
obviously.
the same as? Would you feel the same as if you was to go to one of the other festivals?
No, of course not.
Okay,
I mean,
then, so it affects you. You don't have the right to go to the Caribbean Festival.
yeah, I mean, we go, but we
feel the
all
same
know
way.
that we all know how to behave, how to be careful. Don't stay late at night. You know, we have to put ourselves in a position in which, you know, because a lot of times I go there with my family, my mom, and you know, she's an elderly person, so we have to make sure that we keep ourselves in a safe environment and we leave at a safe time. So because we know there's violence going to be there, it's just when and where.
Right.
Of course, yeah. In that sense, of course it does. But I mean, what I'm saying is, I don't live a life as an Afro-Caribbean person. So there are elements of that which obviously I'm never going to know. I'm never going to notice because I don't have to, you know, live in that environment. But of course, yes, you're right. It affects all of us in one way. But the American thing, it's noticed by us. It doesn't directly affect us. But the American behavior and because obviously America is a superpower, and so they say, you know, when America sneezes, everyone else catches a cold, and so of course we notice what goes on in America.
Bob with the $5 super chat says, "America First Rifleman, drink some Kool-Aid and smoke a black. We need to tune up your ninja vocal cords." Bob also says, "I progress. My mic is full volume." Also, Mr. S, you got 1 more minute till you can come back. Real quick, I just want to play this video real quick. Give me 1 second.
I'm celebrating Juneteenth.
Cultural appropriation.
Take time, take time, sit down and talk to children and tell them the story of brave people, of us, and take your time and respect one another and respect other people.
Shortly before 12:30 a.m. on Sunday, June 18th, DuPage County Sheriff's deputies were in the area of Honeysuckle Rose Lane and Route 83 and heard numerous gunshots fired and responded to an area where a large gathering of people was happening. Preliminary witness and victim reports indicate that there were at least 20 individuals shot. At this time, one victim is deceased. Victims were taken to multiple hospitals in DuPage, Cook, and Will counties. The ages and conditions of victims are not available at this time. The motive behind this incident is unclear, and this is still an active investigation. That's still unclear at this time. It's still, like I said, it's still a very active investigation.
Have you guys recovered weapons from the scene?
Can't say anything more than what I've already said at this time. More information will come as it is generated.
Any information on if any of the victims are minors?
I can't comment on that right now.
You guys said police about 20 victims. Were most of those?
Not Bob. Mayo, can I ask you a question? You there?
Yeah, sure.
What would Frederick Douglass have to say about what happened at this shooting? Go ahead.
He'd be slitting throats, sir.
And why is that?
Because he didn't accept degenerate behavior.
Why don't these kids respect their ancestors? I know, like, everybody from Chicago was telling me about all this gang culture, but you mean to tell me that these
respect themselves?
Okay,
Or
go
their
ahead. Go ahead.
family.
Or their family, or their name. All that matters to them is their rep and their clout.
So they don't identify as being black. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. They identify as being oppressed.
Okay. Hafez, I think Hafez, did you understand my question, Hafez? I mean, you're on mute.
Sorry, in what sense?
When I said,
as in the respect,
do these kids identify as being black?
I mean,
Because
I think Mayo was correct. It's the oppression narrative that is far stronger in their lives than identifying as black or anything else. People, I don't think. I mean, saying identifying as black, what does that mean?
So, for example, right? Me, I'm not a criminal, but if I had a problem with someone and we were in a public place and I saw it's a whole bunch of black people around me, I would be proactive in saying, listen, I have a domestic problem with this person. I don't want our problems to spill over to the greater community. So we could go outside in the back or something, which I don't do. But I feel like with kids like this or people like this, it's like they don't have a regard for community or race. They don't see themselves as the people around, like the civilians. So that's why they openly shoot and just those 20 people that are shot aren't gang related. But the fact is that doesn't this person think like these are fellow blacks? Why would I want to harm fellow? You get what I'm saying, Hafez?
Yeah, but I mean,
everybody else is just food. Everybody else is just food.
Okay.
But the thing is, that goes far deeper into the core of a person and how much they were taught about responsibility. I mean, if I'm to do something, if I'm going to throw a petrol bomb in the air, just straight up in the air, and I know it's eventually going to come down somewhere near me, well, if I do that, do I do it with the mindset of, I care about the people around me? Clearly, I don't. This is why they shot, random bullets and hit 20 people.
Can we get to the root cause of the problem?
I think it goes down to, first of all, fatherless homes. Second of all, a sense of responsibility in the community that you live in. It doesn't matter whether that community is black or brown or Chinese or whatever. The kids are brought up told you are already a victim. You were a victim when you were born, and that it's not your fault, and it's the world around you that is at fault. And we have to change the world until you fix yourself. Again, Peterson says it. Many people says it. Fix your own room first. Clean your room. That's what that means. Is that the world doesn't owe you anything. You have to be raised with a sense of responsibility to your community, to your parents, to the to everyone else. But if you're not raised with that concept, then of course you're going to fire random bullets into random crowds. You don't give a crap about these people.
Can we look at the situation like doctors in the medicine field, in the medical field? Let's try to localize the issue here. Let's try to find out where the cancer cells are, and let's try to allocate it, and let's try to remove it. Where are the cancer cells in the black community?
We already know this, Mr. S. Mr. S, we already know this. It's our family structures and our value system. We know this. Yes,
and
we're using
they don't want to put them in jail where they belong to separate them from society.
Why are we not saying your mothers?
That's family structure.
Yeah,
mothers and fathers. So it's a problem with both. Listen, Mr. S. I just think you're about to rehash and go down the lane we've already traveled 5 million times. We already know our family structures are crap, and we don't our value systems are out of whack. That's it. So if you're Mr. S, you're talking some. Hold on, Mr. S, you're talking some pseudo babble. Let's localize the cancer and all this other. No, man, we already been on the operating table. The surgeon, hold on, we've been at the operating table. The surgeon refuses to do their job, Mr. S. I'll land on that one.
We've already diagnosed as cancer. We're looking for chemo and radiotherapy now.
Let me bring some order real quick. Amir, what's up? How you doing? Amir, did you see the story of what happened on Juneteenth in Chicago? You're on mute, but why did that happen?
You muted me.
I didn't mute you at all.
Because I didn't mute myself.
Yeah, 20 people shot, 1 person dead, 2 in critical condition. What do you think the ancestors of these Black Americans would think about what happened? What do you think about that event?
I think the ancestors would probably say, why are we having a celebration for this stupid holiday anyway, first of all?
Oh, wow. Okay, go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead, Amir.
This is idiotic. I mean, what are we celebrating? A group of people in Texas being late to know that they were free? We're celebrating lateness of knowledge. We're celebrating. What are we celebrating? What is this?
Go ahead.
But anyway, nonetheless.
You can black out. Don't worry about it. You can black out your opinion.
I don't condone hate. I don't condone hatred and violence because of you don't like the person or their race or their stupid holidays. I still don't think that people should be killed for it.
But this is black on black, though. This is
Oh, they were Black. Who killed them?
Of course they were
not
Black.
a surprise.
Yeah.
That's not a surprise.
Okay. And you're just now hearing about this?
No, I heard about the shooting, but I didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, what was going through their minds when they came to this event? They saw all these people that looked like them, and they just decided to open fire.
What do you said that they see people who look like them and just decided to open fire on them?
The shooters. They came to this event.
Yeah.
I don't know who they were targeting, but whoever it was, they end up shooting 20 other people. So what goes through the mind of individuals like this who go to an event and they see people with the same skin tone and they just decide to just wreak havoc in a melee style shooting? Go ahead.
Do you not think that there's no loyalty? There's no race loyalty. I don't believe that they saw them as fellow people, fellow blood. I don't believe that they saw them that way. They saw them as
Black
victims.
Black mothers.
Willing
Black
victims.
mothers, teacher. Black.
Let her finish, Mr. S. Hold on, I want to hear solely.
Black mothers teach black adults.
You got
They probably saw them. They probably saw them as just future victims. That's it. People who are weak. You know how wolves see the sheep? That's how I would think it's more like that. Wolves and the sheep kind of thing.
I've seen wolves attack prey before. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. But thank you for calling me.
I just want to know your opinion on it. Do you have any other thoughts on that shooting?
No, I want to hear what everyone else says, and then I can join if you don't mind.
I'd like to ask Amir a
Amir,
question.
would you have gone to that event if someone had asked you to come?
Of course. I always love supporting the black.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Peace and love to everybody first and foremost. So salute to the chat too. Amir, how do you suppose in 1865 they should have got the information since it was stupid that they got it late?
I didn't say it was stupid that they
You
got
did say
it
it was.
late.
You
I
said-
said
you
we're
said
celebrating.
that they got there.
Please don't cut me off.
Sure.
I said
got
it's
a
stupid
question.
that we're celebrating it. That's the stupid part. I didn't say that they were stupid.
Why is
How
it-
could they be stupid if they weren't told?
How were they
we're
supposed to get the
celebrating-
information though?
Why is this?
That's not my problem. I'm saying we don't need to celebrate.
1865. They don't have TikTok, Facebook, or Instagram.
That's not what I'm talking about. I
Yeah,
said
I think
celebrating it
that's
today
arrogant to
is
say.
stupid.
It's extremely arrogant to say that it's stupid for them to not have known.
I
when
think
they-
it's arrogant for us to celebrate it. So I think we both have our opinions. and
Why do you think it's arrogant to
Fourth of July
celebrate people
stupid?
being made free? What is arrogant about
That's not
that?
what we're celebrating. That was the emancipation.
They were already free.
Guys,
They were already free.
Guys, hold on for a second. Hold on.
You guys don't know history. The Emancipation Proclamation only freed certain slaves. You guys, why don't you drink?
Nor do we care.
Guys,
He's emotional.
let's just hear Amir and his ghetto point of view first. Please don't cut them
Oh, I
off.
thought you were saying it.
I'm trying to hear the both of them, and everybody keeps cutting them both off. Let me hear the both of them. Go ahead.
Please, Amira, ladies first.
Am I supposed to speak right now? You said we were going to hear the ghetto point of view and someone else.
Amira, your name is Amira, right?
Oh, that's you. You're the ghetto point of view. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. My glasses aren't on. I can't see anything.
Go ahead.
Nah, get some,
hello.
Get some liquor
So
in your
yeah,
system. then you'll be
I
able to
said
see.
like these. I'm sorry.
Get some licks in your system, then you'll be able to see.
Go ahead, Amir. You got the floor.
Some liquor. Yeah, get your little liquor glass, and then maybe you'll be able to see what's going on.
Go ahead, Amir.
What is he talking about, Chaotic?
Your
I have no
liquor,
idea.
your little cute liquor glasses. Get one of those, and then take a couple shots of that, and maybe you'll be able to know what's going
His ghetto
on.
point of view. What was the question to Amir about 1865? Go ahead, sir.
How is it stupid that they weren't able to get the information to them in Texas in 1865? Like, is she aware of the geography between where Abraham Lincoln was and when he did the emancipation versus where they were in Galveston, Texas? Does she know anything about this country, or is she just here just taking money for no reason?
Amir?
Did you criticize your black mother?
I'm not going to entertain this because this is clearly.
Go ahead.
It's
Amir.
clearly he's emotional because I said it's a stupid holiday, and now he's just trying to say, well, she's attacking because they didn't know. I said this 3 times. I didn't attack the fact that they didn't know. I said we shouldn't be celebrating this stupid holiday. It's a stupid holiday. So whatever. I mean, if you're emotional about it, you can take that up with the people who made the holiday. I don't care. That's not my business. I don't care. I said stupid. That's my opinion.
Mr. Ghetto Opinion, may I simply ask this? This holiday only started a couple of years back, isn't that correct?
No, they've actually been celebrating Juneteenth since they did the release, but now it's been more formally recognized. So you
Oh, I
have to do some
see. I
research.
see.
Yeah, it only became a federal holiday a couple
Right,
of
but
years
it's been being celebrated for decades, actually. So
Okay. I thought it was
celebrated for
celebrated
decades in
years
Texas.
ago.
In Texas.
I don't understand why she said
What's
it's
your
a
point?
stupid holiday. So if you say,
Can I speak? Can I speak
It
to?
happened in
hold on,
Texas.
wait,
of
wait,
course.
wait.
Can I speak after that, brother?
Yeah, I got you. Sorry. If she said this holiday is stupid, then every other holiday is stupid. You gotta say Cinco de Mayo is stupid. You gotta say 4th of July is stupid. You can't just say one. You gotta
say Ramadan is stupid. Let's say Ramadan is stupid.
Okay, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Now, you mentioned Ramadan can be stupid. Mr. S, you are a Muslim. What is
I'm back.
Okay, so he said, now, Amir, he brings up a good question. And Mr. S, what you said? What you said? Ramadan was stupid.
If like he said, if every holiday is stupid, then Ramadan is stupid as well. Then what's the point of us celebrating that here in this country? Like we should then only celebrate that in your country.
You know what the problem I have?
So let Amir and Mr. S answer because they are Muslim.
Sure.
Guys, go ahead.
Sure. Let Mr. S, This is okay. So you're
Nobody
talking
asked
about,
for chicken, miss. Nobody
sir,
ordered a chicken
sir, can you
3-piece.
please
Quiet.
let me speak?
You ask the question. Let her answer. Let her answer.
She's going in Arabic like somebody ordered a 3-piece of chicken. Like I don't understand.
So
what's going on.
emotional, jeez. So
I
emotional. Calm
understand enough
down. Bring
that
your
I don't have
emotions.
room, but I understand enough.
Control your
Go ahead,
emotions.
Amir, Mr. S, please.
Right. So he said, if the Juneteenth is stupid, then that means Ramadan is stupid. So let's see the difference. Let's see. Ramadan is a month of discipline, reflection on your life, giving, and so on. Juneteenth, sorry. What are we celebrating? It's something like the slaves finding out on the 19th of June that they were free, even though they had already been free for a few months. So, okay.
For 2 years, actually.
Guys, hold on for a second. Let her
So anyway,
finish.
so we're finding out that the person, they just found out later. So we're going to celebrate the fact that they found out late. Okay. These holidays, personally, this is a personal thing. You're not going to change my opinion, Mr. Get a Point of View. If you're not happy that I think it's a stupid holiday, that's not going to change. You're trying to bring up. You're trying to
keep coming to this country and acting like y'all can dictate what should be
Can I please
seen as good
finish
or
my
stupid in our
sentence?
country. Like,
I know
take
that
that
you're
to your
emotional.
home and take that there and have your opinion.
Chaotic,
over there.
I can't speak to someone who's this
Can I speak on this as a Christian who's been in a Muslim country during Ramadan? 3 different ones. Number 1, nobody is forcing you to go by Ramadan countries or customs for a month in the United States. Even in Qatar, in Kuwait, and in the UAE, for Westerners, they have a closed-off dining room so they can still eat their normal schedule.
Mm-hmm.
If you are smoking outside, someone will kindly ask you to not do that or to step inside to smoke, and they will let you do that.
Mm-hmm.
But Mr. Mayor, you do know it's like a 20,000 euro fine if you're caught eating outside in Dubai.
But they warn you of that.
Hafez, can we
But
leave
they also tell you about
never
that
heard of
Islamic,
that,
in your hotel.
Yeah, it's a thing. Look it up.
Ways.
I hold on a second. Amir brings up a good point. He's got a point of view, and I've seen a lot of Muslims during Ramadan for a month, and you talk about dedication and a level of focus that I mean, not eating what was it like all damn day, practically only eating like a fruit here and there,
You
drinking
can't
water
eat
here
until
and there.
Maghrib. You can't
Oh,
eat
yep,
until
pretty
Maghrib.
Muslim. Yep, praying
no.
constantly. It is a discipline,
Okay,
and it is a respect for it. Mr. S, can I please finish, please, sir? It is a respect from what I've seen as a non-Muslim from culture. Is a respect for religion, culture that I have really came to respect. Now, every time I see somebody celebrating Juneteenth, it's just fried chicken and people cosplaying as Africans wearing dashikis and acting a fool. That's what I've seen his ghetto point of view. Now that's not the. I'm telling you what I've seen. I could be wrong. So I think in this case, Amir and Mr. S and Smitty and Fez, they might get you on the Ramadan part. St. Patty's Day might be different. That's a day of debauchery, if you ask me.
No, Hafez.
But
no,
go ahead,
no,
Mr. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I also want to bring up another point too.
Sorry about you, Hafez. Not Hafez.
No, Mr. S,
Not
the conversation is geared towards his ghetto point of view now, sir. This is his ghetto point of view.
Yeah, so I definitely have no issue with everything you're saying about what highlights and makes their culture unique.
I would like to
May I please
answer
finish?
now, if you don't mind, Chaotic
Mr.
Truth.
S, we gotta wait till everybody gets done.
These are the people that are representing this quote unquote beautiful religion and this beautiful culture. This is what Smitty was just talking about the other day. These people can sit here and say all type of disrespectful stuff, but the minute we say something in return, it's like, oh, we're horrible Americans. But Smitty just had to tell this dude, Mr. S, to watch his tongue, bide your tongue. You're a bad representation. Amira sitting here saying our holidays are stupid. Whether she is perfect. Can I please finish?
Get your point of
view. Wow, this is crazy.
Can I interject, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Here's the Here's the
I
deal.
would like to answer this guy's question.
This is my hold on, Mr. S. Hold on
Now,
just 1
his
second.
get-up point of view
Mr.
reminds
S.
me.
Mr. S. You got to speak for quite a while. We know how you feel. So let me just speak on this. Look, Mr. Ghetto, here's my problem. Okay. Chaotic Truth and the rest of us have already said what people associate with Juneteenth. Yes, we know how it happened. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Juneteenth. It was literally slaves got the word that they were free. Okay, we got that. To me, that's just like a slave just saying, boss, we've been free this whole time. Why, thank you. That's literally the holiday. And I'm not trying to disrespect.
That's not the narrative. Allegedly, the narrative is the military literally had to come into freedom.
Hold on. I'm not trying to disrespect our ancestors and make light of it, but that's literally
what y'all doing.
Okay?
That's okay.
That's what happened.
No, the military had to come in and free them
Mr.
because
Mr. Ghetto, hold on. Let me finish, sir. I understand you're upset and you're emotional because you think people are slighting our ancestors. I understand where you're coming from, brother. But
y'all regularly slight the ancestors to make
Mr. Ghetto, once again, can you please stop talking? Can you please stop talking and let me finish? Okay, once again. Now, so you feel disrespected. I get it. But the main thing is the holiday is just people getting the word late. That's the holiday. Okay. Whether you want to like it or not. That's Mr. Ghetto, once again. Okay. I understand this person. Okay. Last thing. Because I know you can't control yourself. Look.
I can't control myself. Y'all literally cut me off this whole time. I love the hypocrisy on this freaking panel.
Are you done or can I finish so you can talk?
Well, we love your emotions.
Okay. Well, I'm not really showing them. I'm trying to say my piece so people stop interrupting me. So like I said, you're mad about that fact of what the holiday is. And also, so that's the holiday. People got the word late. And then on the second end, everybody who celebrate, not everybody, people who celebrate this holiday and the activities they display are seen as negative. Last year, I was on Pan-African Strikes Back's panel on Juneteenth. And guess what? Some young black youth mass shot a whole bunch of people that look like him. And it's happened before. It's happening again. And other celebrations have been dysfunctional. Not every single one, but it seems most dysfunctional celebrations are associated with black people. And Juneteenth is no exception. And I understand you don't like this, but it's the truth. And I'm landing the plane.
Can I? I'm sorry, Mr. Ghetto.
Well, Smitty's been patiently waiting. Hold on, we gotta get Smitty in here, and Smitty's Muslim too. Smitty, go ahead, because I think it's an interesting conversation between this Ramadan versus Juneteenth. Go ahead, Smitty.
It's not about a Ramadan versus Juneteenth. She said it was stupid, and that's when I tried to address.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Listen.
It's not about verses. I respect the beauty of their culture. Why is it everybody gets to down ours though?
Well, she wasn't downing your culture.
What does the word stupid mean, though, King? What does the word mean, stupid, King?
Now, respectfully, she was only downing Juneteenth. That's what I heard. That's one holiday. It's many holidays that are black. There's many. But come on, man. She didn't downplay the entire black culture. Can I address because he's got a point of view. We can always downplay an aspect of Muslim culture, but that doesn't mean that we're downplaying the entire culture. I didn't like 9/11.
That is not chaotic.
But seriously, but
9/11 is Muslim culture now.
I know.
Muslim culture, you know.
Anyway,
Go ahead.
And I'm gonna get on this Juneteenth thing, bro. But his ghetto point of view, man. My man, respect, bro. Respect.
Peace to you, brother. What's going on?
You already know, man.
Smitty, please don't get to talking Arabic either, man. Oh, go ahead. You can do what you want to do. Sorry.
Stop. That was from Mr. S.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. I'm talking to a fellow American right now, so I'm gonna speak the King's English, right? All right then.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yalla, Smitty, yalla. Sit down.
Harness, you know the harness thing. You know the hardest thing to harness when it comes to your belief, brother, as a Christian man, right? Is when you hear the most egregious things being spoken about what you believe, especially when it's maybe coming from those who don't have certain knowledge. Bruh, you have to know how to just separate. You have to know how to stay focused in what it is that you know to be real in the word in which it is that you take from. You cannot be concerned, bruh. No matter how hard you try, there are going to be people all over that are going to smooth spit and take a dump on everything that you believe in, bruh. You and yourself. So to nutshell it, it's not about what is given to you. It's about how you take it and if you take it. All right. So to move on to the Juneteenth thing, y'all was talking about Frederick Douglass. I did this. I don't know if y'all can see this. Jeez, can y'all see that?
Yeah,
I did this. I did this like years ago. That's Frederick Douglass. Who's that? Curtis Mayfield, Thurgood Marshall. Who else we got? We got Dr. King. We got Rosa Parks. All of that. Now I'm showing this picture because underneath, right, you see the lightning bolt, and then you see niggas with pit bulls and 40s and hoes. So my point is that when you were asking that question, CT, it's funny you said that because I literally have a picture that I did when it comes to the desecration of what it is that our ancestors and all of those who tried so hard to put certain things in place, they just totally take a dump on it. So that's how I look at it. I look at it like our ancestors are looking down like we did all of this hard work just for y'all to praise 40 ounces and pit bulls and, you know, and just basically everything the worst. And so to move it forward on this one piece, right? All right, so, you know, I'm from the DMV. Y'all was talking about them Caribbean festivals. Out here in DC, we used to have Georgia Avenue Day. Georgia Avenue Day basically turned into the Caribbean Day. Bruh, they shut that down within like 2-3 years. Why? Because some lady got stabbed in the face, somebody got shot all within a block within each other. And it just got to the point where stuff got out of control. Now, this is right there on Georgia Avenue, right where Howard University is. That whole rip of Georgia, we flooded. I mean, we flooded heavy, but then it just got out of control. And it got to the point where I myself didn't even want to go no more. I did not want to go to Georgia Avenue Day, bruh. It got terrible. It really did, man. It's like, you know, it started off like, you know, you may just have some folks smoking some weed out there on some blankets and stuff like that. Folks, you know, I don't know who pulled the grill up at the metro station, but it's a grill going on at the metro station. And, you know, they getting it in. They getting it in. So, but then it just got real hectic and everything started to flip. So Georgia Avenue Day gone. The way that I'm looking at this whole thing, CT, to land it, is I've noticed how we continuously only put the worst of our own. I'm talking about us as African Americans. We only put the worst of our own to the top. We only praise them. They are the ones who get the most airplay. There is no reason why, at the same time that a woman was being interviewed on big platforms like Ellen and stuff like that for putting Gorilla Glue in her hair, you have a young brother who also simultaneously, right around that same time, I gotta pull his name up because I can't pronounce his name. But anyway, he lived in the hood, and he went on ahead and took like all the tires that you see, that be old tires and generators and refrigerators, and he developed like this, he developed like he recycled it, and he made a whole bunch of different stuff that was actually usable in the community. No one's heard of him. So only thing that I'm saying is that I'm not surprised when I see us go out and do the things that we do, because why? We really do have it in our head at this point, because the brainwashing has worked beautifully. Bravo to whoever put it in place, right?
Ask you a question, Smith.
We really do now. I'm landing it. We really do now think that going out there and doing the worst type of things is representing the best of us. But the best of us are seeing that, no, that's what's tearing all of us down. But unfortunately, that small percentage of us, they get the most shine. And so the rest of us get pushed off into the shadows. You never hear about us. And then the rest of the world thinks that small percentage is African Americans. I digress. My mic is muted.
I just want to quickly say that as a person who does criticize Islam and the Middle East quite a lot, I'd like it to be known. I like it to be known that 9/11 is not part of Arab culture. Please don't perpetuate such a thing. I resist that strongly.
It seems like you have to.
What just happened, bro?
Hand the narrative.
Mr.
How
S,
did that
you're very
response come out of what I just said?
Now, CT,
Mr. S, shut up.
Here is the deal.
No, I'm sorry, Miss Smitty. That wasn't from what you said. This was from what was said previously, and I just had to correct that.
When someone criticizes you or your culture, don't attack the person that brings your criticism in good faith. Do not attack the individual that brings the criticism in good faith. You see, you guys are wishy-washy talking, but don't understand that there are thousands of 14, 15-year-old black youthful men, black adolescent individuals that are looking at these sort of live streams and are wondering, what's the solution? Please, guys, bring the solution. You guys, like Smitty here, seem to think you guys are very righteous. Stop thinking very righteous. Give us solutions.
Mr. F, we already talked about solutions, dude. We already talked about solutions. Were you not listening?
Can I say something, CT?
I'm sorry. Am I being heard? Because I just want to reiterate, 9/11 is not part of Arab culture.
Is the solution
extremely
Is the solution engaging with your is the solution engaging with your single mothers? Is the solution engaging with your single mothers and telling them that you are a survivor of their trauma? Is that part of it?
What?
Look. I was hurt by my single black mother, but there's more to it than that, okay? Listen. You need to heal. You probably need to heal because your single black mother did hurt you.
Okay. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. This is what I'm gonna do because this is getting out of hand. I'm gonna cam down the non-blacks for 5 to 10 minutes.
Please.
And I'm gonna get the perspective of non-blacks on everything we've been talking about, Juneteenth, and particularly what Amir said. And I'm gonna cam up the blacks in about 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna cam the blacks up for 10 minutes, and I'll bring back everybody again. Okay, because it's getting out of hand. I just want to get one. Give me a second, Smitty. I know. Give me a second. I'm gonna cam down you blackies real quick. Give me a second. Let me cam down you darkies. Okay. It's nice and peaceful, isn't it, man? Okay. Amir, you brought up something very interesting. I agree with you. And I'm trying to be neutral, but I agree with you. One holiday is a month long, if you ask me, a marathon of just absolutely showing faith to religion. Please correct me if I'm wrong. To religion, heritage, culture, to the point where you are willing to put your body through extremities that I've seen, pretty much starving starving yourself. Now, I'm assuming the starving or the fasting is, help me out here, Amir and Mr. S and Mayo. The starving is for what? The fasting is for not starving, but the fasting is
good for the body. It's good for the body. It's also a way to remember those that don't have. Like you have food every day. Now you struggle and you see how others feel who don't have a choice in the matter. And another thing is that Christians, if they follow the way that it should be, Christians are supposed to be fasting too. This is not just an Islamic thing. It was you could say Abrahamic thing. This is what we did. We always fasted. And that's why Christians, if they are deep in prayer, they'll fast too. Or if they want something really badly, they fast. Lent, you're supposed to be fasting anyway, but they turned it into like fasting only for a day.
No. It's been reimagined or reinterpreted, not for fasting, but for sacrificing a thing that you enjoy for that particular day, a month or 44 days.
Right. So that's the same thing as fasting. I mean, you can fast with food. You can fast with things that bring you pleasure.
And so the reason why I say this is because it appears from, I'm not a Muslim, and it appears from an outsider's perspective, the the holiday, it's not considered a holiday, right? It's just a month of Ramadan, but
it's a holiday for us.
Okay, holiday. Okay,
the last day. The last day.
It's like the holiday commands a certain level of order and stability and discipline. Whereas, go ahead.
But I wanted to tell you, when he was speaking about Juneteenth, Juneteenth to me is a stupid holiday.
That's why. Go ahead.
But what I'm trying to say that should be celebrated is the Day of Emancipation. The Day of Emancipation is the day that people should be celebrating, not the Juneteenth is like, oh, they found out late, so let's celebrate that. That doesn't make sense. Let's celebrate the actual Day of Emancipation because that is the thing that started everything. But I understand, some people, I believe it was in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones who continued the 19th of June celebration because that's when they found out. And that's why I said it's a stupid holiday. And there are American super holidays too, just like Cinco de Mayo is a very stupid holiday. There's many stupid holidays that are aside from, Juneteenth. So it's not just about attacking the blacks, as Mr. Ghetto said. That's not what it is, and it's not about that. Just because someone doesn't agree with your viewpoint doesn't make the other. You don't need to attack my religion just because I disagree with the holiday. But that's my point. So.
And Cinco de Mayo, St. Patrick's Day, those aren't federal holidays.
The issue I have.
You're not shutting down the business world.
The issue I have.
Or Cinco de Mayo, or any of those.
Are they shutting down? As in, is this actually a day?
Yes, it is a federal holiday. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Federal, local governments are closed.
Yeah. Okay, that's
Stock market is closed.
You see,
it's stupid.
this is my take on this is neither agreeing or disagreeing with Amira because, there is no more reason to celebrate Juneteenth than there is to fast for a month because some Bedouin desert preacher told you to. You have to. There are no real big. I think actually celebrating freedom from slavery is probably a bigger excuse than some desert guy who told you to fast. That's not the point. The point is.
Wait, so are you saying that about the Christians too? Because
the Christians.
Every religion has fasting.
But the Christians, it's the same. I don't see Christmas. Christmas isn't even when Christ was born.
You're absolutely.
Christmas is the winter solstice.
If I can say something, because
like
I have been quiet for the last 2 hours.
March. But the thing is, what I'm trying to tell you is that
I'm at the end of my tether, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. S. I'll be done in less than a minute. Less than a minute, you will have the mic entirely to yourself. What I'm trying to tell you is that there's no Christmas is no more this Juneteenth is no more stupid than Ramadan, than Christmas, than St. Patrick's Day. There are no stupid reasons. These people were freed from slavery. They feel that they want to celebrate it, and so from their perspective, it's important to them just as much as Ramadan is important to you.
That's not my job.
The fact is that just because it's not important to you,
I'm
that
not here
doesn't
for
mean
you.
it's
I'm
not
here to advise the
important.
black community in America. Okay. Listen.
Go
You
on,
are
Mr. S.
the
Give us the pearls that you're going to bestow upon us.
That came early. You're him. That's one. Yeah. You're the Antichrist that came early and overweight. He wasn't supposed to come now overweight. He's supposed to come slim in about a couple of decades ahead of us. Anyhow, I'm not here for you, Hafiz. You are a peasant in my eyes. Me, people like you, I teach. People like Chaotic, I debate with.
Thank you.
I just want to say one thing to the black brothers, yeah? You guys need to stop blaming each other, number one. Number two, you need to stop blaming your mother for having problems that you guys are going through. It's that simple. You need to hold your mother accountable, but you guys won't. You guys, you know who you black brothers hold accountable? You guys will hold people like Amira accountable for telling you the honest truth that she's seeing innocently with good faith. You guys will call me names under the sun for telling you what I see that's wrong with you. However, black people are so stupid. They would rather listen to a guy like Hafez, who, let's not forget, sold his religion for $2.99 at the recent
It's not my religion. It is not my religion. How many times do I have to tell you? It is your religion. It is your Arab prophet. He is not my prophet. He is not
Mr.
of
S,
my people.
He's Shia. Shia people don't respect. I mean, obviously, Shia
I
is
don't
not
respect.
even real. That's
I don't respect an Arab prophet at all.
That's
It doesn't
fine.
matter
But
whether
we are
it's Shia or
in a
Sunni.
black dominated. We are in a black dominated media channel. We are in a black specialized YouTube channel. We are focusing on the suppressed individuals of the black community, and we are trying to give them help. We're trying to give them knowledge and wisdom. You are a disruptor, Hafez, which is good in
chaotic.
But you do not make chaotic truths till ching ching like I do. But what you do ching is the McDonald's stills.
So are you saying that
guarantee you.
that
Anyhow,
you're going to buy your opinions? Is that what it is? Your opinions are simply bought.
Two, maybe we need to start chatting to the mothers and tell them, listen, you were the problem of why I'm having issues. Black brothers, black men need to chat to their mothers and tell them, listen, you have been controlling my mouth, my tongue, my ears, and my eyes. I didn't learn nothing. Mother, work with me, don't work against me. I hear mothers telling their sons, single mothers telling their sons, if you don't listen to me, I'm not your mother. I hear single mothers telling their sons, if you go to prison, I'll never visit you. Why are we not talking about that? Why are we not saying, why are we not going to root problem, root causes? Why are we saying all this Fugazi political language? This is something I hear about black brothers. They're so effing dumb, they can't go to the root.
Okay, Katik, can I actually, because this man is just rambling now.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
This is not. This is an incoherent
What
statement.
I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna bring up the blacks. Do you guys mind waiting in the back for 10 minutes, and then I'll bring up everybody else at one time? Okay.
I will be happy. Can I make one statement before I go?
Bring them niggas.
As far as this situation is concerned, I am not interested in the fact that people want to celebrate Juneteenth. My serious question to the black community is that, are the Democratic Party doing this just to appease you? I see the sinister motives behind such actions, because these things won't make the black community any better. They're not going to uplift the black community in any way. They are going to appease. These are appeasement and patriarch.
Okay, guys,
making
guys.
Effectively being very patriotic.
Before you continue.
No.
Just one last one.
Patronizing.
I'm gonna take down the non-blacks, the Arabs, and the whites. I'm gonna bring up the blackies in a minute. Little podcast. I do agree with you. This is not a black media channel. Me and you don't agree on anything, but I definitely agree with you on that one. Black Thoughts with the $2 super chat says, why do these people think blacks find them important? That's an interesting question, Black Thoughts. And Male Monkey with the $10 super chat says, stop the S head. And what's up? Why says with the $5 super chat says, most people on the panel are religious, but are hateful towards others' religious beliefs. I'm going to bring up the darkies, and we're going to do a full panel afterwards. Hopefully the blacks will get on camera. Eric is technically black. Let's see. Okay, blacks.
Why did
you guys?
Why did you drop them down?
I need to go first.
Go ahead.
Why did you drop them down?
Because I had to bring order to the panel. It was a lot going on. We were talking about Juneteenth, and there were certain things that were said about Juneteenth that many of the blacks didn't like. So I wanted to just have the Arabs and whites talk first, and then the blacks, and then I'm gonna bring up another panel. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Can I say one thing?
No. Let me say this first.
Did I hear the camel rider say the N-word?
Yeah, Eric.
This needs to be addressed right away.
Burn them. He said burn the N-words. That's what he said.
No, we need to address this right away, CT.
Well, I mean, that is a part of their beliefs, his beliefs. I mean, that's what they believe.
Go ahead.
That's cool. Listen, that's cool.
I appreciate your panel, CT. I like the parody. I like that we have many different people that come up here. But on certain topics, I don't think it's conducive.
It's not appropriate.
These foreign pale skins come up here and sprout nothing but nonsense, wasting everybody's time. They added no value to the conversation.
Hold on for a second,
guys. Mr. S.
Hold on.
No. He just said the N-word. I'm not.
No, God.
You should.
DMT, hold on for a second. Bebe Rodriguez, salute to you. Positivity's coming your way. Please, let's refrain from using any vulgarities towards Amir. Amir is a good friend of mine. Just out of respect. I'm just going to give you a fair warning right now. Just please, no problem. And guys, please stop timing people out that don't need to be timed out, by the way. But please, Bebe Rodriguez, please, let's refrain from saying any disparaging comments about Amir. Thank you. Let me see. Okay, come on, Blacks. Go ahead, guys.
Back to the pale skins. Now, a lot of these, we're talking about Juneteenth today. We were talking
You
about
called the what?
Pale skins. That's what we're doing today. That's where I'm going. That's where I am right now.
Does Eric count too?
Back to the pale skins.
Nah, that's old school, CT. I think it was pale face, but yeah, that's old school.
Yeah, pale skins. I'm trying to not cuss today, CT. I'm doing whatever I can. So we call them pale skins today because he said the N-word. I don't know why he thought he had the right to say that, and nobody checked him about it. Yeah, they get up here. We're talking about black issues, right? Now, I get it. We love to have this parody on these panels. I appreciate the shows you put on CT. They're amazing. But they get up here and they spew their opinions on stuff they have no understanding about. They don't even live here, right? They don't even know any black people besides who they talk to on these panels. So when they get up here and trying to give us advice, whatever Mr. S thinks he's giving us, it's not conducive advice, and nobody's listening to you, brother. I don't know what y'all getting up here talking about, but I think we need to go to the authorities on these certain subjects. We're talking about Chicago, we're talking about Juneteenth, we're talking about black issues. Let's go to the people that actually live in these cities or have been in these cities and understand these people. And I think, CT, you should implement, if we're going to let them get up here and talk about this stuff, they should at least have to cam up. I'm tired of these foreigners coming up here, sitting behind these avatars, not camming up and saying whatever the hell they want to say. This is a problem. There should at least be a cam up fee. If you ain't going to cam up, at least make them pay a fee that they don't have to cam up. Because you expect us to be on camera, right? So they get to sit behind these avatars, say the N-word, and nobody checks them about it. This is a problem. Now, Hafez, I know you cam up. I'm talking about Mr. S, 777, all these other guys that get up here, be behind these avatars saying whatever the hell they want to say, and nobody checks them for it. This is a problem. Now, Juneteenth, Amir, you called it a stupid holiday. I heard Hafez and them say it's Listen, it is something that started in Texas, right? The slaves were not informed till 2.5 years later that they were free. Now, if y'all think that just because Emancipation Proclamation was passed in 1863, that everybody was just automatically free, like the slave owners all went to them and was like, well, I guess I got to let you guys go. That's not how it worked. They had to send federal troops in to take occupancy so those slaves could be released. Because if you think those slave owners are just going to release them because a piece of paper got signed, you're naive and stupid.
Let me ask you a question. Dude, why are you playing this so nicely with them? Just roast their religion. The minute that you talk about their religion, they're going to start crying. Like if you really I
feel you, bro.
Just go ahead and talk about it, bro. Like that they can't take any jokes on it. Just roast the religion. That's the thing. That's just hit them where it hurts.
But I can't tolerate this stuff, CT.
No, bro, just roast that. That's the only thing that gets them back. You're trying to have a intellectual conversation with somebody that would strap a bomb onto themselves. Like, come on, bro. like literally, like they can't even take people. That's how their stuff is fake. They worship a fake. You can't even take jokes on your religion without. Didn't you kill people in France for drawing pictures? Like, come on, bro. Like, seriously, you want to talk about it, like what black people are doing? Come on, bro. Like 30 people dying. That's like par for the course in any country that's majority Muslim.
For someone to chop my head off if I was praying in the streets. They want to chop my head off if I was praying, practicing my religion.
But they can't.
They want to turn around and act like they have some sort of morals or character because they starved themselves for a whole month. I mean, come on, get out of here, dude.
For no reason.
No, hold on. But there's an actual comparison to be made here. Okay, hold on.
No, the intellectual conversations are done. Intellectual conversations are done.
Christians fast, right? You do know Christians fast too. They do.
That's all. What's your point?
Nah, y'all are just getting.
You want to have a conversation about what Christianity produced versus what they produce? Like, really?
For a month. Christians do fast.
Do you want to have a conversation about what they produce versus what Christianity produced? Christianity is a farce.
I would love to.
Okay, bet. Let's go. Well, number one, Christianity is real, so let's start with that.
Okay.
Let's talk about what Jesus did versus what their guy did. Let's have the conversation.
Well, first, hold on.
Because ours is far
Can I just say
superior.
one thing?
It ain't even close.
I'm entering in good
Christianity
faith.
is far superior. It whoops their ass everywhere it goes. It drone strikes them every single day. We can take a joke about what our person did because our person was actually real.
That's true.
Okay. What are you talking about?
So all I wanted to say is, this is all I want to say, right? This is a Christian country, right? Now, it's not to crap on Christianity because I'm
this
just.
This guy said Jesus was Caucasian. Have you read? Hold on, no. Have you read? No. Let me finish. Have you read what Muhammad looked like?
Oh,
have you read Muhammad was a ginger?
Reason, but see, you have
Muhammad
to know
was a ginger. What are you talking about, bro? You're talking about Christianity?
Listen, specifically, what I'm saying to you right now is this. Now, somebody who grew up in the church, all right? I grew up in the church, all right? And my family definitely is heavily Christian, all right? So I'm not ignorant to this. The only thing I'm saying is this. When you talking about the superiority, yeah, all right, bet. They'll strap a bomb to them and blow themselves up. Now, if you knew anything about Islam, you would know that suicide is not something that is.
Hey, listen, all of that stuff you're talking about, that don't mean nothing.
Bro, can
I'm
I
a
just
Christian.
Let me rock out. I got you. I got you.
All of that
I got you. Let me rock out. Let me rock out.
Nope.
Just hold on, Eric. Eric.
Ain't trying to hear it. Ain't trying to hear it. Christianity, the best religion.
Okay, watch though. But I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question.
Who won them crusades?
I want to ask you this.
Who won in Iraq?
Eric,
ask me that. Who won in the Middle East? Ask me that.
I want you to answer this question. I want you to answer this question.
I want to hear that bullshit.
I just want. No. Just answer this, Eric.
Wait a minute, Eric. That's a $10 swear jar fee, buddy. $10 swear jar fee. The blacks, you got 3 more minutes. What I'm gonna do is, I said,
dang it! I couldn't even ask him a question.
Yeah, he returned. Everybody has to pay a swear jar fee.
Ask me the question. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question.
Ask it.
3 more minutes to the blacks. What I'm gonna do is, I'm not gonna mix the panel again. I'm just gonna have the non-blacks come up again by themselves, and then because this is getting good.
Can I say one thing after him?
I just want to ask a question.
Yeah, ask a question. I got you. I'm after you.
Freaking robots.
All I want to know, and I really want Christian people to think about this. All right, so being so superior, the superiority and everything, cool. I get it. My whole thing is this. How is something so superior, but you let the very, very enemy that we know is a book in there called Sodom and Gomorrah was torn down? See, I'm trying to figure out how, do Christians really, honestly, in the churches, I ain't talking about you on a personal level, do they really hold up what it is that the values are? How is it that we have a joke about it that the choir orchestrator is always gay? See, this is what I'm trying to figure out. See, the thing is that one thing that I can say about Islam is hold on, bro. I'm talking right now, dog. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm I'm not cursing. I'm not disrespecting nobody. No. But you know what I noticed? People can't stand hearing stuff. You can't stand to hear it though. Bro, I'm trying to figure out how you let all this infantry come into your religion. How you let all the infantry come into your religion though?
If I want to practice my religion.
No. I'm asking you a question. How did all this superiority come into this, sir? Nah. See, the thing is that people want to keep on speaking and talking on something that they actually have no certain knowledge on.
Guys, this is getting really good. I love what's going on now, guys. This has took a turn for the best, if you ask me. Passion says black repping sets, but not getting that respect back unless the pack lacks with the gats taking shots at the mask, but it's white when dark comes to light. Oh my God, I can't read rap lyrics. Pastor says, CT, did you get my last super chat? Yeah, that's the one. I read that earlier. Yeah, I definitely read that one. I want to give a big shout out to Lawrence for the $5 super chat, says, for saying Jesus probably looked like Rock. And Juan says, didn't we just speak about Asians last topic so we can speak on theirs, but not vice versa? Oh, good point. Let me bring back the Arabs real quick. This is getting really good and juicy. I like this one, guys. Go ahead. They said a lot. You know.
You see, these Negroes. Yeah, these niggas here, they are still like living in the cave systems, because they can't seem to find the root cause of their problems, which is their mothers. They're not man enough to tell their mothers, listen, I am the man of the house now. You were wrong. Now follow me. Let me show you the way. They won't say that. They'll blame Amira,
thank you,
even Hafez, or even me for being the Negro whisper. And they have a problem me saying the N-word. Where is their problem of calling us terrorists since 2001? Where is the problem of them calling Amira oppressed lady, burqa wearing woman? We didn't have a problem with that.
They didn't call her a burqa wearing woman. I didn't hear that.
Bring these niggas on. Let me chat to them.
No. Amira, Hafez, you guys got
they didn't call her specifically, but women, Arab women. But what do they say? Go ahead.
Eric, your fee has been paid. Eric, go ahead.
No, I heard what they were saying, and the thing is, it's not a Christianity versus Islam thing on my part. I'm not against Christianity, so just because a person is offended by me not liking a holiday, they want to change the topic and try to insult my religion. I'm not insulting Christianity. That's not what we're doing here, because Jesus is loved by the Muslims. We can't do that. We can't be like the Christians and put down other people with the book. I'm
very sorry to interrupt you, Amira. I hate to interrupt you, Amira. I really do. I'd like you to finish, but I just have to say one thing. That the issue here is we need to keep reminding these dumb jiggers that we're not going against their religion or against their creed. We're just trying to advise them from the outside looking in. But they seem to be, like you said, like that ghetto point of view. Highly emotive. Very, very emotive. These are men. One thing I know is women are adult children. Unfortunately, them jiggers are adult children as well as women. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to point out, Amira, do you not even remotely object to some of the things Mr. S just said, that he just compared you to children? No, that didn't register.
I don't disagree. No, I don't disagree with that, because
you don't disagree. You actually agree that you are like
you
children.
You were asking me a question. I'm answering.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah.
She's feminine.
Because from what I've seen is that women
feminine,
need
protection. Maybe you're used to these rigorous women.
Because women need protection basically until the day that they die. Women are sort of like children, because women do need the protection of a man. Women need the leadership of men. So if you're still in a position where you need protection and guidance, you're still somewhat childlike. It doesn't make you all the way to being a child. Of course, you are above the children, because it's man above woman, woman above children. But still, at the same time, women do have a lot of childlike behaviors, and a lot of us are not held accountable because we are women, especially in this country. So yes, I agree with that. But like I said, I want to hear your point of view, Hafez. I understand that you are like, hating Islam. Fine, do you? But for us, I'm saying that I'm not hating Christianity, and I don't want it to turn into that. If we can actually argue the points that were brought up, instead of trying to change the topic to trying to insult Muslims, because remember, Muslims are not just Arabs. Muslims are black. Muslims are white. Muslims are Asian. So why are we trying to be so...
And Iranians.
Mr. S,
do you guys mind if I Mr. S? Do you guys, Mr. S? Eric has some questions for you. Do you mind if I bring him up with you guys?
Sure.
Okay. Amira, you mind if I bring Eric?
Amira, I just wanted to say first of all, number one, I don't really hate on.
Oh, I don't want another clone of his ghetto points of view.
Okay. I'd rather have that than a sand nigga's point of view. You camel riding, falafel eating, sheep wearing bitch.
Eric, I told you.
Oh, that's gonna be con-
Well, he said something first.
$10, please. Thank you very much. You have just
Eric. That's
you have. He's committed a kamikaze act.
That's going to be conducive to a.
He might need to tell one of those trainers that seem to be in the background whenever he comes up.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
No, I just want to say to Amira.
These jiggers, they are so dumb. I was trying to keep my tongue clean, but every time I sense that every time I try to keep my tongue clean, I'm put in a background. I'm like held similar to a communist state. I'm gonna keep it frank. You jiggers are dumb. You guys ain't holding your mothers accountable. You know there are young jiggers watching this. You know that. Not in the chat. Not on the panel. They're watching this for guidance. They're watching Chaotic Truth.
No, sir. We got the algorithm. Amira does live streams too. We can see the algorithm. Ain't no young people are watching us or YouTube. They don't watch. No teenagers are watching.
But Chaotic. There are other black brothers that are watching your channel, Dennis Berlin's channel, your Obsidian Ali's channel, even Chicago Realist channel, the Beef Network. They're watching it without the need to be on the in the chat, without the need to be on the panel. Why? They're just watching to gain some useful information. What useful information can they get when these black jiggers?
Is it me or Mr. S keeps breaking up?
He is breaking up. Angela, real quick. Mr. S, wait a minute. Angela.
Nah, it's the black brother on my left. Why can't they do that? That's my problem.
Angela says, why are you letting him call black people names? Angela, this is a free speech panel. As long as he's not using any vulgarity, anybody can say what they want to say. You can come on here and talk to Angela. But go ahead, Mr. S. You get the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing is, it goes back to my point. These jiggers and these jiggeresses, they seem to, like, when they hear criticism, they have their single mother's mentality. They seem to say, "Oh, why are you going against what I'm doing?" They never want to take criticism.
Eric is back. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah. So the thing about it is this, right? He can say that when people hear criticism, anybody criticizes your religion or what you believe individually, right? We know how that goes, right? We know how. I mean, really, do you really want to? We should honestly isolate it. We should say, would you rather live in Baltimore, Detroit, or would you rather live in Saudi Arabia? Because it's very clear that your people don't want to live in the societies that you've created. Because none of you, excuse me. It's very clear. It's very clear that we're the places that you've created, you don't want to live there. And then on top of that, if we really look at who's consuming a lot of government aid, we look up how much money America has spent, who is really a bigger enemy to the United States and the American people? I would have to say it would be you people, not necessarily what do you call them, the jiggers or whatever.
No. What do you mean, you people?
It's a little.
This is the issue.
No, I'm just being honest with it. I mean, really, nobody kills. I mean, I'm talking about the camel riders, right? I'm talking about the. And this guy, you want to talk about people's mom? You don't even know what your mom looks like. When your mom tucked you in the bed, she came in looking like Casper the Ghost.
Let me know when I can.
Have you ever seen your mom's face with the sheet over her head?
Luggage from your flight when you're landing.
I'm just saying. Well, you can't get on a flight. We know why.
Eric, let them respond. Eric.
Okay, because I'm playing TSA today. Go ahead.
Okay. Eric, I'm gonna respond very quickly to both you and Amira.
Where is the label on your jersey, sir?
Eric, yesterday,
it's okay. I love you, Mr. S. I love you. I love you. I'm praying for you to know Jesus Christ. I am praying for Mr. S to know the love of Jesus Christ. I am. I'm praying for you to know the love of a true Savior. No, it was not. Yours was a ginger. The person you worship is a ginger. That's a fact.
He wasn't a ginger.
Yes, he
there's
was.
no-
I could answer your question about.
Yes, he was. He was white.
Eric, let's not keep this broad and keep it specific.
Oh,
If I could answer
He
the question
died
about
for your
I
sins.
just
You
need
should
to make
accept him into your life. He
If I
came.
could-
Jesus
Eric,
came for everybody.
See, this is the
He is
problem
the
with
one
chickens.
true
This is the problem
God.
with Negroes. Well, you
He's
can't
the
talk
one
to
true
them as an
God.
adult. You have to talk
He
to
will
them like I
forgive
told
you of your
adult
sins,
children.
sir.
Chaotic. These are adult children like
He
women.
loves you, Mr. S.
They do
Jesus
not
will forgive you for your heart.
Pause.
You were drinking on camera. The person that you believe in doesn't even give you the strength to follow your own beliefs because you came on camera drinking the last time.
Well,
you can
let me tell you
accept my
something.
Lord and Savior. You can accept my Lord and Savior, and He has the power to remove you from all your vices.
About that,
You don't have to live like that if you accept Christ. You should accept Christianity and the cross, and you don't have to live with those vices in your life.
You're asking me to go into an early grave, which I do not need at the moment. If I could
Well,
answer
if you don't stop, you were smoking and drinking the last time.
Grave, yeah.
You were smoking and drinking the
my
last
brother
time.
Smitty, my good, highly esteemed brother Smitty, came onto the panel. Was it yesterday or the day before? And he kindly, in great words, in politeness, he told me, "Look, you try to hide your sins from the public glare." Now, to keep it very bad mouthy, he said, "Listen, do not drink on panel, do not smoke on the panel," and he was coming from a place of love.
And
You
I'm
see,
telling you that you don't have to do that with Christ.
1 second, Tony.
You can drink and smoke. If you're in
Hey,
Jesus.
listen, we don't want to look as fat as you do, so we're not talking to you.
We have, at the moment, on this panel, we have two antichrists, one angel and one Saddam.
What are you going to do about Hafiz for being such an apostate?
I have to respect his decision.
I don't respect his decision at all.
No, I respect his decision. No,
He has to respect my decision whilst I'm in the United Kingdom. If he caught me in Yemen, that decision would be very different.
Well, first off, where are the numbers on your jersey? If you actually believed you have a jersey with no numbers on the front,
I'll be on the beheaders block.
His green and blue veins coming out from his neck in Yemen, but in the UK.
She knows it. So why the hell are you lying, Mr. S?
So he's an apostate.
I wasn't lying. I told you.
Are you an atheist? Is he an atheist?
In Yemen,
or something like that?
In Yemen, if you were going how you're going now, Fez, in Yemen, I would enjoy watching the blue and the green veins coming out from your neck when your head is severed.
There you
I
go.
didn't say I was lying.
See that? That's exactly what we're dealing with. See, even the blacks wouldn't do that. See, even they wouldn't even do that on Juneteenth.
They just shoot you up in a drive-by.
Yeah, like the Sunnis, and Shiites do. Like the Sunnis and Shiites do. Who kills more? Who kills more? Who kills more? The Sunnis and the Shiites or the blacks? Who kills more? The Sunnis and the Shiites? Go ahead.
If you've ever been to a boxing club, let's do some sparring sessions just now.
Nigga, bring it. You ain't got the bone density. You was raised in the sand. You ain't got the bone density to fuck with a nigga like me.
Eric, you gotta stop using vulgarity, man. You just
chaotic.
Yeah.
Chaotic.
I have a lot of $10, Eric.
In the physics and biology classes, but anyhow.
Let me read the super chat, Mr. S. Let me read the super chat. Aztec, thank you for the 5 Australian. Aztec says, if you live with vices and need an external force to save you from your own gluttony, low IQ. Guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring back the blacks. What's up, Be Brave?
We're the boys!
Before I bring back the blacks, I want to...
I'll make it quick.
Yeah, about Juneteenth, the shooting.
Come on, Antonio Bernandez.
20 shot, 1 dead. And you heard my soliloquy, you heard what I had to say about it. What do you have to say about it? Go ahead.
Well, on the Juneteenth holiday, I think, right quick, it was a horrible amount of arrogance for Amira to discount it. It was
Antonio,
something that was
please. Don't be like them niggas. Keep it white.
Oh, man.
Mr. S, man, be quiet. I can't hear
Yeah,
you.
please, thank you. So it was a concrete occurrence in life. All of religion, there's no proof any of it happened. So I'm thinking that for somebody to celebrate something that happened concretely, and we know it happened, and it is a very spiritual occurrence in itself, And then the others that get mad because they want to compare it to their spirituality that they think they have a right to celebrate, when in reality, you can't prove any of the religions. You can't prove none of them. Anybody can say they're all bull crap. So here's So what I'm saying, and Amira, and with your arrogance, I know you and Chaotic are good friends, and please, so I'm saying this in a very gentlemanly manner. With your arrogance on your religious approach, your avatar looks like something you would see. You're taking earthly matters here. Your avatar looks like something you would see on an escort page.
How can you deduce it being a religious? How can you deduce it being a religious response? You just mentioned religious.
So look at that. That's beautiful.
How can you say it's coming from a
Be brave.
religious place?
Be brave. You hit the nail on the head. This is something I've been trying to say. Mr. S, you've spoken more than anyone else.
Opinion is American opinion. She's an American.
No. But this is what I've been trying to say to Amira the whole time, is that just because you don't find a particular holiday valuable, that doesn't mean it's stupid. Because I can lay that same accusation at the feet of your holidays. I don't find the Ramadan holiday to be a sensible holiday.
Over here.
What is the sense of the sense of the Muslim religion? A fellow being pulled to the moon on a horse with a rope. I mean, come on here. And you're thinking that you're going to laugh at somebody else.
For the last 11 live streams, we've deviated this conversation to the Muslim subject. Why is that? 11 live streams.
Because of the arrogance that was portrayed by
averaging 5 hours
by the people up there.
Hours.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So anyway, I'll make it quick. But no, I'm just saying you got a religion that the main cat was pulled to the moon on a horse. Now I understand
he wasn't pulled to the moon. You're mixing up the miracles, dude. He split the moon. He went up on the back of a flying donkey or Barak to the seventh heaven. You're mixing up the myth here. You're all over the place.
No. I'm not all. I'm just saying there's plenty to be mixed up as a Christian religion. Also, you got a man walking on water doing all of this. So I'm saying none of this can be proven. But you got Juneteenth, that's concrete reality, and all of a sudden they're being insulted for having fun on that day and making it something. I don't care if it was made a national holiday.
Like a white savior. You're kind of like a white savior. That's kind of nice that you're doing that.
It's not a white savior thing, but one thing I will say, and I think this is the overall elephant in the room that everybody's sort of trying to ignore or somehow missing. Whether Juneteenth is a stupid holiday or not is irrelevant. My actual thought behind this is that why is it that the Democratic Party did this in the first place and made it into this national holiday? And I think it's for far more nefarious reasons than actually being an honest, good gesture of, okay, we're going to recognize American slavery and freedom of the African Americans. That isn't the reason. This is a vote hunting attempt. This is garnering votes, and this is treating the black people of America as somehow stupid little people, like good little black man. Yes, you're going to vote Democrat next time, right? We gave you a holiday. This is patronizing.
That's very true.
This is insulting to anyone who has a brain, who can see through this incredibly shallow and badly veiled appeasement. That's what I see.
And I agree with you 100%. So let's take that another step. Let's take Muslim and Christianity. You think that's not used for manipulation, Hafez?
Of course.
Well, then, all right, then we're still equal.
But I see this for what it is, and I think
I see Christianity
African Americans.
for what it is.
But we're talking thousands of years. I'm not blaming the Democratic Party for Christianity. I'm not blaming the Republican Party for Islam. These are different things. But
I'm not either. I'm just saying it's all goofy. But the point is this was a concrete occurrence. The slaves were free. That's a concrete occurrence. So for people that are wrapped up in superstitious nonsense of Christianity and Muslim to sit there and ridicule a concrete occurrence, I find that to be amazing. And again, Amira, please consider your avatar. who would take any advice from us on your spirituality?
You're
when
not
you
my
look so
husband,
alluring
sir.
to
You're
everybody?
not my husband, sir.
Be
That's
aware,
none of your.
dude. Her avatar
Your
is her
husband is
avatar.
Such a low
If
blow.
you're a righteous man, you should
low
lower your
blow from an
gaze
old man.
anyway. I personally
Yeah,
have
if that
screenshot
bothers
her
you, then
avatar,
have a
and I will
Such a
lower my
low
gaze every
blow
time I look
from
at that
a very old
screenshot.
man.
The Saudi one.
man.
I'm going, hello. How
Stop.
much?
I think it's disgusting.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
If a kissy face makes you guys turned on,
No,
I
it
think you guys
doesn't.
have
No,
more
no.
problems than
No,
have
keep nice try. I point out
They're heterosexual males, Amir. I'm sorry you don't understand that.
inconsistency of that.
Was Monica
Mr. S, off with
would
your
be
head,
brave
sir.
and think say the same thing if Amira's name was Monica. Hell to the
What
no.
are you talking about?
Thank
You sound ridiculous,
I
sir.
don't know what
He just said if her name was different, he wouldn't have the same perspective. Yo, what is wrong with this
I
guy?
just want to tell you something.
Yo, sir, did you feed your birds yet today? Did you feed your birds yesterday? I know your falcon's lonely. Go talk to him and give him some bird seed, bro.
How you can improve the black community with your suicide bombing classes and
Negro
stuff.
community are dealing with arrested development.
Listen, dude, most of your people
Pandemic.
still wipe their ass.
There is an
with their
arrested
hands.
development pandemic in the Negro community.
What are you talking about?
Most of these men are stuck in the age of 17.
Wait a minute.
Get your people some
No,
toilet
These
paper.
jiggers.
Wait a
need
minute.
to
Wait a
stop.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Rock. What did you just say?
His people need toilet paper, and he's up here talking about our problems. You know, and I think it's ridiculous. They don't even know how to. What are they using to wipe? Their hands? You know, like, and he wants to act up. He's gonna solve our problems
Wait,
in the
using your
black
dreads.
community in America. Listen, dude, I swear to God. I swear to God, and my God, not your God.
Mr.
Because
S.
your God is fake. You don't have an actual God. Your religion is a government. You need to look up what
I bet
definition.
your dreads are not straight and are very good for taking out every
Who cares about my hair?
fiber of feces.
Most women like my hair, so I don't really care what a man feels about it, bro. Who cares about what you think about my hair? If that's the only thing you can attack me on, I guess I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, you need to put on a turban. He wants you to put on a turban.
I need to put on a turban, right?
You got a closet full of brown sandals.
See, chaotic truth separates you from these jiggers. Chaotic truth.
What separates you from the Shiites? What separates you from the Shiites?
You make a lot of comments about men, man. I'm starting to wonder more and more about you every day. You are
Well,
so
you know,
not
a lot of them have sex with goats. He
He
don't want to talk about that. He don't want to talk about how much.
Sometimes.
Let's talk about all that sex with goats y'all be having. Y'all be having sex with goats.
Yes, he does. They do goats.
And little boys. Little boys and goats.
Yeah, let's talk about what the soldiers found out over in Afghanistan.
We gotta drop it back.
I thought there was a disconnect for you and the black community. You know, why does
a little bocce
drinking and doing drugs? Yet you want to chop someone's head off.
Why are y'all required to take a mandatory job bombing class?
Stop interrupting the teacher.
You're a hypocrite.
Kindly. My children, my disciples. If I could kindly speak to
So what happened?
I just want to say now it's like an epiphany. It hit me. Now I know why Chaotic Truth doesn't share the fellow non-minded black man and woman's mentality. Now I know. Now I really know. Can I tell you, Chaotic?
Go ahead.
Because you are not dealing with a pandemic of arrested development. Your mind is not stuck in the age of 17 years old like your majority jiggers. These jiggers here, these adult children, like I mentioned, i.e., I'm being polite. I don't want to call them women, you know. They're dealing with a pandemic of not the bear bug. No. It's called arrested development. Arrested development means makes you believe you are like a teenager. If I could finish.
Hi, Nina.
Students, please.
Hi, Nina.
CT,
my students. I'm trying to get you an A+ in your history. So please just listen to the teacher.
I thought the pale skins were going to get
so chaotic. Now I understand. Like I said, the epiphany has hit.
We let the desert dwellers talk.
The epiphany has hit me. Chaotic.
Entirely too much fun on this show today.
You are the guy that these niggas were supposed to be.
Well, but before you say these desert dwellers, it's mostly Mr.
You are
S
the
that's
guy
been
that
doing the bulk of talking here. It's this
niggas
one
here,
desert dweller that we're concerned with.
All these desert dwellers up here got so
Nah,
many
Amira has been co-signing everything Mr. S said. She's not checked him on his behavior one time. It took a brother who's Muslim to check him on his behavior. Amira laughs and giggles like it's cute.
Well, the women aren't supposed to correct their men.
Then she shouldn't even be in the conversation if she's not equal to the conversation, sir.
Woman.
Then she should just fall back and listen.
Look, technically, under Islamic jurisprudence or Sharia, Amira shouldn't even be on the panel. She's mixing
even
with
doing?
men.
We're talking about Islam.
Do I get to talk? Don't drop me down.
I was invited by my friend Chaotic to be
Oh no, I 100% understand. Of course, I don't believe in those things. I'm just saying, like by strict Islamic guidance.
No. There's no rule in Islam saying that women cannot speak to the other half of the world. There's no rule that says that we're not allowed to touch men. We can speak. There's nothing wrong with speaking.
But mixing with men.
I'm not mixing. I'm not mixing with you guys. I'm not with you. Chaotic invited me, and I do what I please. If Chaotic invited me, I'm okay.
Look,
I don't need to. I don't need
myself,
to be.
I'm an atheist European. I'm 100% agree that you should be fully part of this conversation or any conversation. But I'm saying from an Islamic perspective, that's all I'm trying to. And you're correcting me.
That's what I said, and I'm giving you the Islamic point.
Fine.
We're not
That's
allowed
fine.
to touch, but speaking. There's nothing wrong with speaking. I'm not like I'm not restricted to not speak to other people just because I'm not allowed to
intermixing
touch.
with men.
I'm definitely not allowed to touch, and I don't intermix with you guys. If you guys were in a room, I wouldn't be there with you. I do not intermix. I do not have male friends. Chaotic invited me. That's why I'm here. And I know that a lot of people try to regulate me or try to tell me what I need to do. Clearly, I'm not a hijabi woman. So those rules, I'm not a hijabi woman. So please try not to put that on me. I'm not hijabi. Okay? I am a Muslim, but I'm not hijabi.
I'd have said the same thing to a Christian
Let me
woman.
read this. Let me read the super chat.
I don't care about that.
Frankie with the $10 super chat says divisiveness and Democrats encouraging discord between our people is to blame. The real issues is that we need unity between us all. How do we, as a diverse people, unite? I am ready. Be brave and think. How can we prevent any further mass shootings at Juneteenth events?
You can prevent them by owning up to the fact that the 670 mass shootings that happen every year need to be somehow put in the media because they're hiding that. And again, this is a political, a very corporate machine tactic is to hide the realities of what the blacks are doing. If there was every time a black mass shooting happened, and it was somehow televised or made known, how would they do 670 of them in 1 year without making blacks understand that something's severely wrong? Blacks couldn't get away from that. You can't hide from that. Right now, blacks think of mass shootings. They think to get 75 white mass shooters, you have to go back 40 years. 40 years from 1982 to 2022. To get now, you got 670 mass shooters in 1 year.
Go ahead.
Now, so what's happening is the kids that have lost their minds and they're not being stopped. And by the way, good news. Repeat offenders are being more spoken of now in the media and stuff. Not much, not enough, but they're being more spoken of. So if you actually, folks, this is why I say I'm more pro-black than blacks, because I'll say this stuff, and I mean it from my heart because I'm concerned for the blacks that have to live around these little small number of animals. All they need to do is step in and stop the small number of animals from taking over and bullying the other kids and making them participate. You know how much forced participation. You know how much forced participation is in these matters. Let's go over this. Let's go over 100. I've got 100 in various cities across the nation. I got 100 triple little thug gangs, 3 kids at a time, 100 of them. You know how many of them? You know how many of those kids actually will do that by nature and out of anger?
Maybe
Not very many. There's
3 to
probably
5%.
10 thugs. There's probably 10 thugs. There's probably 10 thugs across that nation that takes that 100, the other 90 of those kids, and that thug dares them to defy him if he wants them to go do something violent and psychopathic. So you're not only not protecting these kids that are being forced into psychopathic, violent behavior, you're not only not protecting them, you're not only not stopping it, you're letting these 10 kids destroy 90 kids that wouldn't do it naturally. And this is why I'm saying you blacks make me sick that you won't jump on this stuff the way that I can. If I can do that, put me up in a...
Hold on, Eric. Yeah, Eric is next. Hold on, be brave. Land the plane, Eric. I mean, be brave. Land the plane, be brave.
Got it.
Eric. Yep.
Got it. You blacks aren't saying what needs to be said to get an effect. It's called salesmanship. Get a point. Get to it. Make it stick. Here's the point. You got a small number of black kids that are destroying a huge number of kids, and this small number of kids is making all of these other kids into psychopathic killers, and that's translating into 670 mass shootings in 1 year. By the way, none of them are caught. All of them, a lot of those mass shooters are still on the loose. Do you get that, folks?
Eric, do I get to respond? So what's funny about his speech? He's like, "You blacks need to step up." The minute that a couple black people try to step up, your golden retriever, dog-smelling, yellow Labrador women, your white women are going to step in and make excuses. It's you making excuses for those people killing people.
Right.
White people
Right.
are the ones
You're
making
correct.
excuses. White people would not even back what you're saying right now.
So let me...
No. Let me finish. Let me finish. If your golden retriever women with a dog-smelling ass didn't vote the way that they did and come and want to create this world. Somebody in here chatted a minute ago and said, the Democrats are causing divisiveness and we all need to come together. No, we don't need to. That's what I'm talking about. No, we don't need to all come together. Some people need to be separate. Some people need to be separate from everybody else. Some groups and some cultures, as we see on this panel, do not belong here. Just like some people don't belong out in the streets of America either. So the point that I'm making is white people who look like you have this belief that America is supposed to be this place that's created for all people, and it's not. They have a weak mentality, and if any black person, like you said, were to go out to the streets and do what needs to be done, the first people that would be there to lock them up, to call them inhumane, to call them self-hating, and to cancel them would be white people. It would not be anybody else. If white people did not want this stuff, it wouldn't be happening. Y'all are a very suicidal culture who now wants to get along with everybody. You're too afraid of being called racist, and you don't even think America's yours anymore. You think it's for everybody, and that's bullshit. You're the problem.
All right, gotcha. First of all, I agree with you. I didn't say that.
Let me read you something. And Eric, once again, you've cursed. I got to put you in the back again, Eric. Frankie with the $10 super chat says, we prevent mass shootings by uniting together under what we agree, which is law and order and helping each other's communities. We need to be brave. It is up to us to push back as a people. And Frankie also says, by the way, I'm white, first generation Italian. Thank you so much. Be brave, please, and then DMT. Go ahead.
Can I mention something really quickly, guys? Before you guys go, please, really quickly. There's somebody in the chat. We're using the J word, and I don't want to get your stream taken
off. Stop that. So I got to respond to Eric though, because he's so correct. So let me restate my statement. Let me restate it so Eric and I are on the same page. You blacks need to step up, and you can't worry about what whites thinks. And when you see 670 mass shootings, you don't get to let your other pro-blacks that want to bring up the one white mass shooting over the last 10 years as saying whites do it too. The blacks need to go, no, this is a black issue. 670 mass shootings with a huge number of no arrests at all in the mass shootings. The mass shooters are still on the list, and you need not let the silly white liberals get in your way.
How do you know they are black perpetrators?
because of because if they were white, they'd be in the news.
Yeah,
but if they were white, they'd be in the news.
You ask excellent questions and they don't have any answers.
No, there's an answer. If they were white, they'd be in the news.
You know what? I know for a fact
they never got caught, but he knows their race and color and what the perpetrator looked like. You can't make this stuff up, y'all. Listen to this logic that he's throwing, y'all.
Hey, just so you know, me and the rest of the white delegation,
he's a snake.
We don't support
just like
what this moron
Mr. S
said.
is a snake. They come up here and they want to act like they're all moral and everything, but it's really just to try to pull you one way or the other. It's just to try to make you think one way or the other, because they don't really care about the actual true problems that we're facing. Okay,
you got 670 mass shootings, fella.
Okay, let me hop
in 1 year.
You know how easy it is for them to label something a mass shooting. All you have to have is 4 people shot. Four people shot for it to be a mass shooting, and they don't even say with what. You can shoot 4 people with a pellet gun in it.
Well, no, they 4 people shot with it. No, it's in the definition. It's 4 people shot or injured.
How many mass shootings did the mobsters have back in the 40s?
I don't care. If the mobsters was going right now, I'd say something probably and get myself killed.
It only matters what the blacks are doing in the 20s.
See how they go back to white behavior? It's always back to they're picking out a white here and a white there, and you're ignoring 670 mass shootings.
That's ridiculous.
You know what I find interesting is that you say this while locked in a shed with a 2x4.
I'm not looking here.
You would literally not go out in public and say any.
Why are you always bringing up historical stuff to buoy your point, man?
If you need to insult me, I get it. You are not that intelligent of a person.
You're hyping, and that's why you get on YouTube and you that's some big bad white guy.
I'm stupid. I don't
say
this
to anybody in their face because they.
Wait a minute, it's getting out of hand again. Amir, salute to you. Thank you so much. And I respect your opinion about Juneteenth, and I see what you were saying. There should be a holiday for Emancipation Day. I get what you were saying. Yeah,
that should be the main holiday.
Absolutely. Anything else before you roll out? Or
I agree with what I believe it Hafez or the white man with the Batman costume. That's like some kind of a voice. I'm sorry, that looks like never mind. Anyway, one of them said that it was used by the Democrats, and I believe it, and that we should. This is part of the reason why I'm against it too, because it's just another way to pander and to But thank you so much for inviting me, Chaotic. It's always a crazy show. I had a great time. Thank you, and nice to see you, Hafez. Have a good day.
Absolutely, thank you so much, Amir. All right, let's bring back the chaos.
Blessings be upon you, Amira.
Are the pale skins somehow an authority on black issues now? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. You know what's crazy about you keep going on? Hold on. You know what's so funny? You know what?
Guys, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. DMT, I'm letting the pale faces get all the shine time, because normally the blacks, we get all the shine time on the show. Let's be honest, man.
Well, can I say one thing? Hold on. Can I say one thing? Hold on. Can I say one thing? Look. Hold on. For people, and I'm talking about black folks. For black folks that are like, I want to have a conversation. They don't respect us. When you come on here saying stuff that's not respectable, like pale skins and calling people names, I could see if y'all got history or y'all get contentious or something. But the thing about it is people just like within a couple minutes of a disagreement, just go into the name calling. And then you want to talk about we're the moral authority of America. People need to respect us and all that. But when you display
everything, nigga, this and nigga that.
Hold on. Y'all need to chill with the conduct that's not respectable. Okay, hold on. How you want somebody to respect you as a black man, but you can't even fundamentally
stop it. I'm not gonna let you get up here and do it. Number one,
DMT. I'm not saying. Hold on, DMT.
the N-word and black.
DMT. Just because somebody engages in that behavior does not mean you have to do it too.
Rifleman. So if people fire at your battalion, you're not shooting back. Rifleman, people fire at your squad, you're not shooting back. Hold on. Answer the question, Rifleman. People fire at your squad, you ain't shooting back. You just taking fire. You just taking fire. You just taking fire and you call it into the base. Base, we're taking fire. Base, we're taking fire. No, you're gonna shoot back. Stop it, Rifleman. Cut it out.
Dude, you've been emotional the whole time.
I've been emotional the whole time.
About Juneteenth, you can't control yourself.
I can't control myself.
This is the problem.
You're right. No, the problem is you freaking dudes is always ready to crap on somebody else, and it's disgusting. You guys are always going to crap on somebody else. People like you, you have no idea who I am. You people.
No, because I can't get a word in. People
like give you guys a flag and a cap, and y'all ready to throw y'all whole race away. I swear to God, they give you guys a flag and cap and a small
FDR and ghetto. You can't control yourselves.
I know.
This is why the panels devolve into the way they do, because you can't let somebody finish their thought. Okay.
You guys have cut me off the entire time, and now every time you get cut off, it's like you want to cry like a little child.
The panel started going downhill when you came to the panel.
That's not true. You guys, I was observing for over 2 hours, and you guys were cutting each other off. Like there's actual video footage of you guys cutting each other off for 2 hours before I got here. But you'll lie like a grown man.
That's what you were doing.
What are you talking, sir? There's 2 hours of footage of you guys cutting each other and yelling before I even got here. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
These jiggers need milk. Can I speak real quick? CT said I was next. Listen.
These jiggers need milk.
This is the problem.
Sir, are you even still at? Are you even like in a? Where are you exactly? Are you stuck at the airport? Can you even like get past TSA right now?
And blacks, you had nothing to say, but obviously you're gonna get up here, try to be the self-righteous black man, and check us.
No. Okay, look, people like that, bro. People like that, dude.
Need to defend them,
Mr. S. People like Mr. S. They're not helpable. Like he doesn't even.
They're unhelpable. You don't even address them.
Don't even entertain.
Why would I need to address? I addressed him. He's a piece of crap. That's all. He's going to be disruptive. He's always going to be disruptive.
So you accept other people outside of us being disruptive, but the problem is me. That's I hear it. We do it to ourselves, man. We are our own worst enemy. We do it to ourselves. We do it to ourselves. Yo, be brave, just black. Hafez, pay attention because we do it to ourselves. You guys will never have to worry about us ever rallying up.
Okay, I gotta do this, man. I gotta have the non-black sub. Sorry, America First Rifleman. I mean, even though you're more orderly, hold on. Okay, let's go ahead.
Apologies about them jiggers there. Please carry on.
Go ahead, and I'm gonna bring the blacks up in a minute.
Can I just make a very brief statement about the gentlemen who were talking over each other? Number one, no one.
Without the potion and the scientific materials of Islam, please, in your experiment, if you can. Thank you.
Okay. You see, the thing is, Mr. S is the kind of jigger that we have in the Middle East too. You see, we got all them too. I like my Arabs, but I just don't like the Arab jiggers. As Chris Rock would put it. But what I just want to tell you, what I want to say, as the gentlemen who were all talking over each other. Number one, no one heard pretty much anything any of you guys said, even though you were very passionate about that. Number two, if Mr. S can trigger you so easily, then
like children in a
consider your own personal mindset and where you are at. Because Mr. S throws jabs at me. Mr. S, please. Mr. S throws jabs at me all day long. Now, you guys may you notice it or may not notice it because of my apostasy and my background and all that. He is constantly throwing jabs. I simply don't bite because he's throwing out a lead. That's all it is. Just because he's fishing, that doesn't mean I have to bite. I'm not that much. I'm not that stupid of a fish. So that's all it is. Mr. S is a bait. Don't bite when he does it.
Be brave. He's the white equivalent of what you're talking about. You notice he came up here. He derailed the conversation. Tried to be polite about it. Respectfully, yada yada yada, while he's up here slamming people, just so he can get chaos on the panel. so people will stop talking. That's what he does. He is the exact equivalent of what you're talking about with Mr. S.
No, what I said was completely legitimate. She's got an avatar that looks like an escort service, and she speaks spirituality to a very profound level that she thinks she's fooling us. I'm going, get into it.
You're a pervert. If
Snowman
every
look.
time you see a woman with her head back, it turns you on.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, all my women have been prettier than yours have ever been, Bob. Trust me.
I bet. I highly doubt it, dude.
I know you have a hard time thinking. Okay, have you insulted me enough for the day, Chuck? Are you okay now?
Have a quiet word.
Have you insulted me enough for the day?
No, I haven't, because you're an insult to white people.
Okay, well.
There's a black man.
I'm not hearing this. There's a debate between the BS and the truth. Can you hear me, Jack?
All right,
There's a black man going to get opportunity to speak without being cut off. No.
Yeah. See, Chuck, you're absolutely right. Be Brave and Think was criticizing that lovely woman, was criticizing her based on her religious beliefs. Now, these are the dumb wits.
Mr. S, I don't like your religious beliefs, and I want to chop your head off.
You got sand in your
How does that make you feel?
You see, with this guy, he has
how does that make you feel,
connective tissue embedded in his head called dreads.
Mr. S,
sand in your Wi-Fi.
I don't agree with what you are saying, and I want to chop your head off. How does that make you feel? My religion tells me I can do it. How does that make you feel, sir?
Dude, why are we even listening to this dude that don't even live in America anyhow?
Mr. S,
exactly.
Mr. S needs to freaking go back to the sandcastle in the Middle East and stop trying to come around here and swim around in our pool.
I am the hard truth.
It's okay you don't have enough water out there.
Is the Negro whisperer.
Okay, you don't have to come around here and put sand in ours, bro. You know? We're tired of it. Every time we get in the pool, there's sand on the bottom of it. Where's the sand coming from?
Whisperer. I am the Negro truth teller.
Maybe it's the same then. Oh, I can't say the damn thing.
I repeat again. Now, air traffic control, if I could kindly remind you of my landing procedures.
I'm going to make sure you're on the no-fly list, sir. I guarantee you that. You're not coming to my country. You're not coming to my country to blow yourself up. Okay, I know your plan.
Like he's drunk
you
on
want to chop my head off, and you want to blow stuff up in the name of your religion. It's okay.
I love SDRs.
Right now.
I love SDR's jab about land in the pool. It's like I'm in New York City in a rooftop pool. Where's the sand?
Where's the sand coming from?
Let's not deviate, guys. Let's not deviate.
Schizo and Angry Snowman, what are your comments on the Juneteenth incident? You guys have been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Schizo, and then Angry Snowman.
You have made a great point, and Smitty kind of gave a point to go with it. You said, how can it be stopped? I would say the biggest thing that we can do is promote people that are doing very well, Black people that are doing well, and promote it. But we also must make sure people that come in, interrupt, even like any type of celebration, make sure they are punished very harshly. And either in some ways, even in extreme ways, and people that keep promoting the negative lifestyle, living that lifestyle, or aiding and abetting that negative lifestyle just need to be gone, period. Now, what they was talking about with Juneteenth, that was a gift by the Democratic Party. The promotion of it is for votes. If you want to celebrate it, go ahead. Just like how Mexicanos, they celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Even if you go to Mexico, they don't celebrate. If you want to do it, go ahead. But that's the biggest thing. All this has been broken down in the cycle of poverty, cycle of trauma. If you read those books that many psychologists and sociologists have written on, it's a continuous cycle. And it brings in violence. And I think most of the stuff in Chicago is because most people believe another person might have a gun, so they get a gun, and it just promotes the gun behavior. But how to stop it? Honestly, find the kids, the young people that are in those neighborhoods that are doing well, not committing crimes, not in gangs, and help them. The rest of them, they come up second. I don't care. And protect them. That we all promote is strong families, which is very hard. Dads in the home. It's been said many times, but our government won't do it because they don't want strong families. They want people dependent on the government, looking to government for God. Government.
Where was all this energy when the Indian New Year's was made a national holiday, and now all the kids have to be off for Indian New Year's? Where was all this energy? Nobody gave a damn. The kids got an extra day off. People got an extra day off. Nobody cares. But when people that look like us get something, it's let's stop it, let's slow it down. No way they can even have an inch. This is very interesting.
He didn't say that.
Victimhood mindset. Keep going, Ghetto.
You're right. You're right. You do have a victimhood mindset, Rifleman, which is why you allow people to come and shoot at you, and you don't even want to shoot back because you don't even feel you need to defend yourself. Yo, Mr. S, I can't wait till you pull up to my city, sir. I can't wait till you pull up to my city, Mr. S. I'm gonna show you a good time. I'm gonna show you a good time. I know where those dens and those hotels that you like are. So I'll make sure to get you hooked up.
You to Saudi Arabia, so you can't go back.
I'll make sure you get hooked up in them dens and those hotels you like. I know the good time you like. They'll make sure to take care of you out here.
And their little, their
Mr. S, you should just change your avatar to Chicken Hawk. Like you should just change your avatar to a full Chicken Hawk, Mr. S.
Mr. S, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
Yeah. Seriously, man, it's like, oh my God. Okay, how about this? I'll just do 4 at a time. All right, just 4 at a time. If you would like to interject and take a panelist down, just hit the super chat for 5 to take the person down interchangeably. Let's just do it like that. It's too much talking. I'm just gonna randomly pick who I want for the first 4. Give me a second. Let me do Mr. S. Wait a minute, I gotta have some balance here real quick. Let's do Rock. Okay, go ahead. If you want to take a panelist down, it's just gonna be $5 on a super chat or Cash App because you guys.
I'm used to.
Go ahead.
I'm used to 2 against 1 on a night.
Oh, well, hold on for a second. And when you send over to 5, just say who you want to cam down, and then go ahead.
Hold on, sir. Mr. S, this shows how arrogant you are, sir, because this is probably the most equal conversation we could have on this panel. Because if I remember correctly, Hafez, you, and I agree on very much.
Leave the bed incoming.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I just don't agree with your Mr. Rock. I just don't agree with your excessive sort of Islamophobic ideas on Islam. I mean, don't get me wrong. I am not pro-Islam. It's just that I approach it differently. My approach is different. But I mean, I get you. I mean, maybe you know Mr. S for a while, and I can understand that Mr. S. I think he makes a death threat kind of routinely here on someone. I mean, literally today I've seen him in text make like 2 death threats. So that seems to be a regular occurrence with him. But I can't. I've stopped approaching my resistance or my objections to Islam in the way I used to, and I think you're still where I was at least 10-15 years ago. I just simply evolved my arguments because the thing is, someone like Mr. S isn't really the person I'm talking to if I discuss Islam. I'm talking to it's called the 70-30 rule. I'm talking to the 70% that are listening versus the 30% that are contributing to the conversation. So I'm not really talking to Mr. S. I'm talking to the wider audience. And if I go at Mr. S and, oh, you sand this and you terrorist that and you're Muhammad, did this and slept with a child.
Really thinking that was...
That's actually very.
Was that me doing a ha-ha, or was that me trying to get him? Actually, come on now.
He's a businessman.
Come on.
I don't know. But what I'm saying is,
Jonathan, guys, hold on for a second.
Let me respond.
Hold on. Jonathan, what's up, man? With the $5 super chat says, I know what you are doing, chaotic, but here you go. Laugh out loud. Mr. S gotta go. And speak on it says, drop Mr. S and let DMT cook. Okay, so let me.
You see that?
Mr. S, off with your head.
DMT is in. Okay, go ahead. And Jonathan, let me know. And so 2 of you already said Mr. S go. So Jonathan, you can still get a credit too, though, for somebody you want to drop, and then I'll bring up somebody else. Go ahead. So we got Eric in the back. We got Mr. S. We got Chuck. We got Be Brave. We got America First Rifleman and his ghetto point of view. Go ahead, guys.
One thing his ghetto point of view said earlier on, which was when I said, be careful of who's giving you this particular holiday. And he said, well, it doesn't matter. We just can take the win and then you utilize it to make something good out of it or positive. Now, at the moment, shooting up 20 people on Juneteenth isn't exactly the positive movement that I was hoping to see. But I mean, I'm not sure out of a holiday or given a national vacation, how you can turn that into anything. I mean, what can the black diaspora do about that?
How is it if most of these mass shooters are not caught, we know that they are black?
I believe that. I mean,
absolutely no answer to it.
That's a fair
So
question.
how in the hell are you going to say that is black people going around shooting other black people on Juneteenth?
Hold on for a second. Eric, who do you want to kick off, Eric?
I want to have a conversation. The thing about it.
No,
I just
Eric. Who do you want to kick off real quick? Because
why does it have to be 4 people? But let it be me.
Because I got a pounding headache. I can't do. Who do you
You're not letting people up to talk. But let me rock. I'm gonna bring you back because I want to leave. But I want to have a conversation with Mr. Hafiz. Like the thing is this, okay? The point I'm making. Number one, it's funny that you use the word Islamic phobic, right? Like you're using left-wing terms when people question things, and Lord knows we can't question anything, right? From that group.
That wasn't how I used it.
Well, you said it. That's a fake word.
Yeah.
It's a fake word.
I understand. But what I mean is that is not how I use it. I didn't use it to silence. I said if I use a particular type of phrasing to say to try to attack someone, I don't see that as a productive critique. I see that as an attack.
Okay, listen. The argument. I want to make a very clear argument. Black people killing black people on Juneteenth is wrong, right? 100%. Not here to make any excuses for that. But are you American?
No.
Okay. You speaking on American business is also wrong, right?
I disagree.
Okay, you could say whatever you want to say because the argument I'm making is that the Middle East and people with the name Hafiz cause more damages in their homelands than people do over here. In the same way that we should have stayed out, the same way that the United States should have stayed out of the Sunnis and Shiites conflict. I mean, the black people in Chicago couldn't do anything compared to what the Sunnis and Shiites have done to each other, right? Not even close. The same way that America should have stayed out of that, I think that your people should stay out of America. You don't belong here. I mean, it would be like an elephant riding a tricycle. It doesn't. You don't belong here. It's not meant for you. Okay.
Well,
not only is the weather not meant for you, the culture, the customs. You should go someplace where you're better suited.
I'm not even in America. We just confirmed that.
Why is it? But also, let me ask
that
you.
That is not an issue here.
But let me ask you a question. Why do so many? Do people who come from where you come from have a place in the United States?
Do the people from where I come from? Yes, the majority of them are in Orange County in Los Angeles.
They don't belong. I'm telling you this right now.
Why would you say that?
With their culture and their, I'm holding you true to what you believe. If a group of people call America if a group of people call America the Great Satan, and you've done everything,
go down.
Hold on a second. If a group of people call America the Great Satan and say America's cultures and customs and things like that, and that includes Juneteenth. Juneteenth is now an American holiday. If you have an issue with that, then maybe you should stay. Maybe you should stay. You should stay in a place that is better for you. This is not for you.
Okay,
you
can I?
I've seen the Sand people on Star Wars. You don't belong here.
Can I respond to that?
And I'm telling you this, in order for us both to get along, this proves that multiculturalism does not work because I don't believe it does. Look at the clashes that we're having on this panel. Okay? The things that you do, the black on black crime, that's been going on in America for 80 years at the bro, your stuff's been going on for thousands of years. Like, come on.
Can I respond to what you just?
The black people hold on. Let me just also one point. The black people who kill other black people in Juneteenth don't have the power to make sure your hand is cut off from stealing an orange. Okay, they don't have the power to make sure women are not able to go to school. Okay, they don't have the power to do those things like wide systematic changes like the ones that happen in your homelands.
Eric is correct.
Can I respond to this? Okay. Number one, those are completely pointless points because they have no influence or no bearing on the issue of black people shooting up black people on their supposed holiday. That has nothing to do with it. Number two, I don't live in the United States. Listen, hold on. I don't live in the United States, but the United States still has an opinion upon my country where I reside and the country that I hail from. And they routinely invade, bomb, and bunker buster my countries and the countries surrounding my country on a regular basis. Not only that they sanction it. So if you're telling me that if the United States doesn't have the right, no, it's nothing to do with enemies or not. What I'm trying to tell you is that, hold on. What I'm trying to tell you is that if the United States has an opinion upon my country and sanctions my country, you can damn well assure that I have an opinion on the United States, and I will interject and I will discuss the United States at any given opportunity at my discretion.
What country is that we've sanctioned against?
Iran.
Okay, your country does more. I would rather have black people shooting in Juneteenth than you get a nuclear weapon.
Facts.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that whether you just expressed an opinion about my country. Why do you have an opinion about my country's nuclear status?
Your country is a bigger detriment to America than some black people shooting each other in Chicago.
Well, then, just as much as you have an opinion on the nuclear status of my country, I have an opinion on black people shooting themselves on Juneteenth.
What are your opinions? What are your opinions on the Sunnis and the Shiites? What are your opinions on the fact that you'll kill a Sunni? What are your opinions on? What are your opinions on?
I can give you opinions on Middle Eastern. I can give you opinions on Middle Eastern issues all day long that you're completely ignorant on.
You want to talk about civil issues? You are literally throwing acid. Didn't you choke one of your women out for not wearing a hijab?
Sir, I can school you on the nuances of Middle Eastern society.
Come on, man. Like this guy, you're from Iran, and you're not letting your women go to school, right? You're beating them up for not having their hijabs on correctly. And you want to tell us about black people shooting each other on Juneteenth?
I'm not here to discuss to you. I can school you.
Your country calls us the great Satan. That's what your country calls us. Your people call us that. And that includes black people.
I gotta put you in the back of Fez. Hafez, you in the back. All right, so Hafez, you gotta go on Ghetto so he can cook as well.
Eric, let me say this because this has to be said. We let. I called them pale skins, but I'll be respectful. You know, they said some names I wasn't happy with, so I called them pale skins. This is what it comes.
Hairy ass women. Sorry for the.
They got too many opinions on a specific group in America that they would never really even interact with if they came over here. They got opinions on these young inner city kids, gang members that's doing the shootings, whatever. They offering these solutions that are corny, cornballish, because if I would have dropped any one of you in these neighborhoods, I guarantee you within 30 minutes, you would leave butt naked with nothing, none of your valuables, because you don't know how to talk to these people or relate to them. You just talking stuff that you saw on the internet or a news clip or ABC or CNN podcast or something. You don't know what you're talking about. Y'all corny. Y'all sounded really corny today. Y'all have no idea how to go in these communities and fix anything. And you're giving your opinion sitting back in a country that has way more civil issues than we have. Like, our issues are minuscule compared to what y'all doing over there. Like Eric was talking about. Like Mr. S, I know he's an agitator. He gets up here to agitate, but I guarantee you he doesn't even know what his mother's face looked like. All he knows is what her eyes looks like. You know what I'm saying?
And she never got COVID because she stayed wearing the mask from day one.
So what I'm saying is, effectively, how do we effectively solve these issues? We have to talk directly to the people involved, which a lot of y'all are scared to do. They got up here saying, we need to just take care of the good black kids and take care of them, make them feel safe, and we don't need to worry about the other ones. Like, okay, that's not effective, bro, because those same kids you want to discard and not pay attention to, they'll be the one to rob that kid you're trying to protect. He still got to go to school with these kids. He still got to see these kids in his neighborhood every day. If you ain't going to put no money up to take that kid and put him in a boarding school or some white suburban town where it's nice and safe for him to get an education, then your strategy is terrible. It's not going to work. You got to get in here, talk to these kids face to face, I think MRM earlier had a great strategy. He said you can't talk to them as a group. You got to go in there and attack individuals. Me, I would say the kids who were doing the shootings, the respected shooters out of these neighborhoods, you go to them kids. You talk to them one-on-one because they the respected shooters. They the ones the other kids look up to because they know he going to do something when everybody else not. And if you can get that kid to change his mind, he'll influence the other kids to change their mind. That's how you do it. You don't go in there. I mean, putting a bunch of police on the street, that could work too. It may quiet things down for a minute, but those police ain't going to stay there forever. And as soon as they're gone, it's going to be right back up again. Right? So as much as I appreciate your panel, CT, it gets fun, it gets chaotic. It's the chaotic truth panel. It gets really chaotic. But these guys have not, these immigrants, these desert dwellers do not know what they're talking about. They don't understand American issues.
Hold on a second. Let me just say one thing. What's crazy about it is I drove down the street the other day. And you want to talk about black people lobbying to the government for a holiday. I drove down the street the other day and I was out of town and I seen a bunch of y'all Iranians out here, not even from here, trying to get America to do something about your problems. So if Iranians have the right, a country to come to a country that they hate, right, and call the Great Satan, if they have the right to come over here and now they're trying to tell Americans, and these Iranian marches are everywhere, where these Iranians are walking down the street telling people that they need to go over to Iran and fix their problems with their schoolgirls being persecuted or whatever. We ain't even gonna get on what y'all do to Kurds and Christians. We'll get onto that a little bit later, right? If you have the right to come over to the United States and a place that you hate, right, that you shouldn't be in, and then say that America needs to do something to help the persecution of schoolgirls that are going on into your country, why don't people who live here and who are born here have the right to ask for a holiday?
That's a fair question, Eric. Let's get a point of view. I know you've been trying to talk for a while. We kept getting cut off. I wanted to make sure you got a chance to say something.
Oh, no, I was just letting you cook, DMT. I appreciate it. I know, the narrative is that the big blacks can't control themselves. And it's completely cute when the small chihuahuas start to bark and chap, I guess, because they're not really dangerous looking. So I guess nobody cares. But yeah, man, I mean, you guys have been pretty much hitting the nail on the whole head. Chuck Black, you, P, all you guys have been pretty much hitting the nail on the head. They're kind of avoiding and running around and ducking actual conversation. The insane point was made. This is whether we like it or not, this was an actual thing that we can all identify as actual history. Whether you want to celebrate it or you don't want to celebrate it, that's cool. But to insult it and say people should have an Emancipation Day when that shows your lack of intellect, when the people weren't freed on Emancipation Day. So you want us to celebrate not actually being freed because it makes you feel better. I thought y'all had to study history to actually become a citizen of this country, but clearly y'all don't. I don't understand how that's supposed to be acceptable. But if we went to their countries and did that, I mean, we already know what would happen. So it's just a joke, and we're the butt of the joke as always. But that's me being a victim as always.
I'll go ahead.
No, it's just me being a victim. But
it's a Texas thing. This is a holiday that started in Texas where this occurred. So now it goes federal. They're mad that a Texas holiday has went federal because it's celebrating an event that specifically happened in Texas that Texans identify with, and this has been a holiday for a while. So I don't understand, Amira's point. She said it's stupid. We should celebrate emancipation. You don't understand the history of the holiday itself to even say that. Go ahead, right from me.
Look, my thing, I kind of halfway agree with Amira because on one hand, I'm cool with it because yes, it relays the history of what our people went through. I'm cool with that. I don't have a problem doing a barbecue and having an informational session for Juneteenth. I ain't against that at all. But unfortunately, in two different ways, it's a little bit tainted. One, it's always been a regional holiday. It branched out a little bit to a couple other states because I heard about it like 15 plus years ago, and I'm from New Jersey. We don't hear about that at all.
Real quick, let me read the super chat. Prince of Cats with the $20 super chat.
By the way, we're celebrating white people.
Hold on for a second, Eric. Yeah. Ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line. It was strange. Most things change for the better and the worse. Must be the Prince of Cat says, whoever got shot on Juneteenth just consider the bullet a souvenir. Laugh out loud.
By the way,
come on.
we're celebrating white. Hold on a second. This isn't a black holiday. This is a white holiday. It was white people.
Hold on. Don't derail. Hold on. Let me finish.
Let me read this, guys, please. Brothers having a civil conversation. I love to see it. All the disruptors are gone, guys. By the way, we have a lot of people in the back. If you want to drop a panelist, it's just $5. Go ahead, guys.
So like on the one hand, you know, like I said, I'm from New Jersey, so we don't really celebrate that at all. We may know about it, but it's just nothing that's Northeast regional Black American thing. It's just not. So when I started living down south in like Georgia, okay, I heard of it, but even there, only old folks that do old Negro spirituals really kind of adhere to that. A lot of people my age and younger either don't know about it or just don't care. And that's the problem. So you have that. And yes, I'm cool. Okay, federal holiday, that's fine. So we have all that to where Black folks barely celebrate it. They barely know about it. White folks don't care. They don't celebrate it unless they're woke or BLM and stupid. So you have that dynamic. And the other dynamic, like I said, is when there are Juneteenth celebrations, it's buffoonery, it's violence. You don't hear anything positive. And I'm not saying nothing positive happens during a Juneteenth celebration. I'm pretty sure some Black folks got together, did something empowering, whatever. But guess what? Just like all these other brothers said, we don't promote it, we don't share it, we don't talk about it. So when you hear people talking down on Juneteenth, denigrating, not caring, or other races of people denigrating, not caring, or saying it's not important, we shouldn't be surprised or outraged and feel any type of way or feel like, oh my God, the Blacks, we're being attacked and our ancestors are being denigrated. Like, if those two things were remedied, then I'd be right here with y'all going in on, you know, these folks and like, hey, you know, we defend our people, but we don't even value Juneteenth enough for us to even defend it properly. And you can defend it, but I'm just saying, most of us do not care about Juneteenth. And I'll land the plane on that one.
So you talked in circles this entire time. You literally sat here and said none of us care, but we literally got up here and argued, and then you said we were savages.
Most Black people don't care. Most of us don't care.
But I'm talking about the people on this panel who are addressing it, sir. The people who care.
Don't be coy.
Don't get emotional.
Hold on, we were civil. We were good. We good. We good. We were civil. Look, let me say this to you, American Rifleman. I can appreciate a little bit of what you said, but you got to look at it, put it in context. It became a federal holiday 2 years ago, right? 2021. Largely before that, it's been a regional thing. Like if you're from the North, you probably never heard of Juneteenth before like 2018, 2019. I heard about it when I moved here to Texas. This is something they celebrate here. So now it's up to the current Black culture now to make sure our children know about it going forward. So it became become a holiday, maybe like Cinco de Mayo. And to your point, like when people get drunk on Cinco de Mayo and choke their wives and get DUIs and maybe shoot someone because they drunk, are we diminishing the importance of that holiday? I don't think we are. I don't think we should let a few isolated events across the country that may happen when large groups of people get together make us say that an entire holiday is stupid.
We've never canceled Christmas because of Santa Claus.
Disingenuous. That's all I was saying. But I get what Rifleman is saying, but at the same time, we got to put it in context, understand that this is something fairly new still to our community. And it's up to us now to make sure the children going forward care about this holiday and we teach them the history and they learn about it. Because now it's a federal holiday as of 2 years ago.
The problem is that a lot of these people, they don't have any, they have double standards. You know, we're talking to people that have double standards, and dude, if you're talking to somebody that has double standards and they have a lot of them, there's no way you're going to be able to have a logical conversation with them because they ignore facts. And the fact is, there's a lot of holidays. And now you're just going to say that you disagree with all holidays and you're just going to say that they're stupid. But, you know, your holiday has a reason.
Yeah.
But your holiday has a reason to to be, but
Well,
yours is stupid.
The thing is, we're celebrating white people. I mean, at the end of the day, people want to say it's a black holiday. We're celebrating who ended slavery in America. We're really. I hate to say this. I hate to play the coon role.
Give us another day off.
We're celebrating white people. That's what we're doing. But the thing is, well, it is. Come on, you know who ended slavery. Let's just stop.
I mean, I would argue the Seminole Wars had far more to do with ending slavery than Lincoln's pen.
That's cap.
So it was a 200-plus-year war that took tons of resources away from the American government, and they didn't want to fight the war anymore. So those are facts. Please present facts against that.
Patriots ended slavery.
No, it's not. Like the idea that hold on a second. The idea that the Confederacy was afraid of a bunch of people living in bushes and trees is ridiculous. So
they said it themselves that they were afraid of them.
Who said it?
President Andrew Jackson. So when he was the military leader of that war.
Did Robert E. Lee say it? Because the Civil War was
when did Robert E. Lee fight in the Seminole War? You're mixing up history, sir. When did Robert E. Lee fight in the Seminole War? When did Robert E. Lee fight in the Seminole War? Sir? Like, do you know any history at all?
Yeah, I'm gonna read the super chat. Hey, shout out to my boy JB.
The Seminole Wars did not end slavery, bro.
Hit me up outside of this, JB. We got something to talk about regarding AI. JB says the Democrats said it's gonna be election time soon. So let's throw them a bone. Y'all keep letting them sell y'all symbolism rather than substance.
Okay.
What do y'all think about it?
So the thing is this: if we really want to look at the Civil War, ended slavery. It wasn't the Seminole Wars.
No, it did not, because Lincoln himself said, "I do not even want to free the slaves."
We know who said that.
Lincoln himself said, "I don't even want to free the slaves." That was not what the Civil War was about, sir.
Who freed them?
Sir, he emancipated the slaves in the South because he wanted those slaves to fight against them.
And when did he emancipate the slaves in the North?
Sir, he never did. When did he write that legislation?
Okay, hold on a second. So the slaves in the North were never freed? We're still slaves in
this
day?
There's legislation that says the slaves in the North are free.
The slaves in the North ever
Present the legislation that says he ever freed the slaves in the North. Present the legislation. Present the legislation.
Is there still slavery in the North? Is there still slavery in the North?
Sir, what are you talking about? Those two things don't have anything to do with it. Sir, both things can be true. It can be that there is no longer slavery because a federal mandate was eventually passed in the 1800s.
So then they did mandate it. So then it wasn't.
When the Emancipation Proclamation was passed, that was only for southern states. Sir, stop. You're not even being intelligent.
I'm asking you after that.
If he was black and jumping in, then it'd be a problem. But because he's white and jumping in, it's okay. I understand how this channel is going.
Who cut you off the tree?
You right.
You wasn't out here fighting for yourself. You wasn't out here taking up arms against the Confederacy. We know that you feel insecure. We know 400 years is a long time to take an L. We know
what are you talking about? Many of my ancestors actually fought in the Confederacy side and in the Northern side.
We know the white boys from Ireland had to be come over here.
Nah, the black boys from Ireland actually did far better for my people than the white boys from Ireland ever could. Y'all was slaves. Y'all was slaves who couldn't speak English at the time. So I don't know what y'all could do for any of us.
Freedom than you did.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold that hell.
There's no
You need to be eating corned beef and cabbage. You need to be eating corned beef and cabbage on Juneteenth. Because if it wasn't for them white boys from Ireland fighting for the North, it would have never ended.
You don't even know what the word white means.
It would have never ended. It would have never ended.
People
That's a
who
fact.
fought on both sides in the Civil War look like me, sir. You have no idea
White
what
boys
you're
from the
talking
South
about.
was whooping the North's ass.
Hey, real quick.
You wasn't about that action.
I wasn't about that action. If you say so,
and
sir.
you insecure, which is why you need to go to the Seminole Wars. We fought for. No, you didn't. It was them white boys that fought to free you. Now stop.
So you're saying the Seminole Wars didn't go on for almost 300 years, and it wasn't the war that they spent the most money on. You're saying that. You're saying that that's factually inaccurate,
It's a bunch
correct?
of random people with no clothes on shooting. That's all it is. It wasn't no
It
army.
was a bunch of random people with no.
It wasn't no big. It wasn't no. It was not.
It was a huge military being funded by Spain. So you know no history.
Then
Like,
why
what are you
wasn't
talking about?
it a civil war declared on them like the Confederacy then?
It was. Are you retarded? Sir, the war went on for 300 years.
Why wasn't it? There was no major conflict for 300 years.
Yes, there was. You
It was a bunch of random ass people. It was
It's
a bunch
called
of
the Seminole
It was a bunch of
Wars.
random ass people. We know you jack off to Tariq Nasheed. It was a bunch of
I
random ass
know
people.
you think I dragged off to
I know,
Tariq
it's
Nasheed. So
400 years
according to
is a long time to
Wikipedia,
stay a slave.
according to Wikipedia,
I know.
according to Wikipedia, according to
400 years is a long
Wikipedia,
time to
the
stay a
Seminole
slave.
Wars, also known as the
400 is a
Florida
long
Wars.
time to stay a slave.
I know.
We know them white boys from Ireland had to fight for you. We know.
The Seminoles are a Native American. The Seminoles are a Native American nation which coalesced in Florida during the early 1700s.
Where was Lil Durk at? Where was all the tough guys at in 1700?
I know.
White boys from the South was whooping y'all ass. Them big corn-fed white boys was whooping y'all ass.
Still they were. That's why.
You had to go get the Peaky Blinders. You had to go get the Peaky Blinders to free you.
Peaky Blinders.
Yeah. Go look it up.
You're right. I don't need to look up. First of all, it's Pesky Blinders, not Peaky Blinders. You don't even know what you're talking about.
The Seminoles owned slaves? Wasn't the
Seminoles? They did. What's your point?
Seminoles had y'all niggas enslaved too.
What?
Let's forget about that. Slaves that were caught from other tribes they took over and defeated in battle. So they were actually. That's kind of where we got the idea from. Because they had slaves already.
Tell you, right?
You know, it was like, dang, you know, hey. That's why I think a lot of blacks are actually Native Americans and they don't know it.
Your balls hasn't dropped yet.
Yo, Mrs. S, be quiet.
I know. Go hop on your damn.
Yo, Mrs. S, be quiet. Be quiet, Mrs. S.
Hop on your magic carpet.
My young
Aladdin, I'm not talking to you.
Mrs. S, be quiet, please. Mrs. S, just be quiet.
Arabian nights, Arabian day.
Why don't you drink some goat milk or something?
Learn
like,
from
get
the
out
lion,
here, bro.
Hey, and by the way, take Saddam off. You ain't enough of a man to have his.
If I become a senator, I'm going to use my one free kill.
You ain't enough of a man to have Saddam's Senate picture on. When y'all was against Saddam, you Arabs was against Saddam. Yeah, so you don't. So take Saddam's picture off. Y'all wasn't for Saddam. Okay, so how do you feel, Angry Snowman, about freeing black people?
About freeing black people?
Yeah.
What do you mean? You gotta dig a little bit. You gotta be
How do you feel about 1 in 4 soldiers in the North was from Ireland? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the invasion? How do you feel about the invasion of the South by the North?
Well, anybody that knows their history knows that that's exactly what happened. For one, is that the South was invaded. It was all a economic war more than anything. The thing is I don't know if you've heard any of the discussions I've been in, but as of late, I've been trying to get people to understand that. Look, truth of the matter is, slavery would have never ended if it wasn't for white people.
Facts.
That's straight up. You can sit and shake your head and shrug your shoulders, but it's the truth. You know, there wasn't enough of the blacks here at the time anyhow for them to even go to war with all the whites and win. So you needed the white people to help. Actually, you needed white people to start the war.
Yep. And remind me, the guys from the South, because the Civil War is one of my favorite subjects, by the way.
I'm pretty fond of it too.
Yeah, so when they bombed Fort Sumner, right? We can educate the guy at the top, right? So what happened was the guys in South Carolina
about the Black Irish of Montserrat. So y'all clearly are mentally retarded. Y'all are mentally retarded.
Nobody, you're not the Haitians, sir. You're not the Haitians.
You guys are okay. Check out the Black Irish of Montserrat. A lot of the people that you guys think came here from. A lot of you guys think that those Irish who came here were white when they were actually Black Irish. There's a whole documentary, the Black Irish of Montserrat.
Well, hold on a second. Because
they were
you know
Black
what,
Irish on the boat.
They were Black Irish, and they all got kicked out of Ireland after the. Wow,
and they all came here to fight for the North, huh?
Well,
no, they were actually a lot of them came here and started slave plantations in the Caribbean.
Man, you got somebody behind you.
That's my son, sir. Respectfully, are you also going to admit then that most of the blacks that came here prior to
so you acknowledge that those were Black Irish
prior to
yes?
Slavery becoming an everyday thing?
That's what he's acknowledging. You're just for stupid.
Wasn't no Black Irish.
There were Black Irish. What are you talking about? So do some history.
Nigga, you ain't wearing no shamrocks.
There were a couple Black Irish.
There were thousands of Black Irish.
Thousands of Black Irish.
No,
they weren't ready.
There really are, sir. There's a whole documentary called the Black Irish of Montserrat. Please,
Robert E. Lee was shaking in his boots about the Black Irish. Stonewall Jackson was like, "Oh no, the Black Irish is coming." Come Come on,
Probably.
Really?
Probably.
Well, my
I
question,
do.
well, let me ask you this. If there was so many black Irish, then why do black people, when white people like me bring up the fact that the Irish were slaves in America too, want to sit and call us indentured servants? And that
Because they don't know their history, sir, and they don't know the understanding that black is just a class, like white was a class. Several white people were classified as black, and several black people were classified as white. Look up the history of people like that were affluent in this country. One particular young lady who was classified as.
I don't even drink Jamesons.
Hold on for a
What are
second.
you
Abdul with the
talking
$2
about?
super chat
Ain't
says
no Hennessy
combustion
in Ireland.
Abdul
I got a
with the
bottle of
$2
Jameson right here. Sorry.
I'm talking about
Abdul
the
with
black
the $2
Irish.
super chat
I
says
love Jameson.
says combustion engine replaced slaves and ended slavery. Yes, technology did play a part in ending slavery from what I was researched. Jordan says victims for life. And Mr. Speak on it said slavery never ended. It just transitioned to the prison pipe. Go ahead.
So you telling me Sarah Rector was never taken to court and changed into a white girl because they found oil on her land? Are you saying that that didn't happen?
I don't know her.
Sarah Rector,
A lot
they
of
found
things
oil on her land, so they changed her status to white so she could marry a white man named T.J. Porter and he could take her money. You telling me that was not happening? Sir, wow, you guys just don't know any history.
Are you telling me that white people didn't end slavery?
First off, how many slaves do you think were in America?
What are we classifying as slaves? Because there were a lot of indentured servants here too.
You know exactly what we're classifying as slaves. Let's not do this.
The ones you complaining about.
What am I complaining
Anybody
about?
that was
sir?
on a plantation that you claim came over here on a slave ship.
I don't claim anybody came over here. You don't even know my position. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You don't even know I don't claim people came over here on slave ships. I claim people were already here.
So how does slavery end?
Can we do one thing at a time? He asked one thing. You guys are trying to go all over the place. Let's do one thing at a time. Let me address what you just talked about. My position is not the slave ships. My position is that there was what was known as paper genocide. Walter Plecker and what he did when he was in charge of the records, when he took everybody's birth certificates and changed them to either white or black and told people that they had to remove themselves from their Indian ancestry. That is a true thing. Walter Plecker was the first person in charge of the records for this country. Are we going to say that is not true history as well?
How does slavery end in America?
I don't know.
How was slavery
wars and bloodshed? So like every conflict.
I don't know anything about
wars.
Who shed? Okay, he said wars and bloodshed.
Wars, bloodshed, and treaties. Yes,
okay,
sir.
let me ask you a question. Who was tough enough to kick that war off, and who shed the most blood?
My people shed the most blood on both sides. They were fighting on the Confederate side, and they were fighting for the North.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's wrong. If you're talking about,
I can show tons of articles to confirm that.
Go ahead and look it up. So you're telling me
I don't have to look it up. So I've already done the research.
Okay, so you're telling me the northern casualties were mostly black.
The casualties on both sides were mostly black. Yes, sir. Or what we call black because
the Civil War.
What we call black because really they were dark-skinned people, but they were classified as white because they were affluent.
Hold on a second. So let me ask you a question. Are you telling me that most of the casualties in the Civil War were black?
That's 1,000% what I'm saying.
That's empirically incorrect.
All right, bro. You got it, man.
You're talking about white skin. I'm talking about white as a classification based on people's titles. Again, look up the case of Sarah Rector. Look up the case of look up the case of Patrick Bonga. Patrick Bonga was the first white person in Minnesota, and he was a black man. He's the one who, sir, come on. By classification, because I'm a middle class person, they would call me white. They wouldn't call me.
Okay, so you're white. I got it now. I
understand. I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I get what he's
So
talking
the history of Patrick Bonga, the history of Deshaun opening Chicago, none of these things happen, right? Like, and these people were classified as white, but they were black-skinned people. Like, we're throwing all around history because we want to talk about crayon colors.
So color don't exist.
Color is a paradigm that we've created to sound silly and to make ourselves sound intelligent.
Race doesn't exist.
Race is a paradigm that we've created to argue with one another when we know it's really class. It's always been class.
So there's no genetic differences between
There's been Jewish people in the projects. There's been Italian people in projects. There's been every single race. When Planned Parenthood first started, they were taking out Jewish babies. Like that wasn't targeting black people initially. Black people weren't even living in the projects of Brooklyn.
So genetically,
this thing had nothing to do with skin color. What are you talking about?
So it has nothing to do with skin color. Nothing to do with genetics. Race has nothing to do with either one of those things.
I don't know what race is, sir. That's a paradigm we put up to try to argue with each other. It's so stupid. It has nothing to do with actual history.
So if you were to have sex with another woman, you're saying skin tone, can you produce an Asian baby?
Sir, If that, sir,
Like, since
people
it's
have
not
done it all the time. Are you
since
serious? You know how
it's
many
not
times
real,
that comes out in the
since
news,
it's not
anomalies of
real,
people creating
well,
children that are
this
not.
is what I'm talking about.
Wow.
So now it doesn't exist. This is
Sir,
hilarious.
it's called genetics. Like
The
people do
texture of
have
your
the genetic
texture of your hair, right?
predisposition
The
to
way
do
that your
things, and
body
that
retains
I
weight,
can't
all
control
that
that.
doesn't exist.
All right, sir. You obviously don't check out any science. It's called mitochondrial Eve DNA. Like the people who have that literally can create whatever race on the
Came
planet.
from
So
Africa,
stop
right?
it. I'm
That's what you
sorry.
said?
No, mitochondrial DNA. There's older
I like
mitochondrial
the
DNA than
picture
Africa.
behind
Stop
you.
it, bro.
Nice.
Relax.
Dude, this is the same stuff that
This is actually funny.
what's his name? Action Potential tried telling me that black people can create every race on the planet.
Sir, I'm not the person who's doing the DNA project, sir. That's a real thing that they're doing. You should look it up. The DNA.
Well,
you're sweating
The
right
Human
now.
Genome Project is a very, yes, as a person in the chat complained already. I'm around a bunch of computers. They're rendering video. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for working.
No, it's all right. No, it's all right. No.
I'm not mad.
I mean, you are white. You white man making your money. Get your money.
Listen, man, you know these white men got to
why
keep the
you're
money
sitting
quick
up here
control.
getting so emotional though when people are just sitting here trying to have the discussion. You're getting
Sir,
really in your feelings, dude.
I'm in my feelings.
Jonathan with the $5 super chat says,
No, sir,
Eric, you
I'm
heard about
sorry,
this.
my fault,
That
JD.
said, no, you're fine. That said, there were plenty of slave revolts where slaves took up arms. Read the book
Not
called
enough.
American Negro.
There were all kinds of slave revolts.
Of course it was, but not enough.
But slavery still wouldn't have ended if it wasn't for the white population of America. Just like
what do we define as white?
Just like the civil rights movement wouldn't have actually happened if it wouldn't have been for white people actually helping with that.
Just like there wouldn't be a Juneteenth holiday that we're all complaining about right now if white people did not enable it.
Just like Obama would have never got elected if white people didn't help elect him into office. I mean, you can't sit and say people can't sit and say on one hand that the black people are the minority race in this country and that white people make up over 50 to 60% of the population historically throughout the entirety of America's, being here. And then at the same time sit and say that black people had enough numbers to actually do shit on their own and break away from slavery.
It says Juneteenth, we're dropping the white man.
He cussed.
So are we saying historically that no black people were taken to court and turned into white people because of their affluent status, especially after they found oil after the Trail of Tears and stuff? Are we saying that didn't happen? That they removed people to Oklahoma, those people found oil on their land, and because then they wanted to intermarry with those people, that they changed their status to white? We saying that didn't happen? Are we saying that it historically didn't happen?
I know
you guys have never read a book that your history teacher hasn't given you, and that's truly disturbing.
Yeah, it's all been whitewashed. I would rather, what would also be a good holiday outside of Juneteenth, because Juneteenth was celebrating the white man. I would not mind. My favorite black group historically were actually the Buffalo Soldiers. I love the way they slaughtered the natives, by the way.
Why would we be celebrating?
Why would I celebrate them? Well, first off, they created America, the best country in the world. Okay,
America was already here, sir.
Excuse me. Right?
America was already
there were a bunch of crazy, wild banshees, uncivilized
That's not true, sir. You need to do some research on the Haudenosaunee Nation. Literally, they had cities here. So they had cities here.
Do you want to live in a teepee?
They did not have teepees, sir.
You want to eat buffalo hearts?
That stuff was more going on the West Coast. The Eastern Woodland Indians were not living like that at all. They were more living in like city-like structures, sir, already. The Eastern Woodland Indians were already living in city-like structures. William Penn, in his book, when he came here and he saw the Lenape Indians on the Eastern Woodland coast, he described that they were already living in cities when he came here and started Pennsylvania. It's like we don't even read books. We're sad children, and it's really distressing.
So let me ask you a question.
William Penn didn't do that. Okay, I'm going to share William Penn's diary for you. No problem.
They didn't do nothing. That's why they lost. That's why they got lost and got ran out of their
William
land.
Penn got lost. William Penn, the person who started Pennsylvania, he lost.
No,
how did he lose?
I'm talking about the Native Americans. They lost.
I'm aware some Native Americans lost some conflicts. Yes, that's true. There were also some Native Americans that never lost.
Shouts out to who? Who never lost? Who?
Sir, you got to do
name
some
them.
research,
Name them.
man. You got to do some research.
Name them.
Man.
You don't live in a teepee. Yeah, they did. They in a reservation right now. They sitting in a reservation right now.
Okay, sir. You really don't understand history.
Yeah, you really don't understand. I know you around all the white man's inventions right now. I know that. I know all y'all living around with the white man built. You don't want to live in no TP. You don't want to
Sir,
smoke
you
no
don't even know,
peyote.
sir.
When the last time
My
you smoked
ancestors never
peyote?
did.
When the last time
What are
you
you talking
smoked
about, sir?
peyote?
First of all, peyote is actually just a peyote is
When the
something
last
different. But
time
most
you
of my
ate out of a cactus? When the last time
most
you
of my
ate
ancestors
scorpion?
smoked cannabis, sir, and
Okay,
that's a
you eat
known
snake?
fact. Because
You want to eat snakes?
why would I eat snakes, sir? That's
Okay,
not what my
I didn't
tribe
think
would
so.
do.
So
What are you
you need
talking
to be
about?
gracious about what people are built for around you. I'm all about the Buffalo Soldiers. They definitely did a
Ding
very
dong. This is for the attention of everyone who's watching this live stream. Thank you for coming to the Chaotic Truth Lives channel.
Mrs.
I do
S.
apologize on
This
behalf
is
of
are we
everyone.
being taken over by
I'd like to apologize on
this is
behalf
the
of
last
the
thing that
children
people
on the panel.
heard on that
Mrs.
airplane in
You
September.
have children on the panel, guys.
Here
I
it is.
do
This
apologize.
is the last
I'm
thing. He's
very,
taking
very
over the
sorry.
cockpit, ladies and gentlemen.
The people,
He's taking over the
the balls
cockpit.
haven't dropped yet.
He's got his box cutter. He's taking over the
The
cockpit.
wisdom tooth, they're still missing. Oh, look at that.
You ain't
Black
got no
smoke and
tooth.
all.
Hey, Mr. S, how much acid did you make last month for your adversaries in London?
Yeah.
How many innocent people have you killed?
Y'all throw acid on people's faces. How many women have you
I
denied the
can't
right
get
to go to
charged for
school?
murder. Hey, seriously, hey, let me speak to what you were saying. Hey, salute to you, patriarchy. Hey,
no, they do that too.
patriarchy. I'm trying to shout you out, bro. Look, shout out to you, patriarchy. You know, I'm a fan of yours. You already know that.
How many people have you killed in Iraq?
Here's
Afghanistan?
Mr. S. Mr. S, stop talking. Mr. S, stop talking. Look. What patriarchy was saying is and somewhat true. I wouldn't put in the same words he did, but I mean, Buffalo Soldiers, they were in Montana, they were in Wyoming, they were in the western states, territories, providing security and making sure the place could be livable in the future. It is what it is. You don't have to like it, but also too, Native Americans aren't these cuddly, nice people. People are trying to make them out to be like these peaceful creatures on Avatar that hurt nobody, you know, like kind of that whole caricature. They were massacring each other before. Hold on, they were massacring each other. Mr. S, shut your stupid mouth. Shut up. Not like I said, they were massacring each other before one European even stepped foot on the continent of North America. So we can't come with this this very nice accommodating caricature of Native Americans like they were some nice people. The white man had to force them to let black people go. Okay, so they have a complicated history as well and a checkered past, just like every other race. So stop this. You know, they were stop simping for them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying denigrate them. They were victims too.
Okay.
Who is simping for Native Americans?
I don't think that they were victims at all. You didn't build anything. I don't want to live in their society.
They
You don't
didn't
have
build
hospitals.
anything. That's
You don't
so
have a good
hilarious.
school system. You don't have rule
So
of law.
they did have
You don't have
hospitals. It's
rule
called
of
the
law.
midwinning
You
system,
don't
which
have
is
rule of
actually
law.
how
Yeah,
our nurses
a bunch
learn
of witch
nursery. It's called the
doctors, we know.
midwinning
A
system.
bunch of witch doctors. If these people were so
If it wasn't for those witch
scared of
doctors, sir, we wouldn't have California because
really?
those
Witch
people were the
doctors?
ones. If it wasn't for that's what you're calling them.
wasn't
If
for
it
the
wasn't for those
American
amazing
military,
doctors in the
we wouldn't have
midwinning system,
California.
we wouldn't
If
have
it wasn't
modern
for the
healthcare.
American
If it wasn't for the
military, we wouldn't
midwinning
have
system, we wouldn't have
California.
modern healthcare.
Yeah,
We
you
would have
celebrate
never.
losers. You
You're right. I
celebrate
celebrate
people
losers.
who belong
No,
in
I
hell.
celebrate people who.
They're damn near
You're right.
extinct. They're like the dodo bird. Can't even
So
find
Walter Plecker and what he did with the paper genocide made millions of people who are alive and Native American with Native American ancestry think that they're now
Hey,
disappeared.
little Bigfoot. Are you telling me you're Native American?
1,000%, and I've done my genealogy.
Go
1,000%, and I've done my genealogy. 1,000%, and I've done my genealogy.
Oklahoma. You ain't no
teacher
Pocahontas.
you.
Their DNA, blood quantum is not. Blood quantum has nothing to do with the tribes. Number one, blood quantum has nothing to do with the tribes. Blood quantum has nothing to do with the tribes.
Where's your tribal card?
Tribal quantum and blood quantum are for quote unquote civilized tribes. That has nothing to do with all the tribes. When you go on ChatGPT and you tell it to do what do you need to do to find out who you are, the first thing the AI suggests is your genealogy. You know why? Because blood tests don't mean a damn thing. You go on Ancestry. I'm talking. I'm going to send you the link. You go on Ancestry.com right now. If you go on Ancestry.com right now, it's going to tell you that those DNA tests will not get you back in a tribe because those DNA tests have nothing to do with what. I'm going to go on Ancestry.com right now, and I'm going to read you what it says about DNA testing from tribes. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. You just ramble nonsense to make your white masters feel better. Dawes rolls are only one set of the rolls, sir. So those are the rolls for the ones that were sent. What are you talking? You have no idea. You know how many sets of rolls there are?
Ghetto.
Sir, do you know how many sets of rolls there are? You know nothing, and you just talk like you know something.
My son.
You're establishing your level of retardation. You're establishing your lack of ignorance. I'm from several tribes, sir. I'm from several tribes, sir. I'm from several tribes.
What happens if you drink alcohol?
Sir, do you understand how tribes work? If my mother's in one tribe and my father's in another tribe and they marry, guess what happens? I'm from both those tribes. That would like be like an Italian and Puerto Rican person having a mother and father. What's wrong with you? Are you that retarded?
Okay, where is the proof? Where's your tribal card and affiliation? What reservation? What reservation?
Yo, bro, you really sound ill-informed when it comes to history, and then you really need to learn something besides what your master taught you in your life class.
Native American.
That does not count. Every Native American does not live on a reservation. You all have a tribal card, and y'all really need to stop this lack of this ignorant talk, man. I'm from Ancestry.com. I'm black. No, I'm not. You're black. You're black, and that's okay. You're black. You don't even know what the word Negro comes from. What are you talking about?
You are of African descent.
No, I'm not. So do you have to actually prove that, or because you say it, it's just true? Do you actually have to prove that?
Look at your nose.
I've already done my nose
and look at my nose.
That is such a
look at your nose and look at my nose.
How many times have you rode a horse? You ain't never rode a horse in your life.
I ride horses to your mom's house every weekend, bro.
See that? See, that's New York talk. Ain't no Indians in no New York.
There's tons of. What are you talking about, sir? The Iroquois Nation was from New York. What are you talking about?
That's how you know he's black.
The Iroquois Nation was from New York.
Y'all don't know them.
Y'all sound retarded.
Brooklyn.
Y'all sound retarded.
I know the Bronx. That's what I know. You know about the A train.
According to Ancestry.com, I'm gonna share the link. Ancestry.com. Having Native American ancestors or indigenous DNA does not make someone a Native American tribal citizen. This is Ancestry.com, guys. Having a Native American DNA does not make somebody a tribal citizen. There are differences between a person's genetic, political, and cultural identity.
You don't know
I'm talking. Native American tribal members are citizens of their nation. This is a political and cultural identification rather than a genetic identification. Similar to being a citizen of any other nation. In the United States, there are more than 570. This is crazy. I know every time the truth come out, it hurts y'all feelings because y'all mamas told y'all lies. I get it. Every time y'all mama told y'all something wrong, I'm the problem.
Projects than a TP.
You're right. Here you go about to determine tribal citizenship. Tribal nations determine the legitimacy and strength of someone's connections. That has nothing to do with blood quantum. This is Ancestry.com. The place people pay to take the blood. That has nothing to do with it, and you don't even want to hear that.
Native Americans in America actually prove their lineage, and they can. So
I can too. So what's your point?
So where's your tribal affiliation?
What's your daddy's name? You can't prove it. What's your daddy's name?
What's my daddy's?
What's your daddy's name? See that? You don't even know your daddy.
What's his name?
Bro, you guys.
What's his last name? What's his surname?
What's
his surname?
Is he Red Chief Sitting Bull?
Yeah, my dad's
name is Elroy Thompson. Your daddy's name is Elroy Thompson.
You're right. My daddy's Red Chief.
Now, grew up in the
Leroy Reggie Lee.
That's I guess Ancestry.com is lying as well. I guess Ancestry.com is lying as well. I know that stuff bothers y'all that I should go pay $300 for a blood test that they on their own website say won't do nothing for me. I know that y'all say that I should pay that money on their own when their own website says that would be a waste of time because it has nothing to do with proving you're anything. But okay.
Yeah, that's a waste of time. I agree with you on that. That's a waste of $300.
Same.
You shut up. Nobody's talking to you.
Look, you're not Native American.
Is that Shaniqua?
That's what you look like?
Backing it up.
Can we look up the New Orleans Indians since we pulling up pictures of Indians? Can we pull up pictures of the New Orleans Indians that pop up every Mardi Gras?
New Orleans Indians, the Creole people.
Hey, look, hold on. Patriarch.
The New Orleans Indians that come out every Mardi Gras.
The light skin people from Haiti.
Hey, hold on. Patriarchy, hold on.
You mean the light skin people?
I'm talking about dark-skinned, jet black Indians. What are you talking about?
They didn't have our nose. They didn't have our nose.
Yo, can we share these pictures too? Can we share these pictures too, or are we just being biased?
You're black. You're not Native American. Stop it.
Yes, I am, sir. You can't tell me what my ancestry is.
Yeah, you can
I've proven my genealogy, sir. I'm not retarded. I've done my genealogy. I've done my genealogy, sir, back to 1700s, sir. I have my genealogy on both sides of my family back to the 1700s. What do you have? Exactly. Absolutely nothing. You want to be from some mud hut somewhere because you can't actually prove where you're from.
Hey, let me just say this: he can be whatever he wants to. You Native American.
Obviously, I can't. We in a society where people can say they dogs and they cats and they freaking furries, but I can't say that I'm freaking Indian.
You can say whatever you want. You can be whatever you want to be, man.
Obviously, I can't. Obviously, I clearly can't.
Nigga, that was at a second line in New Orleans. That was like 3 weeks ago.
That's the New Orleans Indians. What's wrong with you? Those are literally chiefs of the tribes.
Get the fuck out, bro. Have you been to a second line? Have you been?
Those are niggas.
Yes, I have been to New Orleans several times. Actually, one of my dopest professors comes from there. His family runs a huge restaurant.
Hey, look, ghetto. You can get upset all you want. Ghetto, you can get upset. Hold on, Mr. S, stop talking. Look, you can get upset all you want, ghetto. Native Americans in America actually prove where they come from, and they have a mechanism and they have a way to go about it. So Negroes like you, look, you can put your feather in your cap or your hat and all that stuff and do a rain dance. That's not going to make you Native American. What makes you Native American is legally being considered that. If you're legally considered Native American, okay, I'll give you that.
That's bullshit because there's thousands of tribes that the federal government has yet to recognize, and that's just paperwork that's going through.
Well, when it happens, that's when we'll be like, you're Native American. Other than that, you're not Native American, bro. You're a pretender, just like the rest of these pretendians. You black.
Can you hear me? Testing. 1 2 1 2.
Go ahead, say whatever you were gonna say, dummy.
Is it testing? 1 2? Can you hear me? You jiggers just need to come correct with a solution, you know? You jiggers are just lost, like just lost, man. Honestly. When someone gives you criticism, you guys like to fight against the criticism. I wish there was a million clones of Chaotic Truth. You know, like I said in the beginning, I was very disappointed in CT. I was like, well, he's black. Like, why is he not with the black community in essence, innit? But then today it hit me. He's not dumb like you mother Fs. He came from a 2-parent household. I bet when he was eating on a dinner table with his family, yeah, everyone shared their own points of views. Everyone's gathering, you know, information amongst each other, debating. With a single mother and that, you can't really do that. You just have to, it's either her way or hit the highway, innit? So a lot of us single mother raised men need to start owning up, you know, chatting to our mothers and telling her, listen, darling, I appreciate your help, but I'm the man in town, you know. I'm a survivor of the trauma. So now this is how things should be run.
Dude, you said the same thing over and over.
Still to even do that. But you guys have the rules of still to kill your fellow black man, though, I tell you. But
Mr. S, you're rehashing the same stuff.
100%, I tell you.
You're rehashing the same crap.
100, man.
You're rehashing the same crap that we've already gone through.
Anyhow, you jiggers, take it from here.
Mr. S, look, I understand. Look, we already know there's a cycle in North America where we live under a matriarchy as black people, or black men in particular. This is not a secret. People still deny it. We get it, but the word is out. Okay. Once you understand as a young black man that's the spawn of a single mother, you have to understand there's a process you need to go through, whether you do it earlier or later, to heal from those traumas that were put on you. And getting on women and saying it's them or they did this to us. I get it.
Can you hear me?
Listen, yes, okay, stop talking. Stop talking.
Can you guys hear me?
Finish. Stop talking. Oh my God, this dude is a dummy. So anyway, like I was saying, you overcome that trauma. You overcome that trauma, and then you form healthy relationships with men and women. That's it. That's all. All this other stuff you talking, you're just going in circles. That's it. Like I said, the stuff you're talking about, I've overcome that. My mother has substance abuse problems for over 20 years. I was abused by my stepfather and her. And guess what? I was able to join the military, serve honorably, get out, work a regular job, not commit crimes or make women pregnant and spread out hatred and bad stuff all out over the world. I didn't do that. I came from horrible circumstances. But guess what? I'm not running around, oh, you know how horrible the women were, blah, blah, blah. It took my own initiative to improve myself. I can go out and tell the truth. Yeah, single motherhood is a problem, but that's it. But you don't go, oh, we need to talk about the pain our mothers put us through, the pain and all this other stuff. Mr. S, you're one of the most idiotic people I've ever seen on these panels. So I'm gonna stop ranting. I don't know if anybody else is still here because I've been here literally for almost 5 hours and I cannot believe it, but it was a great time. But the last thing I will say before I give it back to Chaotic is Mr. Ghetto, thank you for coming back. Look, I'll say this and I'll let you talk. Look, I understand as a black person in America how painful it is being black.
I'm not a black person in America. Cut it out. Stop.
Okay.
I could be gay.
Okay.
You say you would respect that, but you don't respect my genealogy.
Melanated. Okay, you're melanated. Okay, melanated.
Sir, stop trying to call me names. Like, why can't you just be respectful of what I want to be, like what I want to be considered as?
Okay, you're
if I was a furry, if I was a cat, if I was a faggot, all that would be cool. If I was gay, all that would be cool. But if I can't have genealogy on both my sides and trace my family's history to the 1700s because it's not comfortable for what you've been told and the narrative that you've been sold.
Well, see, this is what's going on today. Now there is a cohort of black Americans that are purposely going out and claiming lineage of Native Americans, Middle Easterners, and Jewish people because we don't like our own identity as black Americans.
Your identity is,
okay.
Sir.
Yes. Oh, whatever. But like I'm saying, okay, you're Native American, but I'm just saying the reason why people are having difficulty with what you're saying and they're questioning you
because they've been lied to.
Like I said, let me finish, Mr. Ghetto. There's a cohort of black people that keep stealing lineage from different races of people and saying it's theirs when
saying Walter Ashby Tucker didn't exist.
Let me finish speaking and you can talk.
Wow.
Okay, control yourself, sir. So like I said, they are claiming these identities. They're claiming these identities and they're going on the internet and claiming these identities, looking like buffoons, making us look like buffoons, and then people are pushing back. And that's why you have the pushback you have now, and nobody believes you're Native American because you're not.
Did Walter Ashby Tucker not exist? Is that what you're saying? Was he not in charge of the Bureau of Vital Statistics, and he not change all of the Native Americans' records?
Just because some white man, just because some white man changed up some records 300 years ago does not make you Native American.
This was in 1950s.
That does not make you Native American. That doesn't make you Native American.
Sir, I can literally trace myself back to those records. What are you talking about?
White people have done nefarious things. Woo! Okay, cool. That doesn't make you Native American. That doesn't make you Native American.
That doesn't. My genealogy does. I agree. What are you talking about?
So
Walter Ashby Plecker running the Bureau, the first registrar of the Bureau of Vital Statistics. You telling me he did not, during the Racial Integrity Act, change everybody's records and take the Indians and call them white people and black people? Yes or no?
I know. Ghetto. I know you didn't hear what I said.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I know you didn't hear what I said.
I know you won't. You don't want to deal with reality and true history. I know that bothers you.
The white man changed records hundreds of years ago.
Hundreds of years ago. How was the 1950s
Native American? That does not make you
right.
Native
My genealogy does. We had that conversation already. Move on to something else and try to have another talking point.
So your genealogy is you can actually prove beyond a shadow of a doubt DNA evidence.
He's really retarded. This guy's not speaking.
No, I'm not retarded, but it's just like it seems that every other race of people have genetic markers that they can look in their DNA. Genetic markers, and it says,
I can't look in my DNA.
What part of the planet you may be from?
That's not how genetic markers work. You should actually watch the 60 Minutes special where she talked to all the people who do genetics. I'll actually share the link. And it's like 0.001% accurate African ancestry and Dr. Rick Kittle's whole collection of DNA. He admitted his entire collection of DNA is 0.001% accurate to the woman on the show. And a ton of other people from Duke and Princeton and Yale that all do DNA work all said that DNA is for entertainment purposes only. But I guess that show was because it wasn't really dedicated to black people, didn't have smoking weed and shooting dice, that my brothers and sisters didn't take the time to watch it when 60 Minutes came and dropped all that information. So I guess 60 Minutes is lying. Walter Ashby Plecker never happened.
Well, I mean, the mainstream media does stretch the truth from time to time, but I digress.
So you're saying all of those different professionals from all their different universities came on there to destroy their credit, just to what? What would they get out of saying DNA and these tests are for entertainment purposes only if there was actually some credit to it? What would they gain from that?
Like I said,
exactly. We can't answer real questions
because the DNA. Look, I've come across too many pretendians where they go on this one. They are the genetic masters. Like, they know every geneticist. They know every lineage. I've already talked to plenty of y'all. But the main thing is when you start looking in folks' family, you start seeing niggas and white people and very few Native Americans. I'm just being honest. So if we actually
ordered state agencies to reclassify citizens who claim American,
we're gonna find.
I'm talking. Plecker ordered state agencies to reclassify most citizens. Plecker ordered state agencies to reclassify most. Plecker ordered state agencies to reclassify most citizens of the country who claimed American Indian identity. Most. This is what Walter Ashby Plecker did to the entire country. Why are we pretending that this didn't happen?
Okay, I'm sorry. Look, I understand you listen and believe a network that literally believes in the Russia hoax and Russia collusion for multiple years and ran with that like that was true.
Russia collusion,
no, I know. But what I'm saying is the mainstream media does lie about things from time to time. I'm not saying everything they say is a lie, but I'm just.
Jonathan Barronville, please prove I have through $500, Jonathan Barronville, that Walter Ashby Plecker did exist and he did exactly what I'm saying. Please prove he did. $500. $500 in the whole chat is my witness. $500, JB. $500, JB. He's saying I'm complete. No, JB in the chat saying I'm wrong. So $500 that Walter Ashby Plecker did what I said, brother. The whole chat is the witness. What's up?
I never said that guy didn't exist. You just
no. I'm saying that not only did he exist, but his job as the first head of the Bureau of Vital Statistics, he, in his initiative, everyone who said, I'm American Indian, no, you dudes are colored. That's what he did. And we're acting like that's not factual history because our mamas didn't tell us when we were little kids that that's what he did.
So how does that make you Native American again? I'm just...
Because that doesn't make me Native. My genealogy and my heritage on both sides of my family is what makes me.
I get it. But
that's what I said.
Native American tribe? Okay,
but then you keep asking the same question.
Tribe has your family been
did you have to pass any tests to shoot that rifle in the military? Like, you don't really seem too swift.
How? Okay, what tribe has your family been a part of for 400 years?
Sir, I have multiple tribes in my family. I said that's
multiple tribes, but you can't do the main tribe, like the one tribe where you like beyond the tribe, like you're
the one main tribe that you probably know about is Iroquois. But you said people was in New York didn't even have tribes, and the Iroquois tribe was all over New York. But you just said there was no tribes in New York, so I wouldn't say.
I actually never said that.
Maybe it was somebody else on the panel, sir, that said there was no tribes in New York, but Iroquois is one of my main tribes, sir.
Well, all I know is usually people don't have these multiple tribe thing.
That's not true. Tribes marry tribes all the time. That doesn't make sense. If a Puerto Rican marries a Dominican, if Puerto Rican is Dominican, if a Jamaican marries a Haitian, they're Jamaican and Haitian.
There's a pattern.
There's a pattern. Let me finish talking.
Hold on.
Sir, let me finish talking.
Hold on. Go ahead, Ghetto. Go ahead, Ghetto.
If somebody from two different nations they marry, they say, "Oh, I'm Jamaican and Haitian. I'm Nigerian and Hispanic," or whatever it's the mix. Sir, that's no different than two tribes having a marriage. There were thousands of tribes out here. People from the tribes intermarried all the time. And you're supposed to just ignore one half of your lineage because what? Because it would make you feel better?
Okay, this is the deal. I've already been through this one scenario where you're saying, what tribe are you from? What are your family lineage? And they're like, multiple tribes, like all over. So this is what I'm saying. Like you say Iroquois, but you didn't say Iroquois, this state, this tribe. I'm getting
Iroquois
my affiliation.
is a tribe. What are you talking? You don't even understand what you're talking about.
Are they recognized by the federal government?
Is the Iroquois? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy doesn't even know history. Please.
I'm asking.
Sir, just Google it. Just Google it.
Yes or no, right?
No, the Iroquois tribe is not recognized by the government, sir. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, so they're not. Okay, cool. So they're not a real Native American tribe. So there you go. They're not Native American.
There you go.
They're not real.
There you go. They're not. They're not.
They're not recognized by the government, so they're legally not Native Americans.
They're not legally Native Americans. They are recognized. They're one of the 5 civilized tribes. What are you talking about? They actually owned people. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're black.
My ancestors had slaves. 1,000%. My ancestors had slaves. Hell yeah. Indentured servants, whatever you want to call it. They had people in the encomienda system.
They were slaves. They were slaves because because the white man forced Cherokee and all these other Native American tribes to give y'all Negroes up.
Too, and people that was Cherokee on me was never in no bondage, but you got it because you was there.
Whatever. I'm kind of bored
because you can't actually have an intellectual conversation. So you just want to go to
Dan Calloway
that they taught you in 6th grade.
Do you watch Dan Calloway?
I don't support Dan Calloway at all. I don't support Dan Calloway at all.
Well, you need to check that, brother, because
why would I check Dan Calloway?
Because when you talk, when you talk, I see Dan Calloway.
I'm sure you do. You shouldn't though. You shouldn't though. There's this thing called the thing called the Urban Heritage Indian Association. They're passing a petition now because they're getting actual legislation done. Even Kyrie Irving has signed the petition because his tribe,
because they got woke and scared, and white black
he's
people.
He's standing Little Rock of the Sioux Nation, and he actually
because black folks started crying. And the Cherokee felt bad enough, and they changed it to start letting niggas in the tribe. That some of them belong in the tribe, definitely, because they're mixed. But if it was up to them, they would have never even let y'all get in there. Let's just be honest.
I agree with that, but that's because they have been allowed to have the protection of the government and do unfair things with not only people who were never enslaved, but the freedmen, which is completely wrong because those people deserve all of the benefits of the tribes.
Well, guys, on that note, I got to roll up out of here.
Jonathan, so Walter Plecker doesn't exist, JB? All right, no problem. This is a silly conversation.
Nobody cares.
500 is up, JB.
Nobody cares.
Up, JB.
Nobody cares.
The 500 is up, JB. You either going to take it or you just going to keep saying I'm not presenting evidence.
I mean, nobody really cares. That's the thing about it. That's
right. And nobody cares, but y'all have spent this entire time telling me how I'm from Africa, but no one cares. That literally shows the lie. The whole cognitive dissonance.
Because you're only
could you please tell these people that they didn't come over here on no boats, bro? Could you please tell them that?
Your only link to Native Americans is a non-recognized tribe.
I tend to agree with that.
Chaotic, please tell them that they did not come here on no boats.
I tend to agree with you on that.
Thank you.
I don't believe millions of Africans came over on boats.
It's physically impossible for people to come here on boats.
Now, but I, in terms of the Native Americans being blacks, I don't know, but I don't think that millions of Africans came over on boats. I do agree with that. Yeah.
Sir Walter,
after they cut off the slave trade, they had breeding farms. Maybe not a lot, but that's what happened.
Did not, sir. Slave trade got cut off in 1806. So when you saying breeding farms happened?
I've had enough. Sorry, guys. I've had enough. You dumb heifers still talking about slavery, still talking about the past. Your problem is the woman in your home.
About the past. Sir, your whole lineage is based on the past. You have done nothing in your life of yourself. All you do is talk about the clan you come from. Now you talk about other people shouldn't talk about the past. Sir, have you done anything in this life that have nothing to do with the clan and your lineage?
Stop attacking the message. You guys need to stop doing this.
Bro, stop, bro. You're a hypocrite, and it sounds ridiculous when you talk, Mr. S, because you're such a hypocrite.
Your homes are in disrespect. Your women are soulless, headless, no direction. I tell you why. Because a man like Ghetto people here is leading them.
Nah.
What? A man who's highly emotional is a very dangerous man.
You're right. And that's why y'all blow things up, because y'all are highly emotional and y'all can't handle freaking conflicts properly.
Damn, burnt your ass, Mr. S. He got you on that one.
Well, a child and
be quiet.
If I can repeat again, because this child, child, You done?
Bro, your freaking Wi-Fi sound like Pac-Man. Cut it out.
Hey, Mr. S, like seriously,
Bro,
I
you need
just
to pay
have
for the
no
actual
idea
Wi-Fi that works, bro.
I'm not finished.
Take
Mr.
you in.
Nostril, I'm not done. I'm hearing your nostril, not your mouth.
Amira, if you knew anything about quote-unquote West Africans, you would do research on the groups of Native American tribes that were taken to the Canary Islands and then resold back into the Americas. Amira, El Webby, Miss Africa. Do some actual research on the tribes that were taken from the Americas and resold for weapons and guns on the Canary Islands of West Africa.
Am I right,
So, stop it. Stop it. Like now we're gonna say like there wasn't literal Indians that were taken from here. There wasn't literal freedmen who were Indians, like Liberia, Lincolnia, like all of these places in West Africa weren't started with free black people from here in this country, right? We're gonna say that that didn't really happen, and that the people in Liberia still don't have last names like Thompson and Williams and stuff now because it was actual American people that they took to Liberia and other countries over there, right? You guys don't know any history. Y'all just say what y'all sixth grade teacher taught y'all. Like, are y'all smarter than fifth graders? A lot of you are not. I'm sorry. A lot of you are not smarter than fifth graders.
Mr. S, ain't you got a 12-year-old daughter to go sell off to the sex trade?
Jesus. That was rough.
I'm serious.
I mean, while you're up here talking crap about American people all the time, why don't you worry about your own country for a change? Why don't you get your own sandbox? Get your litter box in order.
So say that again.
You heard me. I didn't stutter.
No, I didn't hear you. Say that again, Uncle.
Well, maybe you ought to get the camel piss out of your ears than you would have.
You might have to be careful. You have more to lose than me. One.
Get him, white man. Get him.
You have more to lose than me. You have children to look
after. What's your point?
Don't play with the devil.
All you do is come up here and talk. All you do is throw shade and shine at people in America, and you live somewhere across the ocean. Are you serious? You don't even live in this country. Why are you even up here trying to tell us how to do stuff? Figure your own stuff out. You've been fighting the same war for 4,000 years.
Dumb Americans. Actually, I can't say dumb Americans because CT is a smart American, but yeah, the majority of you guys are all very thick and dumb and inbred.
Yeah, that's why we're the biggest empire on the planet.
Sorry?
That's why you guys call us to come help you when things get crazy, right? Because you need real people to come over because your little suicide bombers just don't cut it.
Who's you? Saddam Hussein.
Bro, you're in a Western country. Shut the hell up, bro. Just shut up.
Well, let me tell you something. At least when I drive,
I don't care, dude. I don't give a crap what you think, dude.
When I open my tap, dust doesn't come out.
What you know what's going to be sad is when you die a martyr, you're going to find out that them 72 versions are dudes.
I will make you my shackled slave in the afterlife. How about that?
No, you won't.
I'll give you a workout as well.
I'm gonna crack the whip on your ass, dude. I'm gonna enslave you and show you what it was like to be a slave since you like enslaving people.
Nah, you're gonna teach them like how it was in Zanzibar, how them Arabs were over there. Crack that whip.
You know what I'll do is I'll tie you up and let little kids do to you what you do to little kids.
I beg your pardon?
He didn't stutter.
You heard him. What y'all be doing to little kids over in your country?
Like
how about we let some little 12 and 13-year-old little girls stone you to death over and over and over again?
You cannot. You see, in America, you can't trust a child with a set of copies, but you can trust the child by taking his decision.
It's funny, man, because you was up here talking all kinds of crap about American culture, but then when I wanted to come up here and throw the same energy back at you, you don't like it, do you? You don't like it, do you?
Look, I'm a smart guy, you see, these jiggers here and this white vanilla man here, they're all dumb. How can a child?
Yeah,
you can't trust with your car.
Your avatar is a man who got hung by his own people, and it was live streamed.
To cut off his willy and to change his gender. How does that work? Like, only happens in America. Long live America, then.
Hey, if America's so bad, why do you guys come over here? You guys are the ones coming over here wanting to change our culture. How about you take your people back to where they're from and get them out of our government so they stop ruining shit?
Since you like to give a low blow in the boxing ring, let me do the same. Now, let me clench you in the ring and let me ask you a question. Say your son now, the one that came in
the room that you're in now.
Dude, don't you bring my son into
He
this.
said to you,
Don't you bring
if he-
my
I said
son
to you,
into
Daddy.
this. Don't you bring
Oh,
my
no, no,
son
no.
into this, sir.
I just-
Don't
in
you
good
bring
faith.
my son into this. No,
In
I'm
good
not going to
faith.
sit here and
I
allow
mean, that's
you
the
to bring
type of
my
man
son
that
into
he
this.
is. He got to talk about
Well,
children who's not even on the
you
panel
just call
saying
my
nothing.
family
So
terrorist,
we already
You
know
just call
what
my
we're
family
dealing with right here.
I've been called a terrorist since I was a young kid. So if I say something in
What's
good
your point? Nobody
faith,
talked about your children,
nigga, you'll
sir.
hear it. So here's the deal. If
Nigga,
your son
nigga,
came
nigga,
to you
nigga,
now and said,
nigga, nigga, nigga.
Daddy, I want to be a girl, what can you say? Keep it real, nigga.
What relevance does that have to do with anything, dude? Seriously, why are you asking me what I would do if my
In the United States of the Great Americano, if your son right now is saying we mistreat children, we do whatever with children. If your son right now came to you and said, I want to
Thank you,
look
Father Sunlight.
like a Barbie, but in real life, I want to
Thank
put
you,
a hole
Father
up my
Sunlight.
thing, you can't say nothing.
You know what? If that's what he wants to do when he becomes an adult, that's his business. Until
Well, I
then,
tell you
he's
what,
going to
you're
be
a
the
weak
boy
man
that
if
I
you say that.
created. How about that?
You are a weak man.
I'm a
You
weak
saying that,
man.
you're a weak
Why?
man.
Because I said if
This is
that's
not
what
the
he wants to
American I
do
know.
when he becomes an adult, that's his
This is not
business.
America that I know. This is not American citizens I know. Pre-2000.
Because
I
I,
had strong
dude,
American
are you
citizens.
serious? Are you
These are
serious? You're
weaklings
sitting here
that you
telling me
have
that I'm a weak man when you're the
And
one
these are the
that
men that will
advocates
defend
for a person who
country.
actually
These
married a
guys want the
13-year-old little
Thank you.
girl and tried to impregnate her. Are
You
you
can't do nothing
serious?
if your son comes
But
to you now.
yet
Just
I'm
right
telling
now,
you,
I
I'm gonna
beg
let
you
it.
right now,
I'm
if
gonna
your
make a
son walks
kid
into your room
understand that his
right now,
identity is what it is, and if
you
that's the case
just
when he's an
imagine
adult,
there was no listen, yo, my nigga. Listen.
You're an
Right.
idiot.
I like to quote from the book
You right now, I
Africans and
swear to
Natives in
God,
America.
you can't do nothing. You'll be arrested if you go against your son. Tells you now, say, Daddy, I'm 11
I ain't
years
gonna get
old.
arrested
I want to be
shit,
a
dude.
woman from
Have you
tomorrow.
lost your
And if you
mind?
say no,
Have you
are you
lost
going
your mind?
to court? Yes or no?
Have you lost your mind?
No, it's
I think it's
11. It's
funny that
11
you live
past
over there in
12 midnight
a big ass
here.
fucking
I
glitter
don't know what
box.
time
And
it
you
is.
want to tell me how
Where
big
you guys are in your war
Hey,
zone.
man, I told you, you got to watch the F-bombs, dude. Go ahead, Mr. S. Go ahead.
You see, I want to keep it short and brief. I have to be up in less than 4.5 hours. But anyhow, I'm disappointed, Chaotic Man. I thought in America there was more of you than these little children here, cutting each other off for the
But
last
sir,
5
you
hours.
love little children, so why are you upset?
See, the last 5 hours, and you have Chuck here telling me, "Oh, you hate America," and I said to him, "Okay, all right, so okay, I hate America. So what is that? Oh, you guys abuse children." I am telling you right now, institutional abuse of children happens in America more often than in the Middle East. At least we whip our kids.
You a
when they
damn lie,
misbehave.
you idiot.
Wait, 1 second. At least when our kids misbehave, you take out the belt and we hit so they know pain and they never do that again. I bet your child, Chuck, I bet if he comes to you today, right now, at 6 p.m. and says to you, Daddy, I want to be a girl from tomorrow. I want to be called ballerina. Can you say anything?
Mike, come here.
Can you say anything?
Do you want to be a girl? No. You think you'll ever want to be a girl? Do you disrespect me and your mom? Me or your mom?
I got him triggered.
No, why? Because what happens?
Very good. Man, he's got the child
You
as
get
well.
punished?
Bro. Hello, little child.
Don't
How are
tell
you?
me how to
Okay?
raise my kids, sir. You saw how quick my son came in here when I said his name too, right? That's a child that respects his father and he knows that who's in charge around here. Don't
Nice to
sit and
see
try
you.
and question my parenting skills, sir, while you're sitting and selling your kids off to the slave trade.
My friend, listen, this is an adult conversation. Man, I'm getting you Americans worked up, goddamn.
Hey, you brought my kids into this, dude. You brought my 8-year-old son into this. You're damn right I'm worked up over it.
Yeah, lovely. Come on.
Because I tell you what, if you was over here, you wouldn't have enough time to pull your sword out, dude. Because I know that's what you're thinking right now. I'm telling you what, my 1911's faster than your Smitar.
What the bicycle? You say? Right.
Was Mary really 13?
Which is good. Which is good. I mean, I enjoy getting you Americans triggered because I know how small your intelligence levels are. Very, very rare to get the caliber of Chaotic Truth, Obsidian Ali, Dennis Sterling.
Now, generally, I keep
Austin Holloman.
When you bring my kids into this, sir, when you bring my kids into this, when you direct something directly at my kids, then I take it personal. See, you can say whatever you want about me. I don't give a crap. But you wanted to bring my son into this, sir. You wanted to bring my son into a discussion between two men. That's the problem that I have with people like you. You want to bring kids into an adult's argument.
You see how you feel now.
Because the people like him, the kids are adults and they should be allowed in the room.
You see how you feel now? This is how we felt for the last 23, 22 years. Get used to it.
Shut up. You live in the West, you idiot. Shut up.
So when he does it, it's not crying victim though. But when I do it, it is. Can we get some clarity on what's going on in this family?
Excuse me. So,
get up out of here, man, Mr. S. I told you to stop cursing, man. I'm about to end the show anyway, man. He left first, man. Go ahead, guys.
Listen, by the way, I'm very, very sorry about that, Chuck. It all comes in good from a good place. Yeah, I'm not here
it all
to
comes from a lack of self-control. Like you trying to preach to us like you somebody better.
You're a family man, which is good. I have nothing but respect for you. You're a man in the household. You're doing something right. I was just trying to make you understand that there's more child abuse happening in America than in the Middle East. Like, for example,
I'm very well aware of what's going on in America.
The government is in your house, right?
Well, you need to understand, I live here, so I'm very well aware of what's going on here.
But is it true that the institution lives with your wife or lives with your children in the same household? Of course they do. If your child says something, like for example, if you hit your child now and he goes to the school and he says, "My daddy hit me," what would happen?
If my son made the mistake of going to school and if my son made the mistake of going to school and telling the school and getting me arrested or trying to get me arrested, I'd knock him out when he got back. Because look, dude, there's a such thing as making sure that your kids know where they stand. My son isn't going to go and run his mouth about what goes on in my house because he knows that that's more detrimental to his safety than me.
You have to discipline him. You have to discipline him, and he just had.
What are you talking about? I can't discipline him. See, you're talking about things that don't happen.
I know mothers and fathers who were taken to court because they used their mini finger, the small finger, the tip of your hand. Yeah, they used that to hit the.
No, because you know a few mothers and fathers that went to court. That means that's all of Americans.
Complain to the teachers. And then the teachers made
you obviously don't know nothing about hood parents.
Well, he's stupid. He's just using anecdotal situations, so he's not really saying anything. So go ahead, waste our time more, Mr. S.
I mean, if I'm stupid, but I ain't stupid as you guys. You guys are fashionably stupid.
I know what you are, but what am I? I got you. Okay, keep going.
Mr. Nostril, this is what I know. You have blood on your hands.
No, I don't.
No, not you, Chuck. I'm talking about Mr. Nostril here, the one who talks out from his nostril.
Why does he got blood on his hands?
Because he served the military of the mercenary group.
Well, then every one of you got blood on your hands too.
Well, it doesn't compare.
It does compare. It's the same thing, dude.
I don't mind. Shedding blood of mercenaries.
Dude, this would be a totally different
story.
Don't mind
that. I don't mind. Listen, I'm telling you, if you wore a uniform, if this brother here, this nostril man, them, if you wore a uniform and you guys came, invaded my land, happily I would put your heads on a stake to warn your fellow colleagues not to come.
You guys have been invading our land for how many years now?
Tell me.
I believe there's an actual act in this country where Muslims aren't even supposed to be allowed in America. Yet here you are.
Tell me, when did an Arab force land on the beaches of New York?
How many Muslims and Arabs are sitting in Congress right now, sir? Actively eroding our laws.
Sorry.
Huh? How many of those Muslim women that you guys that you guys keep in line are in our Congress right now?
They've been invading our lands. I am telling you, be careful. Wear a uniform and get your ass again. Your head will be at stake with your tongue dangling out.
You guys have been fighting over the same piece of crap kitty litter box for how many years? You guys have been fighting over the same rock in a desert for how many thousands of years now? The same rock.
Did you have the name of the rock? Thank you very much. He does not. Right.
What? So I didn't even hear what you said.
Do you have the name of the rock?
Maybe you need to pull that donkey dong out of your mouth.
Yeah, what's the name of the rock?
Dome of the Rock, maybe. But that
What's the name
same
of the
chunk
rock
of
you say
land
we've-
right there, you guys have been
I
fighting over since
hate
antiquity.
I hate
Am I
to
right
really
or am I
believe that
wrong?
their
Have you guys
mind,
not, have you guys
their
not have
mind
been a warring
is similar
nation
to the around
with
600
how many three different tribes over there for how many thousands of years?
Chuck.
So who are you to tell us about anything when you guys have had how many thousands of years to figure out and resolve your conflict and can't?
You see, a bully needs to be put in his place. It's about time that you guys are getting the treatment that you were given for the last 22 years. Enjoy it. It's bitter, I know.
I wish a mother effer would. I hope someday
Oh, it
someone makes
hurts.
the mistake of trying to invade this nation. It'd be the
No
biggest
one will
mistake we
invade your
ever
country.
made.
Can I tell you why? Can I
Because
tell you
the
why no
thing
one wants
is-
to invade your country? Can I tell you why?
Because they'll
What is in
die.
America? What's in America that's useful? What's there? You have whores. You have man, woman / woman, man / whoever they are. Subhuman.
Dude, you're the biggest idiot. You're
You
just
have,
so stupid, man.
Sorry. I'm what?
You don't look. We understand there's societal problems in America, but don't start on this crap that America doesn't do anything or make anything. Come on, stop it, bro. Just stop.
Mr. Mercenary, you and the other guy, the guy who mixes chili for a living now, from being a soldier to that, wow, unbelievable. I forgot his name. But you guys need to understand the bully is losing the world war. The new bully in town is China, closely followed behind Iran.
You know
and
what?
Saudi.
I'm actually going to throw you a bone and meet you halfway and say that I do agree that it's time that we pull all our troops out from overseas and start defending our borders. We've been far too long spending our tax dollars taking care of and rebuilding other nations when they have problems. Far too long. It's time to make all you people overseas take care of your own problems and us worry about ours, because that's why America's falling to crap right now. We're too worried about everyone else and we don't worry about us.
I heard that America
See that?
will be investing
See that?
$3 billion.
See that? That's a disrespectful kid right there, right? Brought me my
No,
cake
this
and
is-
everything.
Well, the child is well behaved.
I get served. You saw that. I get served, right? I get served.
I give you respect for being in the house. Unlike certain Negroes that enjoy leaving their homes. So I give you that respect, you know? These jiggers here that are talking like women, they're the people that will leave mothers single. So, like,
Mr. S, I got to roll up out of here, man. It was going to have you on today. America's first rifleman, his gut point of view. Chuck, any last words, man? I got to roll out, dude. It's almost coming on.
No, I'm probably going to do a live stream tonight, man, and
Oh,
Father's
yeah.
Day live stream. You know, so if anybody wants to come through, come through. I want to go out and celebrate the fathers that have had their kids taken away from them. That way we can try and lift them up, because that's the biggest problem in America right now too. Kids without a father in their life because their father was taken from them.
You're talking about through the
Your channel's the mosh pit, brother?
Huh?
Your channel's the mosh pit?
No, mine's that's one that I'm trying to get started, but my main channel is Angry Snowman Roman numeral 2.
Gotcha.
On that note, guys, salute to you. I got to roll up out here. Mr. S, any last words, man?
Yeah, last words. If a man who's thousands of miles away can rattle Americans just by using his strong voice, imagine if I was in front of them. Till next time.
Till next time. Thank you so much, Mr. S. Angry Snowman, salute to you. Any last words?
Hey, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Make sure that you keep doing your thing, man. Don't. And to all the dads out there that haven't got to see your kids, man, keep your head up. You know, hopefully your kids will come and search you out and understand someday for whatever reason, you know, and you can figure it out. And just so people know, my kids do know I love them. I tell them that all the time. I've done many live streams on here where you can see that.
Sounds good, bro. Guys, I got to get
Thanks for having me up.
Yep, no problem. His ghetto point of view.
Amazing panel as always. Shout out to everybody that was on the panel, whether we agree or disagree. I'm gonna go find my Indian mud hut back in Ubuntu land, and I'm gonna throw away all my grandmothers on both sides records and all their history and all their papers, and I'm gonna just say, you know, I'm gonna go find me some dashikis and some kente cloth, And you know, I'm gonna stop playing, and I'm gonna claim my African roots.
Okay.
All right. So I appreciate that for them letting me know that I'm African.
Sounds good, bro.
Always a good time, brother. Thank you so much for the dope vibes. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Yep. Thank you so much, man. Guys, this has been an incredible live stream. The panel was incredible today. Salute to you all. I want to give a big shout out to P. Rothstein. He was coming through with the super chats for today. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate all of your super chats. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Hold on for a second. Oh, here we go. I'm fixing it right now. There we go. Give me one second. There we go. Yeah, guys, please come back and leave a comment as well under the videos or when the video is over. Crown Reese with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. P. Rothstein was coming through with them super chats today. America First Rifleman was coming through with the super chats. Who else was coming through with the super chats? Mr. S came through with some nice super chats. Bob, of course, with his great super chats. Abdul, thank you so much for your super chats. Mayo Monkey, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. The Wealthy Broke Man, thank you so much for your super chat. Passion, thank you so much for your super chat. Power of Banana, thank you so much for your super chat. Mr. Speak on It, I really appreciate your super chat. Let me see. Who else? Me or My Take on the Real. Thank you so much for your super chat. Sean Turner. Thank you, man. Who else came through with some super chats? Black Thoughts. Thank you so much for your super chat. I think I already said Male Monkey, but again, thank you so much. Juan, thank you so much for all of your super chats, man. Aztec, all the way from Australia. Truly, thank you so much for your super chat. The Patriarchy Strikes Back, aka Eric, thank you so much. Who else? Frankie Lowe, thank you so much for all of your super chats. Jonathan Barronville was coming through today. Salute to you, man. Mr. Speak on It, thank you so much, man. Jordan Like the Go, Mr. Speak on It once again. Prince of Cats came through with a nice super chat. Jermaine, thank you so much. Dirty Dude, thank you so much for your super chat. Who else? Who else was coming through? Thank you so much, Demeric, for your super sticker. I really appreciate that. Fallen Sunlight. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Guys, I will be back tomorrow. Great damn panel. Great damn panel. Thank you so much. Guys, please sub to Amira and also please sub to Snowman as well. Guys, I will be back tomorrow. Guys, get out there, exercise tonight, go for a walk, run, etc. I will be back tomorrow. I'm so glad that you guys came through for today. I'm sending out positivity at the speed of light. Thank you guys so much. Salute to you all, man. Hit that like button on your way out. And please come back and leave a comment. Thank you so much.
Look, I got to talk to you about something. And, well, Jane, could you excuse us, please? Jane, just give me a moment, okay? She your bodyguard now, too? So, how you doing? Just fine, Vaughn. Look, man, you're the dean of pledgees. You're president of the chapter, right? Now, my cousin, tomorrow, he's going to be a Gamma man. You're going to see to this, okay?
Look, I know you know better than to threaten me. I'm shaking.
Hey, look, Julian, man, you're a simple, weak motherfucker, but that's besides the point. Listen, if you fuck Half Pint, I fuck you.
Oh, is that right? Well, let me tell you something. I am a Greek, and I don't play that. Now, I'll deal with Half Pint, after which you and me are going to come to blows. So what, you want to rock and roll right now? Hey, I'm here.
Julian, forget him. He's not worth it.
What's with the bodyguard, man?
You talk more shit than a little bit. Back to Mother Africa. That's bullshit. Without question, we are all Black Americans. You do not know a goddamn thing about Africa. I am from Detroit, Motown. So you can watch Tootsie your monkey ass back to Africa if you want to.